Hey guys and welcome to the channel. Today I will be doing a what if, which is what if Deku was not a flashy hero part 1. If you like this video, be sure to leave a like and subscribe.
The birth of a child was a daily occurrence at almost any hospital. What wasn't a daily occurrence was an easy childbirth. Most mothers screamed, cried, cursed out whatever man was responsible for doing this to them, especially those for whom it was their first child. None of this was the case for Midoriya and Co. The only reason she realized she was going into labor was because her water broke while visiting a friend. Not feeling any pain from contractions as the OB/GYN warned her about, and Co calmly drove herself to the hospital and checked in at the front desk. "And how far apart are your contractions?" the nurse asked, making quick notes as she ushered Co down a hallway to an open room. "Maybe 5 minutes apart now. I can't quite tell. I'm not feeling anything more than a mild discomfort." She rubbed her stomach as the nurse offered her a hospital gown. "The only clue I have is a slight difficulty in breathing." "I see. Please undress and lay on the bed here. Legs here and here." The nurse assisted Co in this last task and performed a quick examination. "Oh my, and you said this is your first pregnancy?" "Yes." She took a deep breath as she once again felt a minor discomfort. "Is everything okay?" "Better than okay. Take a few more breaths." The nurse coached and Co complied as the doctor arrived. "Doctor." The doctor gave a nod and switched places with the nurse, who now moved to supporting Co's back and holding her hand in comfort. "Oh, this baby wants out. Take a deep breath and push." The nurse coached as Co nodded and did as she was told, a process that continued over the next few minutes. "All right, one more good push should do it." The doctor had a smile on his face as Co let out a final gasp of effort and brought her child into the world. "Congratulations, it's a boy." Co's smile mirrored the doctor's as the nurse gave her a pat on the back before moving to assist the doctor in cleaning up the baby and performing a quick examination. 48.6 centimeters long, 7 pounds, 5 ounces. Average size. Temperature is perfect. Eyes and ears are in good health. The doctor was mumbling as the nurse filled out the birth certificate, the baby letting out a loud cry as he took a tiny blood sample. "Lungs are very good." He chuckled, one hand massaging his ear jokingly. "I'll have the rest of the results in a minute. Would you like to hold your child?" Of course. Co's face was bright, no sign of fatigue in her eyes. She even sat up straight in bed with no assistance, much to the amazement of the two medical professionals. Holding out her arms, she accepted the little wiggling bundle that was her son. "Welcome to the world, Izuku." She cradled the baby to her chest, seeing bright green eyes that mirrored her own, and the faintest tuft of green hair upon the baby's head. "Oh, just wait until your father sees you." "Yes. On that note, ma'am, can you confirm the information for you and the father?" The nurse who had been filling out the birth certificate showed her the document, and Co confirmed that everything was correct. "Thank you. The doctor should be back in a moment." "I'm back now actually, and I have some questions." He gently shut the door behind him and pulled a chair over to a nearby computer. "Your baby is one of the healthiest I have ever. The healthiest of newborns sometimes have low temperatures, neonatal jaundice, temporary circulation issues. But your Izuku was it. He's not showing any signs of any of these conditions. And the birth itself, I have only ever seen 2 other births go this smoothly, and neither one a first time. No issues with the afterbirth either." He looked at her vitals and performed a quick examination of her. "And your rate of recovery?" Most mothers, even the healthiest among them, would be half asleep by now from exhaustion. He typed some information into the computer. "Do you have a healing quirk by chance? Because that's the only reason I can think of as to how you've recovered so fast, and have given birth to such a healthy boy." "Nope, my quirk is a very low form of attraction." She demonstrated by moving a nearby box of tissues closer to herself. Taking one, she wiped the stray tear that had fallen from her eye as she looked down at her sleepy, smiling child. "All right, I'll just chalk it up to a very healthy lifestyle then." He continued typing, asking a few more questions as he did. "Okay, all that's in order now. So I would like to keep you and the baby overnight, just for further observation and to make sure everything is fine. But all going well, you should be back in your home this time tomorrow." "Wonderful." Co gave Izuku a cuddle as 2 new nurses entered the room, one pushing a gurney and the other a small cradle-like incubator. "I figured you'd appreciate that. I'm going to let these ladies here get you cleaned up and settled in your new room." The doctor gestured to the nurses, who both nodded. "Any questions? Do you have a phone I could use? I need to call my husband." Co had to hold in a laugh as the face of the doctor and the nurses changed from professional manners to absolute surprise. Apparently wanting a phone wasn't one of the usual questions mothers had after giving birth. No one would believe this woman just had a child. She heard the doctor mutter a little louder than intended. He seemed to realize what he did, because he quickly cleared his throat and addressed her again. "There will be one in your room. Though if you would like, I can have one of the other nurses call for you." "That would be fine." Co smiled as one of the nurses took Izuku from her and laid him in the cradle. Thank you. You're welcome. The doctor gave a final nod before leaving Inko and Izuku in the care of his nurses. All right, ma'am, we're going to bring your child to the nursery for now. The nurse who had taken Izuku addressed her. We'll bring him back up to you once you are settled in your room, all right. Of course, she looked down at Izuku, seeing the infant had fallen asleep. Inko gave a tiny wave as the nurse wheeled the baby out of the room. Sleep well, Izuku. Mommy will see you again shortly. When most people picture working in a doctor's office, they picture what they see in television programs. The nurses running back and forth, lab workers slaving over beakers as they analyze a sample, doctors angrily confronting patients about their self-care or gently consoling those whom they've had to deliver bad news to. What those shows showed was how an emergency room of a hospital might be after a disaster. And even that was a stretch unless it was a major hospital, your local primary care facility. Much more organized, quiet, and boring. The most interesting case you might find here would be a parasitic infection, or maybe a bite from some critter or another. Otherwise, it was just people coming in for routine physicals, simple tests, and other minor things. For a new doctor, these were great to ease them into the field and some of the challenges they would face. For long-time veterans of the field, it was a way to spend the twilight years of your career in peace without too much trouble. The latter was the case for Dr. Yujiko Daruma. While he could feel age catching up with him, he was still viewed with respect by those in the community. He could have stayed on at Central or any other one of the major hospitals, but for reasons, accepted a transfer to Musutafu Primary Care and Pediatrics. He knew it would be a different atmosphere and pace, but honestly didn't expect it to be as quiet and slow as it was. Currently, the doctor was amusing himself with a game of digital solitaire while waiting for the arrival of his next patient. What's it going to be this time? He thought, not having bothered to look at the finer details of the appointment chart. Trying to guess what it might be had become a hobby of his, especially near the end of his shift. Ingrown toenail, another case of strep throat, maybe something fun like a case of gangrene. Haven't had one of those in a while. He chuckled, ears registering the sound of a knock on his door. He had just enough time to minimize his game and bring up a random medical report, one of 3 that he'd been reading for the last 3 months, and played the part of studious doctor. Dr. Yujiko. He heard the nurse speak as the door opened. Your next patient is here. Oh, thank you, Sakura. He brought up the appointment chart and looked at the time. Midoriya Izuku, yes, correct. Advanced warning. The boy is very excited for his quirk consultation. Sakura smiled as she handed him the small file folder that had been started for the boy. He could barely sit still during the x-rays, but they're all there, nice and clear. Just need you to do the rest. The doctor held in a sigh of boredom. Quirk consultations were one of the most common reasons children were brought to him, and one of the most boring cases he'd handle on the daily. They were almost all the same. Have the nurse take the vitals, then have the techs take an x-ray. From there, find out from the parents what behaviors the kid was demonstrating, and see and hear it from the kid. There it was a simple case of determine what type and level of quirk it was. Send him in. He opened the folder and removed the x-rays. Throwing them up on his light board, he gave them a quick once-over. Boring as these cases usually were, he noticed something in this one that almost made him want to care. Oh, this will be interesting. He quickly browsed the rest of the pages within, only looking up as he heard the door click to signify the arrival of his next patient. A mother and her young child entered. Moving with nervousness and excitement, boy commandeered one of the stools nearest him almost instantly, while the mother was more reserved in her actions. Dr. Yujiko, it's a pleasure to meet you. The mother took care of the pleasantries as the child nodded. The same Midoriya-san. He lied with an empty smile, and this must be Izuku. Despite his annoyance at another mostly dry case, he kept some of his medical professionalism. It wasn't often that he was able to deliver bad news in person. And I understand you've come in today for a quirk consultation. Yes, sir. Izuku was all smiles, eyes on the All Might figurine he was holding. I hope I get a strength quirk like All Might, though an elemental quirk would also be neat. Maybe Evan. Izuku. Inko placed a hand on her son's shoulder. You need to calm down and let the good doctor speak. Years of medical professionalism are all that kept the doctor from snorting at her words. I can understand the child's excitement. However, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but... He looked down at the file, about to say the words he had only said 3 other times in his long career. But that's not going to happen. The old man kept his face level as Izuku seemed to go catatonic. The small toy the boy had been holding for comfort clattering to the floor as the color drained from his face. Excuse me. Inko blinked, the shock on her own face clear. You and your husband are both 4th-generation quirk possessors? Yes. He looked up in time to see Inko nod. May I ask what your quirks are? Why, yes. I am able to attract small objects to myself. She demonstrated her power by picking up the dropped toy. And my husband, well, he can breathe fire. But what does that have to do with Izuku's, his condition? Inko stopped herself from saying the word, afraid of upsetting her son further. Look here. He pointed to the x-ray of Izuku's foot. Did you know in the early days when quirks were first discovered that, despite the various types that were showing up, that there were a few common denominators among those who possessed them? The mother shook her head. One that they almost all shared was they lacked articulation in their small toes. Mainly, they were missing one of the two joints. He reached into his desk and pulled out another patient's X-ray. Throwing it up on the board beside Izuku's, he showed her what he was talking about. This child has only a single joint, while you can see Izuku has two. He adjusted his glasses, buying a little more time to savor what he was about to say. Thus, while this is increasingly rare to see in our world, it means your son has no unique individuality factor of any kind. Or in layman's terms, he's quirkless. But what about the various signs Izuku has shown? Inko placed a hand on her son's back. But the boy didn't seem aware of her touch. He never seems to need sleep, let alone get tired. And I've never seen a cut or bruise last longer than a day on him. Even when all his classmates got chicken pox, he didn't even get a rash. Surely things like that have to indicate some level of quirk. Normally yes, but remember I asked you about your quirks? The quirks of the parents play a part in genetics, and children tend to either inherit whichever parent's quirk is stronger, or a combination of the two if compatible. Your quirks aren't exactly the most compatible with each other, so a combination was out. My guess is that both quirks were too low a level to be passed on alone. And that because of the mutation here, Dr. Yujiko tapped the X-ray again, that even if one of them was passed on, was unable to manifest in any noticeable way. But, I told you, my son, stuff like that could simply be leftovers from recessive mutation quirks in his genetics than an actual quirk. He took down the X-rays and stored them away. It happens when different quirks start mixing from time to time. It could also be a bit of a placebo effect caused by a parent's hopeful wishing that their child is something special. Memories of an angry father that his child's targeting quirk turned out to be another case of ancestry-enhanced eyesight came to his mind. I am sorry, truly I am. He bowed his head, false empathy on full display as Inko sighed. I see. So that's it then. Inko frowned as the void of negative energy around Izuku seemed to grow. Well, thank you for your time, Dr. Yujiko. Izuku. She gave her son a gentle shake, which while it snapped him out of paralysis, did little to change the vacant and lifeless expression on his face. Come on dear, let's go home. I'll make you your favorite snacks, and you can watch some more YouTube videos. Maybe we'll even stop at the ice cream parlor for one of those Detroit Smash cones you like. No trouble at all, take care. He gave the tiniest wave and bow of his head as the mother continued to offer her son gifts as a reward for going to the doctors to begin with, letting out a sigh now that his entertainment was gone. Daruma did the bare minimum that was required on his part with the report on Midoriya Izuku's quirk consultation before adding it to the pile in the out bin that rested on his desk for some intern to file later. Looking to the appointment chart, he noticed that, barring an emergency, the Midoriya family was his last group of patients for the first genuine smile he had all day. The doctor finished up what little work remained, before returning to the game of solitaire he had started earlier. He would be so happy when this task was finished and he could get back to his real work. Following the trip to the doctor, Izuku felt drained for the rest of the week. He had heard everything the doctor said, but didn't fully believe it. While he normally never felt tired, he had been tucked into bed feeling what he had heard described as drain. Instead of sleeping though, he had tossed and turned, replaying the scene over and over. Still feeling drained the next day, he had convinced his mother to let him stay home. Maybe the doctor was right. I've never seen him like this, he heard his mother say to someone on the phone. I know, but there's no shame in being quirkless. Izuku hadn't stayed around to hear more, instead spent the day in front of the computer watching old hero rescue videos, seeing heroes with all kinds of quirks, elemental, transformation, mutation, and so on helping in various situations. There's Endeavor using his resistance to fire to get in close and help evacuate people, and there's All Might throwing a large piece of debris away. And Recovery Girl, she's healing the sick. One of the videos then showed some firefighters rescuing people from a wrecked car, and another a police officer who apprehended a speed quirk-using villain. Even people without quirks are performing heroic acts. The video marathon had served to revitalize Izuku's spirit, and he went off to school the next day as if nothing had happened in the days prior. However, Izuku's hopes for a normal day were shattered when he arrived. All eyes were upon him, and the occasional playground rumor whispers met his ears. There's quirkless. Doesn't have a quirk. Wouldn't want to be him. Some of the negative energy came back, but it quickly went away when he heard a familiar voice. Hey Izuku. He turned to see his friend and classmate Bakugo Katsuki running towards him. Kaken, hey. Izuku always enjoyed talking with Katsuki, and probably would have said he was his best friend if the question was asked. Want to know what I learned yesterday? The blonde boy always spoke with his head held high, seeming full of knowledge. As always, he nodded, curious what new fact his friend would offer. I learned that Izuku can be read as Deku and... Wait, you can read kanji Kaken. One of their other classmates, the wing boy Tsubasa, had overheard the conversation and joined them. You can't. Well, anyways, Deku can mean someone who isn't very good at anything. He sent a sarcastic grin at Izuku. Most fitting for someone like you, eh? Knock it off, Kakin. Izuku sighed, even as the other students commented on his intelligence. In reply, Katsuki reached down and picked up a stone and threw it, mastering to skip it 7 times along the surface of the small koi pond the school maintained. But it's true, look, I just skipped that stone 7 times. How many times can you skip one? None, but that's because I can never find a good rock, or get the angle right. He defended himself, I just need practice. If you were awesome like me, you wouldn't need the practice. Katsuki laughed, his hands letting off tiny explosions as if as a pyrotechnic effect to enhance his decree. But I guess that's how it goes when you're Bakugo. Your quirk is impressive, but remember we talked about using it in school. The teacher's gentle voice met the ears of the boy, who, after a moment's fidgeting, mastered to douse his fires. With a nod, the teacher left the boys alone and returned to monitoring the play yard. See, even adults think I'm awesome. The grin was still there, and somehow seemed brighter to Izuku. Unlike the quirkless loser that you are. Wait, it's true. Izuku is quirkless. Both boys were suddenly surrounded by several more of their classmates, all of them looking for the answer. Yeah, my mom told me after Deku's mom told her. He gave everyone a thumbs up. That's why our dear little Deku is well deserving of his name. Katsuki didn't have a chance to finish his sentence, nor did any of the other kids have a chance to comment as the teacher rang a bell and summoned them inside to start their lesson. Though he always tried to be attentive, Izuku was having a hard time paying attention to his lessons for the rest of the day. Lunch had been similar to the morning, with several people stopping to stare at the quirkless wonder or question if he was changing his name to Deku. He was thankful when classes were dismissed, and most of the students went their separate ways. Hey Deku. Tsubasa flew over to where Izuku was currently adjusting his shoes. Myself, Kakin, and a few others are going for a walk in the woods. Want to come along? Sure, he nodded. We can look for the leaves we need for the science homework we got. That's such nerd talk, Deku. Katsuki gave him a hearty pat on the back. We're going out for fun, not work. Now follow me. He picked up a stick and pointed towards the woods. The 5 of them set out, with Katsuki leading the way and Izuku bringing up the rear. So where are we going? Tsubasa asked, watching as Bakugo lead them along. Just up ahead, there's a clearing that's perfect for our favorite game of heroes and villains. Katsuki pointed to a large log that had fallen across a small creek. Are you sure that's safe? Izuku asked, unable to tell just how deep the water below was. Forward on, Bakugo hero team. Katsuki either didn't hear, or chose to ignore the question. Deciding to add a little flair to his position as leader, Katsuki showed off one more minor explosion, eyes on his hands instead of where he was going. Had he been paying attention, he would have seen the small stick jutting out of the log. Instead, his foot connected with it and he tripped, falling into the small stream below. Kakin is so strong. I bet he's fine. Yeah, come on, get back up here. While the others called for Katsuki, Izuku was worried for his classmate. Spying some solid-looking ground on the bank, he ran down and waded into the stream as Katsuki sat up and replied, Yeah, I'm okay. He rubbed the side of his head. It's no big deal. Kakin, do you need help? Can you stand? Izuku came to his side, one hand outstretched in an offer of aid. You didn't hit your head, did you? I'm fine. The blonde snapped and jumped to his feet, creating a small explosion that shoved Izuku over in the process. I don't need help from anyone, especially a quirkless loser like you, Deku. He stomped out of the river, meeting the others on the opposite bank, trying to save someone who doesn't need saving. Tsubasa laughed while flying down next to Katsuki. He really is a Deku. Hey, Deku isn't all useless, one of the others commented as he jumped down to the others. He can help fill the crowd watching whenever we do something heroic. He probably couldn't even do that right. Katsuki laughed, the others quickly joining in. Maybe he can water the plants. He looks ready to cry. Only quirkless losers cry. Katsuki flashed him a dark smile, one that lacked any sort of friendly warmth. Just face it, Deku. You'll never be able to do anything everyone else does. I see can. Izuku clenched his fists, eyes going from one of his classmates to another. There were plenty of heroes before quirks. Yeah, and they were called public servants, not heroes. Katsuki's grin only grew as his fanboys cheered at his comment. Here, let me spell it out for you. I am awesome. You are not awesome at all. All Might, he's awesome. Fire Chief Kurosawa, not awesome. Deku's not awesome. Deku's not awesome. One of the cronies started to sing, the others soon joining in. You're wrong. Izuku shook his head, the tears stinging his eyes now from anger. Keep telling yourself that, Deku. Katsuki laughed as he turned to face the others. Come on guys, let's get going. Smell you later, Deku. Later, quirkless. Oh yeah, what they said, loser. You guys need to work on your insult game. Katsuki chided the other 3 as they fell in step with him, leaving Izuku behind. Letting out a sigh, Izuku looked at his reflection in the stream. They're wrong. Izuku splashed some water on his face, using his shirt to wipe it off. Seeing faint burn marks, he washed his arms off in the stream. He let out a cry of frustration, one hand punching a nearby tree. He looked at his knuckles, seeing the small abrasions already starting to fade. They're wrong. The doctor is wrong. He turned around then, and took off running back the way he had come. Wine still thinking over everything Katsuki and the others had channeled his anger at his classmates into his running, hoping he could maybe replace the feeling of bitterness with one of tiredness. Somebody is wrong here, but it's not me. He ran up the stairs to his apartment, nearly forgetting to remove his shoes before opening the door. Izuku, you're home early. Did something happen? His mom came around the corner then, seeing the red face of her son and his dirty clothing. I sort of fell in the creek. The incident with Katsuki and the others at the creek came pouring out, along with everything that had happened at school. Oh, Izuku. Inko pulled him in for a hug, not caring about the dirt on his clothes. I'm sorry. Children can be so cruel. I thought they were my friends. That Katsuki was my friend. Izuku, friends don't do such things like that. She noticed the red on Izuku's lower arm, recognizing it instantly as a minor burn. One no doubt given by hand landed on Izuku's shoulder, eyes locking onto his with that serious parent stare. And a true friend would never physically harm you. They may be your classmates, and you may have to work with them. But outside of that, I think it would be best if you distance yourself from those who hurt others to make themselves feel better. Distance myself. Izuku blinked, thinking over his mother's words. Now I don't mean shun everyone and everything. Inko seemed to understand her son's line of thought. I just mean have a little caution when it comes to who you hang out with outside of school. Do you understand? I think so. Izuku nodded, earning a smile from his mother. That's my boy. Inko ruffled his hair. Do your arms hurt? No, they're fine. The boy looked at Knuckles. The scratch is gone save for the tiniest amount of redness. Mom, yes dear. Do you think the doctor was wrong? He asked the question he didn't dare ask in the days prior. I don't know. The faintest flash of doubt crossed Inko's face. I think he might have rushed things. Izuku felt certain he wasn't supposed to hear that last part as Inko let out a little laugh and ruffled his hair again. Regardless, with or without a quirk, you can still be a good person. Thanks, Mom. Izuku gave her a hug. I needed to hear that. May I go play outside? Sure, dear. Just don't go too far. I might need to run to the store before dinner and could use a hand in carrying the groceries. I was just going to run around the sand lot. Izuku tossed his head in the direction of the small playground the apartment complex had. Nothing too crazy. That's fine, dear. Inko gave a nod, even as Izuku moved back towards the door. I'll come get you when I'm ready to leave. Okay, Mom. He called over his shoulder, already halfway out the door. Mom's right. They all don't know what they're talking about. I do have a quirk, and I'm going to prove it. Izuku punched the air, seeing the red on his arms nearly faded. The sight of that, plus his mother's words, sent a newfound resolve flowing in his veins. Now to just figure out how best to go about that. When Midoriya Izuku studied a quirk, it could be frightening. When he studied his own quirk, it was outright terrifying. Inko looked over the last of the mountain of papers her son had dropped on her coffee table, sorting them into various sections of the portable file box she had purchased. For the last 5 years or so, the boy had been meticulously documenting the various cuts, bruises, and other injuries he had received as he grew. Some had occurred at school, others were from daily life. Some she suspected were self-inflicted, just to see if he would heal. There were even binders that were loaded with photographs he had carefully taken just hours apart after any serious burns, cuts, or other visible injuries. The whole collection looked more like the before and after pictures you would see in commercials. She had been surprised when Izuku had first asked for the camera, but after finding out why, had fully supported his reasoning and helped him. Hey Mom, do you really think this will be enough to make them reassess me? Izuku leafed through the folder in his hands. Or should I get my notes about my eating of the recalled snack cakes? Okinanashi above, she remembered that food recall scare, and her darling child who thought that he could survive shoving all of the frosted fear-mongers down his adorable gob. The fact that he did changed nothing. She spent the week hovering over her son and worrying that the food poisoning would start any second. The fact that he was healthy enough to take meticulous notes did nothing to stem her panic at the time. No, I think we have enough here. Inko patted the box at her side, silently praying that they wouldn't accuse her of child abuse given all the evidence of injuries to her boy. Of course, all of them had long since healed ... and they all appeared to have been the results of genuine accidents. But she couldn't help but wonder if some of them might be seen as things she could have prevented. And this way, we'll have some more evidence in reserve if they want further proof. She took the folder from Izuku's hands and added it to the box before closing it. Ready to go. Inko handed her son the box as he nodded, before moving to grab her purse and keys. The drive to the primary care center was quiet, the minds of both mother and son on the case ahead of them. Pulling into one of the many parking spaces, Inko took up the box as Izuku adjusted his hair. the smile on his face on par with the one he had been wearing on that first trip here. "Midoriya-san," a man's voice addressed her as she exited the vehicle. Turning, she was greeted with the sight of a businessman just a few years older than herself moving towards them. Inko smiled. Naramiya Hiroki was an old friend of the family, and often served as an advisor to the Midoriyas in times of legal dispute. "Thank you for helping me with this." Inko gave a bow as the man came even with her. "Izuku, you remember Naramiya-san?" "Yes." Izuku nodded. "Yes. Nice to see you again." "Naramiya-san." "The same. And I see we both brought our briefcases." He held up his own before gesturing to the box in Inko's hand. "Is that the evidence we discussed?" "Most of it. We have more at home, but I feel these are the most telling." She gave a box a gentle pat, before glancing at her watch. "And we best get a move on, it's nearly 10. Both Izuku and Hiroki nodded and fell into step alongside Inko as they entered the building and made their way over to the reception desk. "May I help you?" the receptionist asked, eyes looking over the three of them. "Yes, Midoriya and Co. And we've an appointment with the administrator, Dr. Hitori Kenji." "Ah yes, just a moment please." The receptionist looked over her list, before reaching for her phone. Pressing one of the preset keys, she waited a moment. "Dr. Hitori-san, the Midoriyas are here for you." "Yes, sir." She hung up the phone and looked back at the group. "Dr. Hitori will see you now. Up the stairs and to the right. Third door on your left." "Thank you, ma'am." Inko gave a nod and motioned for the boys to follow her as they moved up the stairs. Stopping before the aforementioned door, Hiroki gave a knock and waited for a reply. "Enter." The voice came from beyond the door and Hiroki opened it and bade Inko and her company to enter. The trio entered the room to see an older gentleman seated behind a desk, though he was dressed in more of a business casual style. There was still a hospital lab coat hanging from the back of his chair. "Please, have a seat." He gestured to the two chairs before the desk, which Hiroki motioned for Inko and Izuku to take. "Now, what can I do for you fine folks? First, thank you for agreeing to meet with us, Dr. Hitori-san. I'm Midoriya and Co. And this is my son Izuku and Co. And Izuku both gave a small bow, which the doctor returned, the expression on his face seeming content with the introduction of mother and son. "And the man behind us is Naramiya Hiroki, our family's lawyer." Naramiya held out a hand, which the doctor shook. "Always a pleasure." Dr. Hitori sat back, the faintest bead of sweat visible on the side of his face. "So, what can I do for you folks?" The doctor was trying to maintain a calm front, but she could see his growing discomfort at having a lawyer present. "Roughly 5 years ago, my son came in for a quirk assessment." Inko opened the file box and began to remove some of the folders within and set them on the desk. "And after all tests were run, all notes taken by your wonderful nursing staff, they were handed over to Dr. Yujiko Daruma for final assessment." Dr. Hitori noticeably grimaced at the name, but remained silent. Naramiya's ever-polite smile just as noticeably grew. The lawyer smelt blood. After barely glancing over the notes from the nurse, and looking at one X-ray, Dr. Yujiko declared my son to be quirkless, and registered him as such. She tapped the first folder. "As a result, my son has been practically ostracized by his schoolmates, school groups, camps, and so on. But I am not here to speak to you about quirkless. Mistaken diagnosis has also had the side effect of our insurance company raising our premiums and charging additional fees to cover someone they deem high risk due to a lack of a quirk. However, since then my son has shown signs of possessing a quirk, far too many to ignore." She gestured to the other folders. "The other folders contain observations from myself and my son, along with a few others to back this up. We're looking for you to reassess Izuku's quirk status, though you may also want to inform your lawyers of an impending lawsuit." Dr. Hitori picked up the folder in question and opened it. He read the nurse's notes, looked at Dr. Yujiko's notes, and instantly saw a discrepancy between them. "Man's been gone 3 years and he's still causing me ulcers," Hitori-san muttered, a little too loud as he looked at the same foot X-ray Dr. Yujiko had. He could clearly see the additional joint, but looking to all the other X-rays noticed signs of Izuku potentially being double-jointed in multiple areas. To the untrained eye, or even experienced but tired eyes, this was something that could easily be mistaken for an extra joint ... and be grounds for a misdiagnosis. He picked up one of the other folders and opened it, seeing notes written in both childish scrawl, as well as in a parent's careful hand. Looking at some of the pictures, he returned back to the notes that had been made in the original file. He felt the faintest shiver go down his spine as he closed the 2 folders and looked back at the people before him. "Midoriya-san, Naramiya-san." Hitori looked at the 2 adults. "Would you excuse me a moment? I would like to get a few additional opinions from some of my other colleagues. May I take these a moment?" Inko looked to Naramiya, wordlessly asking for legal advice. The younger man nodded, and Inko offered up the box. "There's more in here if you need it." Dr. Hitori nodded as he picked up the phone and called several others, asking for them to meet him in the conference room next door. "Excuse me a moment." He gathered up the folders on his desk and took the file box from Inko before departing. "So what happens now?" The now worried mother wondered. I suspect Dr. Hitori agrees with you that Dr. Yujiko made a mistake. Hiroki smiled reassuringly, because one of the names he called, Sato Takumi, is a colleague of mine from law school. So what does that mean? Inko blinked as a muffled curse roared through the wall. I suspect it means that you might get your wish of a re-evaluation, and Hiroki paused, hearing the door open behind them. Turning around, the three saw a man just a few years older than Hiroki. Sato-san, been a while, hasn't it? Ah yes, Naramiya-san. I wish we were meeting under more pleasant circumstances, but may I have a moment of your time? Of course, he looked to Inko and Izuku. This won't take long. Inko nodded as her lawyer departed. Looking to her son, she noticed he was still smiling, even as the occasional muffled word came through the wall. So, think they've found evidence of my quirk? Izuku asked as a loud groan filled with fiscal-depriving misery could be heard. More than likely. Dr. Hitori didn't look too happy when he reviewed your file. Inko gave her son a pat on the back as the door opened, expecting to see Naramiya. She was instead greeted with the sight of a nervous-looking Sato. Oh, Sato-san, was it? Something you need? Midoriya-san, I'm going to be honest with you. The hospital cannot afford another lawsuit courtesy of Dr. Yujiko. Now, I'm not telling you what to do, but I would advise you to be gracious with your demands. Sato sighed. Even Izuku could tell that the word advise could have been pronounced beg and the meaning would be the same. We'll all be back in a few minutes, but this should give you time to think things over. The other lawyer backed out of the room then, and Inko's smile was now mirroring Izuku's own. Anything you would like, Izuku. I just want my quirk reassessed and re-registered properly. Izuku answered honestly, unable to think of anything else. Inko had to resist the urge to coo over her sweet summer child. Of course, that's demand number one. Inko gave him a pat on the back, her own mind thinking of what else she might ask for in compensation for the headaches the hospital's incompetence had caused. Earlier in the weeks, she had discussed options with Naramiya, and she knew he had all the documents needed to back up her demands. She had just decided which ones she was going to ask for when door opened to reveal a fiendishly grinning Naramiya, a nervous-looking Dr. Hitori, an annoyed-looking older gentleman, and a defeated-looking Sato. Well, what's the verdict? Midoriya-san, the other gentleman spoke. I am Roxaburo Shinakairo, head of the hospital's legal department. I will be honest with you and tell you that this is the 5th case we've had brought against us because of Dr. Yujiko Daruma. Unfortunately, we cannot punish the man directly because he no longer works for us, but it may comfort you to know that, as far as we are aware, he is no longer practicing medicine. He gave the tiniest bow of apology. As a further show of honesty, I will also tell you that we cannot afford another black eye because of that man. As such, to keep this matter out of the courts and the public eye, we're willing to listen to your demands. First, I want my son's quirk status to be reassessed and re-registered properly, all free of charge to myself and the insurance company. Of course, I will perform the examination myself. Dr. Hitori bowed deeply. With your permission, I could even start the examination right now. Inko suppressed a smile, sensing the man's quick agreement was just him looking for a way out from the heavy atmosphere of the room. No doubt the doctor would handle her son with a feather touch, unwilling to risk further legal dispute. Is that okay, Mom? The excitement in Izuku's voice matched that of his younger self all those years ago. Of course, Izuku, be good for the doctor, won't you? There was no missing the triumphant tone in Inko's voice as she addressed her son. I will. Izuku nodded, seeming much younger than his 11 years. Dr. Hitori, was it? Please take care of me. Of course, please, follow me. The doctor gave a bow to Izuku and led him from the room, leaving Inko behind with the other three. All right, now that Izuku has gotten what he wants, time for my demands. Inko adjusted her posture. I want compensation for the insurance premiums that I've had to pay because of Dr. Yujiko's incompetence. She opened the file box and removed the security envelope within. Breaking the seal, she removed the papers inside it and handed them to Roxaburo. I had my insurance agent run the numbers to see how much that is. There was the briefest widening of his eyes, but he quickly nodded and handed the page off to Sato. Inko had no idea if the 5-digit number was more or less than some of the other settlements, but she didn't care. A most reasonable request. Once we get the results of Izuku's reassessment back, I'll even have my personal secretary assist you in refiling for your insurance if you wish. Thank you, but my agent will help me with that. Inko's thanks was genuine, though that brings me to my third demand, compensation for the physical and mental suffering this misdiagnosis has brought to my family. Understandable. Roxaburo let out a sigh. He knew this moment was coming. It wasn't the first time, but he always prayed it would be the last. And how much are you seeking in reparation for that? In comparing my client's case to settlements from similar cases, we agreed that this is a reasonable amount. Naramiya opened up the small briefcase he had been carrying and handed over a single page. The old man's eyes went wide, and stayed as such even as Sato came over and read the page. The younger man's face lost all color, but he still mastered to find his voice. You did your research on that one, Naramiya. He sighed. You always do. Of course, that is most reasonable. Roxaburo seemed to regain his senses, despite sounding like a parrot. Anything else? Enko briefly debating trying for more, but a quick glance at the two lawyers made her shake her head. Nope. My son's quirk reassessed and re-registered. Compensation for my insurance, and compensation for medical malpractice are all I'm seeking. Very well, Midoriya and Enko-san. Roxaburo almost seemed relieved. No doubt that this was one of the easier cases. I will have Sato-sen draw up the proper papers, and you can sign them when ready. How long would you say that's going to take? 45 minutes, maybe an hour. Depends on how quickly the computer and printer want to work. Sato sighed. The various settlements for other cases hadn't done any good for the non-essential equipment the hospital needed to run. If you have other things you need to do, feel free to go and do them. I can call you once we're ready. I've nothing else going on. And I want to be here for when Dr. Hitori finishes up the examination. Enko yawned. Excuse me. Is there somewhere I can get a cup of tea around here? The cafeteria. I was about to go there myself. Roxaburo rose to his feet. If you'll follow me. Nirimiya, you want anything? Enko asked, noticing her lawyer hadn't moved. And how about you, Sato-san? Could you bring me back a black tea with lemon? Nirimiya smiled as Enko nodded. Well, if you don't mind. There was an odd hesitation from the other lawyer. Small hot coffee, 2 cream, no sugar. Sure, she looked back at Roxaburo. Do they serve any baked goods? Maybe I'll get a box of assorted pastries for us all to share. They do. The old man smiled, going off on a tangent about the donuts. While Enko could tell he was doing it more as a way to distract himself from his latest legal issue than making conversation, she didn't mind. The ding of the arriving elevator broke the man out of his donut ramble, and he ushered Enko in. Looks like things are finally looking up for us. She kept the thought to herself as the elevator dinged again and moved up to the next floor. Things had moved quickly in the months following Izuku's reassessment. With the money from the settlement, Izuku and his mother had been able to move out of the apartment and into a small house. While some might have called the 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom setup a starter home, it might as well have been a mansion to Enko and Izuku. While there wasn't a garage, the fact that there was a small driveway meant that Enko didn't have to worry about her car like she did in the communal lot. And though the small yard to surround the property wasn't much, it provided enough room for them to start a small garden, as well as gave Izuku a sort of training ground. When it was time to name his quirk, Izuku had been slightly sassy and had officially named his quirk Impunity, referring to his ability to undo damage. His years-late examination declared it to fall under the regeneration category of the emitter type of quirks, and while one would think that there's no need to train with a healing quirk, Izuku did it more as a way to ensure that he stayed healthy, even without the quirk's help. Mom, have you seen my math notebook? He called, packing up his school items. It's on the table, she called from the kitchen, where you left it last night. Thank you. He stepped out of his room and moved to the dining room, seeing the notebook. Packing it in the bag with the others, he zipped up his book bag before giving his mom a quick hug. See you this afternoon, Mom. Don't be late. Enko gestured to a small advertisement she had hung on the refrigerator. I plan on getting some rose bushes from the sale at the nursery and want your assistance in planting them. Figure we'll plant them just in front of the house, on the left and right side of the porch. Security and decoration, I like it. Izuku smiled and gave a nod as he moved out the door. His steps were quick as he made his way up the street to the bus stop, the usual air of polite shyness around him as he joined the few other people currently waiting at his commute to school still took about the same amount of time. He found his new bus ride to be more relaxing. Back in the apartment, his route had him waiting at the stop with other kids in the apartment. They would taunt him while waiting, only stopping if a parent was noticed to be within hearing range. This behavior was often continued once on the bus, leading to a very noisy ride at times. Here, Izuku didn't have that problem. His company at the bus stop was mostly older men and women, all on their way to their jobs. At most, they would give a polite nod of greeting, but kept to themselves once on board. As for the few kids to travel on the same route, though they all sported uniforms from one of the private schools, they were a little more cordial. Occasionally, one or more would actually greet him and make polite small talk, but as with the adults, also seemed content to leave Izuku to himself. Best of all, unlike on the old route, no one ever asked about his quirk. If they couldn't accept you when you were quirkless, then they definitely can't accept you with a quirk. Again, Izuku mentally heard the advice his mother had given him over dinner once they finished updating his quirk status. He had debated telling his classmates the next day, but ultimately decided against it. Eventually, though, someone heard from a friend, who heard from a friend, who heard from their mom that Izuku had been reassessed at some point, and was now registered with a quirk. Even nearly a year later, Izuku refused to elaborate on his quirk, or correct his classmates' assumption. None of them bothered to openly ask him, and the few who did question him weren't about to receive straight answers. Did you see Midoriya got the top score again in history? A female student commented to her friend as they entered the classroom. I'll bet that mystery quirk of his is telekinesis, she replied. And he read the teacher's mind for the answers during the pop quiz. He's probably reading our minds right now. Aren't you, Izuku? The first student looked at Izuku, eyes narrowing. You're all thinking loud enough that psychic quirk users don't have to. Now shush. He placed a finger to his lips. I'm trying to study here. He wasn't about to tell them that his quirk allowed him to study for hours on end without needing to stop and sleep. Even eating seemed an optional distraction from academic pursuits. At least once a day, someone was questioning what his quirk was able to do. The actual subject of the class didn't matter. Math, science, even in physical education the questions would come up. Man, Izuku must have some kind of endurance quirk. One of the athletic kids commented as he looked at the records board. He crushed the old preteen record by nearly a third. How many did he do? Another athlete asked, cracking open an energy drink as he joined his friend. 69. The average age of the class was 12. Pubescent humor was universal. Even Izuku wasn't immune, but that didn't mean he would tell anyone he stopped there on purpose. Nice. The second one noticed him emerging from the locker room. Hey Izuku, you never seem worn out. What's your secret? Yeah, and do you think you can beat your own record? Well, it's not energy drinks. The questioned boy smiled. And I have broken my own record at home and could do it here. But I think I want to let this one stand. And besides, I doubt anyone wants to break it anyhow. The other boys couldn't argue that, and took to doing their warm-ups. Aside from granting him the power to say he was right, the confirmation of his quirk had turned the once shy Deku into a sassy Izuku. Some might have argued the personality switch was a defensive mechanism. Izuku argued that it was how he always was, but no one ever paid attention to him. By the time lunch rolled around, the usual opinions felt they had to make themselves known. I bet they're lying about Deku having a quirk, he heard one of the resident bullies proclaim as he paid for the items he had selected for his lunch. They probably just said he does to make him feel better. Yeah, whoever heard of someone manifesting a quirk this late in life? Ah yes, because life is over at 13. It took all of Izuku's power to not laugh and spill his tray as he moved to one of the empty tables. He could have sat with some of the neutral classmates of his, but outside of necessity, he didn't bother to interact with any of his fellows. It was not that he had become antisocial, but rather because he could tell none of them had grown up enough to admit they might have been wrong. He could tell that none of them were willing to apologize to him for their behavior in the years prior. And as far as he was concerned, that was just fine with him. Reaching into his bag, he removed one of his many notebooks about heroes and quirks and began to read, ignoring the sounds of the cafeteria around him. At least, until someone decided to interrupt him. Hey Deku, Katsuki's voice broke through the bubble Izuku had put himself in. What's this chatter I'm hearing from the others about you being the one most likely to set the new track record in the upcoming fitness test? Excuse me. He closed his notebook and stored it away as Katsuki decided to use the table as a footrest. At the same time, Izuku noticed Tsubasa had also come over, 2 cans of soda in his hands. Well, despite it being nearly week-old news now, everyone is still talking about how you crushed the pull-up record. Katsuki accepted a drink from the winged boy. A lot of them have picked you to be one of the top finishers in the upcoming fitness test. He cracked the can open and took a drink, failing to hide how much having some of the spotlight taken off him was bothering him. And as one of your oldest friends, I want to know the how and why. So we're friends only when it suits your needs. Izuku kept a neutral expression as he answered, not willing to give him any satisfaction in the matter. How? Dedicated myself to both my academic and athletic pursuits. Why? Because I can. Bullshit, Katsuki snorted, seeming to realize Izuku dodged the real question. There's no way a quirkless weakling like yourself could train enough to accomplish anything noticeable in this short amount of time. The way I see it, you cheated. He leaned in, so what was it? Bribed someone with a gravity-altering quirk to make you lighter. So you're not violating the rule about using your quirk during tests. Izuku knew Katsuki was trying to prod at the supposed status, but decided to be dense on purpose. So I have a quirk now. Izuku raised an eyebrow. But Katsuki, didn't you say I'm quirkless? Well yeah, but too late. Katsuki realized the trap he had fallen into. So that either means you admit that you're wrong and I don't have a quirk. The younger boy tilted his head to one side. Or you accept that rumors of my having a quirk have been greatly exaggerated. He let the faintest smile come to his face as Katsuki's own started to frown. And that I have instead turned my spare time to improving myself in other ways. Katsuki's face couldn't seem to decide what expression it wanted. It went from his usual resting bitch face into disappointment. Then Tai ate something that's not agreeing with me before finally deciding his usual angry at the world expression was suffice. There's no way you actually gained a quirk. It's probably just puberty hitting you. As if to emphasize his reasoning behind Izuku's sudden improvements, his own voice cracked. He drained the contents of the can in his hand and crushed it, trying to cover up his slip with a display of juvenile toughness. Either that, or everyone else in this school sucks just as much as you do. Heh, you tell him, Caution. Tsubasa laughed, seeming oblivious to the fact that he had just been passingly insulted by Katsuki. Izuku meanwhile shrugged, no longer caring about Katsuki's opinion on anything. I just did, dumbass. The volatile boy whipped the empty consoit just passed in front of Tsubasa's face, the hunk of metal striking the inside wall of the recycle bin with a heavy thump. Come on, lunch is nearly over, and I want another soda. He sent another death glare at Izuku, later quirkless. Izuku gave a barely respectful nod as Katsuki and Tsubasa took their leave, the smile he had been hiding only showing as Katsuki let fly a curse at his expense as soon as he thought he was out of earshot. Glancing at his watch, Izuku had to admit that, for once, Katsuki had been right about something. The lunch bell rang, signaling students it was time to clean up and move on to their next class. Seamlessly sliding into the crowd, Izuku threw his trash away and returned his tray, before slipping off to his next class. Yesterday had started out as a normal day for Bakugo Mitsuki. She had gotten up and prepared everything for her son and husband's school and work days respectively before stepping out to run a few errands of her own. She had sent off a package to one of her cousins at the post office, visited the coffee shop for a muffin and an espresso, before heading to the grocery store. She had just turned into the frozen foods aisle when she spied a familiar face. Inko, honey, how are you doing? She gave the other woman just enough time to notice her before catching her in a hug. I haven't seen you in forever. Mitsuki. Inko had laughed and gently returned the gesture. And you saw me last week at the bake sale. I meant outside of school. Mitsuki laughed. I feel like that's the only time I ever see you is when you're helping Izuku with something. Speaking of, how is he doing? I haven't heard all that much in recent time. Take the next left. A digital voice pulled her from her thoughts as she looked at the passing houses. If it wasn't for the GPS statement, Mitsuki felt certain she would have missed the turn. She still couldn't quite fathom where she was going, her mind replaying the conversation in the store that led to her current road trip. I didn't know you moved. Mitsuki blinked. When did this happen? Only in the last 6 months. It took a little time to finalize the details, and Ko looked relieved. I forgot how much work moving was. Mitsuki nodded in agreement, remembering her own adventures in changing houses. So, when do I get to see the new place? You can come by tomorrow, if you're able. I would have invited you over sooner, but we only recently got everything organized. Here, let me write down the address. Oh, and the number for the landline. And Ko ripped the bottom of her shopping list off and handed it to Mitsuki. At the time, all she could do was stare at the address, recognizing it as being in one of the richer parts of the residential district. She had bid Ko farewell then, before wondering if there was a new development built somewhere in that part of town. She had taken today's ride a bit slower, eyes looking at the various buildings in an attempt to find one that may have housed an apartment complex. While she knew Hisashi made enough money to allow Inko to be a stay-at-home mom while fully affording rent, another couldn't grasp the thought of her friend going from that tiny Danshai-style apartment to a full house. Mitsuki slammed on the brakes as the GPS warned her that her destination was on the right. Turning her head, she saw the name Midoriya written on the mailbox to rest outside of the ranch-style house. Pulling her car into the driveway as far as she could, she parked the vehicle and gathered her thoughts. All right, Mitsuki, keep it together. Her husband probably got a bonus, and they saved for this. Taking a moment to adjust her hair, she stepped out of the vehicle and made the short walk along the path to the front door. Knock knock. She called the words, even as she struck the door. Mitsuki, hello. Inko opened the door, a smile on her face as she gave her friend a gentle hug. Did you have any trouble finding the place? No, but I'll be honest and admit I wasn't expecting you to have moved to someplace so palatial. Mitsuki looked around, seeing the plush carpets covering up the hardwood floors at points. In the living room, the couches and chairs were arranged just so around the coffee table, with the flat-screen TV set against the wall in such a way to provide a good view no matter where you sat in relation to it. The adjacent dining room had more than enough room to comfortably set a table for 6, with enough room left to set up a kid's table against the wall that could seat 3. Oh please, most of our neighbors consider this place a starter home. Inko waved away the praise as she offered Mitsuki the grand tour. Your kitchen is the same size as my dining room and kitchen combined, she commented as Inko showed off the marble countertops and electric range. Well, if it makes you feel better. Inko led her down the hall. We only have 1 bathroom versus your 2. 2.5. Her correction was a playful boast, though the wind left her sails as Inko opened the door to reveal marble tiles on the floor, and halfway up the walls, a vanity-style sink and toilet were flush against one wall, while the other wall had a tub and shower combo. You have a tub. Mitsuki had one in the master bathroom, but it was barely long enough for her to stretch her legs out in, even in a sitting position. Well, we mostly use it for the shower, but you have a western tub. A tub big enough for 3 people and a shower. Girl, Mitsuki blinked, eyes looking to the toilet. And that looks like one of the imported model toilets. Yeah, apparently it's one of the Western ones. Has a higher flush capacity than the other models. Inko laughed as Mitsuki pressed down on the handle and heard the toilet flush with the satisfying sound of rushing wind and water. I bet you could flush a towel down this thing. Memories of chilly night unintentionally made her shudder as she picked up a nearby face cloth. Izuku proved we could. And please don't. Her friend seemed to read her thoughts, and Mitsuki set down the cloth as she followed Inko out of the bathroom and back to the living room. I don't care how modest you want to be about it, but your home is beautiful. She took a seat on the couch as Inko moved to the kitchen to start the tea. Though please, don't take this the wrong way, but you just don't seem the type to be able to rent something like this. Mitsuki knew Inko would be the first to admit she was a bit of a bargain hunter, but, oh, I'm not renting. I own it in full, don't even have a mortgage payment. Mitsuki was thankful that Inko couldn't see her pick her jaw up off the floor. Okay, I need to know how this is possible. Thoughts of the 20 years left on her mortgage had her on the edge of her seat. I mean, sure, my house is nice, but to flat out afford all this? She made a sweeping gesture to encompass everything. What's her secret? Did you win the lottery? Or does Hisashi now own the company or something? Nope, no lottery winner, sure. And Hisashi still had his regular position as far as I know, though his monthly payments of the rent are now going to the utility bills. Inko came out of the kitchen then, a full tea set and a plate of cookies and other pastries on the serving tray before her. And while it may sound bad, it's actually all thanks to Izuku. The faintest flush appeared on Inko's face. See, following the misdiagnosis of his quirk, Izu. What do you mean misdiagnosis? I could understand a classification error of a quirk. Mitsuki blinked. Remember a brief debate on if Katsuki's quirk classified as emission or elemental, before remembering something else. And didn't you tell me yourself that Izuku was quirkless? Help yourself. Inko gestured to the cookies as shepherded a cup of tea and offered it to Mitsuki. And I did tell you that. But that's because the doctor doing the assessment all those years ago-rushed the process and failed to notice a few things. For example, did you know Izuku is double-jointed in parts of his body? I did not. Mitsuki dropped a couple sugar cubes into her tea, curious now. Well, he is. And apparently this can cause quirk possessors to have joints that often mark them as quirkless or give them the illusion of having them. Inko sighed. Because of that. And remember I mentioned years back that Izuku seemed to have regenerative properties. Because there was nothing to back up my observations. The doctor ruled Izuku as quirkless. Guessing something happened to change that. She picked up a lemon wedge and squeezed it, before dropping it into the mug. Following an incident at school, Inko took a sip of her tea, and Mitsuki could tell she was debating something. Izuku felt determined to prove he had a quirk. He spent the next few years documenting every cut, burn, bruise, or other ailment, and none of them caused any permanent harm. The other mother let out a sigh. Long story short, I showed the evidence to the family lawyer, Nirimiya-san, and he felt we had a case. We brought it to the hospital, and they pretty much folded the moment they learned who had done the diagnosis. Must have been a nice settlement. Mitsuki took a drink, impressed with Izuku's ingenuity and Inko's resolve. More than 7 figures. Inko smiled, respecting the unspoken rule of not talking about finances in detail, along with the proper testing and registration of Izuku's quirk. Speaking of that, what is his quirk? She noticed Inko seemed caught off guard by the question. Katsuki didn't mention anything about it. That might actually be my fault. Inko dodged the true question. After Izuku told me about what happened that day at school, I told hi. What did happen? Mitsuki's eyes narrowed, suddenly seeming to piece something together. Apparently the other kids got word of Izuku's quirkless status and started mocking him about it. After school, Izuku and some of the other boys went out to play in the woods. Apparently after falling in the creek, Katsuki said something to Izuku that made the others turn on him. Though she tried to keep a poker face, Mitsuki could tell Inko had noticed her flinch at the mention of her son. That afternoon, he came home close to heartbroken ... and I gave him the advice to distance himself from those who mock him, especially the ones who seem to do it for their own ego. I see. Mitsuki took a long sip of her tea, gesturing for Inko to continue. However, I think he took my advice a little too seriously, and seems to have applied it to most of his classmates. Inko seemed to sense the awkwardness building in the room. Izuku has told me before that he still sees many of them, Katsuki included, as acquaintances, but doesn't feel he can really apply the title of friend to any of them. As a result, and not wanting friends just because of a quirk, I don't believe he's told any of his classmates about his quirk. That's understandable. Mitsuki understood the unspoken request for privacy around Izuku's quirk. Instead of asking more, she took another long sip of her tea, trying to recall past conversations with her son about Izuku. I was wondering why the firecracker hadn't spoken much of Izuku in recent times. I did ask him about it, but he refused to answer me. A sigh escaped her. I thought he was just being stubborn, but He's at that age, Inko answered, and starting to feel the same awkwardness building, tried moving the conversation to a more positive subject. Think about it. If he can grow out of trying to see how much power is needed to make something explode, I'm sure he can mature enough to talk to you about any problems he may have. Mitsuki let out a laugh, even as Inko's words started to set in. While it might have been due to the fact it was only the two of them, Mitsuki had to admit that Inko and Izuku had a great relationship. Meanwhile, her own with Katsuki was touch and go at best. Say, remember that time Izuku kept bringing items to Katsuki to explode? I didn't think Masaru was ever going to forgive them for ruining his shoes. Ah, good times. She sipped her tea as Inko brought up another memory of their children together. Yeah, I'm definitely confronting him about this later. She kept the thought to herself as the conversation switched from their children to their own lives, to the latest fashion and celebrity gossip. By the time Mitsuki left, she was feeling a lot happier than she had in recent weeks. However, once she saw her son come home from school, the cloud she had chased away had come back. Katsuki had practically ignored her request for him to hang up his jacket and bag. It took her little effort to compare that display to how Izuku had come home, arriving just as she was getting ready to leave. How politely the younger boy had greeted her, before reflexively putting his bag and coat where they went. She wondered if the difference had to do with how the two were raised, or if it was something with her son's personality itself. Her musings came to a head near the end of dinner, and the cloud that had followed her was now ready to become a storm. And then the teacher read off the top scores for the math exam. Stupid Deku knocked me down into third, though I'll give Asako some credit for being able to beat my score. That's nice, though. Speaking of Izuku, she deliberately referred to him by name. How is your old friend doing? He's surviving. Katsuki shrugged, seeming content to leave it at that. Mitsuki wasn't satisfied, and pushed for more. We're all surviving, but I meant what has he been up to? She had let it slip the day prior that she had run into Inko at the store, but hadn't gone into details or mentioned meeting with her for tea. I only got to talk with Inko briefly at the store before I had to pick you up from the soccer game. Studying like the nerd he is, while also training like the hero he's not. Another vague answer made Mitsuki narrow her eyes. What? I'm not Deku's babysitter. I'm not saying you are. Mitsuki knew she had to pick her next words carefully. But I am wondering what happened to cause this apparent rift between the two of you. You used to be so close. Ugh, Mom. Katsuki rolled his eyes in typical exasperated preteen fashion. It's simple. I've gained better control over my quirk and have maintained impressive grades. Deku, meanwhile, he only just started to hit the books to match my intelligence, but that doesn't matter given that he doesn't have a quirk. The smug smile on his face matched the boastful attitude he was sporting. I think everyone feels bad for him, because someone started a rumor that he actually does have a quirk. Because he does. He just doesn't trust anyone enough to admit it. Mitsuki kept the knowledge to herself, deciding to ask a different question. Okay. But now what of your other schoolmates who have weaker quirks? Or the quirkless ones? You mean all the other students? The proud smile grew. They have a quirk, so that's something in their favor. And the quirkless? Mitsuki prompted again, eyes narrowing as she looked at her firebrand of a child. Useless. He shrugged, failing to notice the slightly shocked look to cross his mom's face. Mitsuki was stunned into silence, unable to believe her son's words. She knew there were many who looked down on the quirkless, and even on those with weaker quirks like Inko's attraction. But the thought that her own son was one of those. Well, what of the Hero Public Safety Commission? Or the police? She brought up some of the most prominent groups she could think of, ones who didn't require quirks, testing the waters. Well, they're not completely useless. Some might still have weak quirks, but they're all probably good at something unlike to go to your room. The fact that he seemed willing to argue that the quirkless were only useful if they had other skills enough proof of her theory. What? Why? Katsuki's pride changed into anger. Because there's all kinds of people in the world, and everyone has their own skills. She met her son's eyes. Quirk status should play no part in how a person is viewed. But Mom, he slammed a hand on the table. It's not like Deku even cares anymore. He doesn't even bother to defend himself anymore, and this isn't just about Izuku. She refused to refer to him with Katsuki's derogatory term for the boy and met her son's anger head on. It's about your dismissal of everyone weaker than you in general. What if All Might dismissed the help of other pro-heroes who are weaker than him? Or if Endeavor turned away the fire department? They understand and respect those weaker than themselves. By the grimace across Katsuki's face, Mitsuki knew she hit a sweet spot by mentioning some of her son's favorite pros and their behavior. They help everyone, and accept help from everyone instead of acting like elitist bigots. She prayed Katsuki hadn't seen the latest tabloid that argued otherwise about Endeavor, but had to make a point. Katsuki tried, and failed to form any sort of coherent sentence to fight against his mother's logic and passive insult of his character. Instead, he expressed his annoyance at the whole thing with a small show of explosive power, breaking one of the plates on the table. And no explosions in the house. She raised her voice, unable to deny that Katsuki's bullheaded attitude came from her. just for that. I'm extending your punishment to the end of the week. No TV, no video games, and no computer except for school work. You're grounded, young man. Because I broke a plate. No, it's because you can't accept that sometimes you need to accept others for who they are. Mitsuki picked up a small dustpan and began to gather the broken shards. I'm hoping this will give you time to think on your stance, young man. Again, she watched her son's mouth move as he failed to articulate any sort of meaningful argument. She watched her son's hands glow, his eyes alternating between a bloodshot red and angry black. Slamming the table one more time, Bakugo let out an angry grunt and stormed down the hall, the door to his room slamming violently behind him. Mitsuki sighed, one hand coming up to massage away the headache she could feel forming. While I hope this might open his eyes, I suspect he might just double down. Maybe it's for the best if no one tells him about Izuku's quirk. Letting out another sigh, Mitsuki shook away her thoughts and decided to channel her remaining anger into her cleaning, determined to make her house look just as nice as Inko's. The Musutafu Patrol was known as a rookie route among the underground heroes. Low crime rate, low population density, and within range of Ultra Academy's response team. No matter how puffed up the villain, no criminal with a brain cell wanted to risk fighting off wave after wave of UA interns backed by pro heroes. Against such odds, it was no surprise that villains gave the area a wide berth. However, it seemed that there was a new vigilante in the area, one who didn't understand how the world worked. The day had started with promises of being a lazy day. No classes thanks to someone in the R&D classes blowing up a wall, and no assignments. Just one man, his empty apartment, and a sleeping bag calling to him with a siren song of slumber. Too bad Nezu seemed to hate the idea of Aizawa Shota getting excessive sleep. The man in question had turned off his cell phone, unplugged his home phone, turned off his computer, and even turned the volume all the way down on the emergency radio in his home. His hope had been that he could ignore the world and let the hours bleed away in the gentle embrace of Morpheus. The overworked and underpaid teacher, underground hero, had underestimated his adversary. A deadly mistake, for as the clock struck the 10th hour in the day, a knock came at his door, followed by the loud and rambunctious greetings of his friend and co-worker Yamada Hazashi Shota. Are you alive in there? Nezu wants a meet-up. The apartment of Aizawa Shota was filled with curses, swears, and eldritch gargling at the expense of one sentient rat. What followed was an hour of forced consumption of lethal levels of coffee, friendly yet lackluster chit-chat, and unveiled loathing of their administrative rodent overlord. The principal of Ultra Academy greeted them in the same way he did when he had something underhanded planned. Good. You're both here. He pushed a pair of folders towards them the moment the pair entered his office. It looks like there is a new vigilante in Japan, one whom it seems has chosen to ignore the usual unspoken territorial rules and operate on our turf, as some would say. Nezu's eager instructions put the fatigued teacher on guard. He looked across the dossier with a keen eye for details. Covered from head to toe in black clothes with no identifiers visible, no excessive use of force, spotted doing community service instead of just crime fighting. Aizawa glanced up at the grinning beast behind the desk. What's the catch? Yeah, Hazashi chimed in. This doesn't seem like something to call us in for. I'm surprised neither of you noticed. The rat man caged his finger-like claws together, eyes twitching down to the papers in their hands. Aizawa rolled his eyes. The rat wanted to be dramatic, and they had no choice but to play along. Notice what? No quirk use is mentioned, the fiend stated in a friendly but teasing manner. What? The word came from both men in different levels of enough. A second glance confirmed the idea. No use of a quirk by their vigilante was mentioned in any paper or report. So is he using the loophole to stay out of trouble? Yamada questioned. Or do you think we have another knuckle-duster situation? He's not quirkless, or at least Nezu doesn't think so. Shota pointed out. You have reason to believe that the vigilante has a quirk, but is choosing not to use it, right? That would be correct. Nezu smiled, pleased with the answer. The Musutafu Police Department has asked that we provoke the vigilante, and thus can take him in. Shota's eyes narrowed. The case too cut and dry for Nezu to be so excited, is that so? Nezu only grinned at them with that infuriating fang-filled look. How a tea-obsessed rodent bear thing could be so terrifying was a mystery beyond their pay grades. Thus, that's how Aizawa Shota, pro-hero alias Eraserhead, found himself hopping from rooftop to rooftop, burning the midnight oil in the off chance of spotting a quirkless pretender vigilante. Ash had done a few dozen times since sunset. He double-tapped his radio. Mike, see anything? The earpiece in his left ear made a chirp before he heard the overdramatic tones of Yamada's present mic persona. No signs of the newest listener, but I'll keep an ear out. It was not the first time Shota wished that Hazashi had picked something a little more quiet. Roger that. Moving to the east side. Our boy was first spotted in that area, and I'm hoping he might work in a repeating pattern. 10-4 good buddy. I'm moving out west. though he couldn't see his partner. There was no doubt in Shota's mind that the man had probably saluted or struck some other pose with those words. For fuck's sake, Hisashi, you are barred from picking American movies for the next 3 months or so, help me God. Professionalism ruined, the pair split off to their chosen locations. It took about 10 minutes of roof hopping and searching before their black-clad helper made his appearance, cleaning up the contents of a tipped-over public trash can. The figure was even taking the time to sort the recyclables that were mixed in. The whole of the situation made Eraserhead pause. There were no cameras pointed at the spot, and being so late there was virtually no chance of witnesses to the charitable act. It was these details that helped the experienced underground hero choose his approach. Landing softly behind his target, he pressed and locked the transmitter on the radio, ensuring Mike could hear everything. Eraserhead approached with his right hand grasping his capture scarf and his free hand resting at his waist, just over where he kept a knife sheath. Charity work at this time of night? The hero asked loudly. To his credit, the mystery vigilante didn't flinch or show the typical signs of startling. I couldn't sleep. Figured it would be a more productive use of time to help out the community. Aizawa cursed in his head. The voice clearly belonged to a kid. Responsible for your age, aren't you? He fished, stalling for a little time as Hisai's appraised the kid. The clothes he wore were new, but the brand names and tags were removed. His movements weren't awkward or slow, so he was honestly wide awake at this hour. The mystery kid's physique was just slightly taller and better filled than the usual gangly build of a young adult. Depending on the face that the cloth was hiding, Shota felt they might have been able to pass for a short adult. After grabbing the last piece of trash, a crumpled napkin, the disguised figure stood pulling the toppled can with him. I'd like to think I can be more mature than others my age. He said it within the painted area of the curb that marked the pickup zone, returning a moment later for the small sorted box of recyclables. Eraserhead did his best to remain casual, open, not hostile. However, his muscles were still ready to snap if the kid showed the slightest amount of hostility. Wouldn't you be better off training for UA if you didn't want to waste your time? Nah, that's still years away. The kid clasped both hands over his mouth. Shota had gambled, and came out slightly ahead. Though, that was smart. A casual statement any Musutafu native would have put thought into. Nice. Didn't think you'd go for that angle. Glad to entertain. The hero quipped. Mind explaining why someone years away from hero work is acting the part? Well, the vigilante childishly tapped the ground with his toes. I needed to test something about myself. I just wasn't sure how best to go about it. This, he gestured to current situation, seemed like a good idea at the time. Constructive vandalism is still a form of vigilantism. He decided to play off his winnings. And you are aware that a vigilantism charge would get you barred from any hero schools? Right. I never assaulted anyone, and ensured that the self-defense or bystander defense laws were in place before acting. The kid answered, voice level. No quirk use either. Shota could see why Nezu was interested. He knew actual villains who weren't this thorough. And what about interference laws then? Interfering with police investigations. Shota held up a finger, then another. Tampering with crime scenes. Removing evidence. You could get into trouble that way too. I don't touch what the police are involved in. The veiled vigilante raised a hand, swearing the truth. The worst I even interfered with was an act of mugging. And wanting to test my limits doesn't mean I don't know where they're at. So why play vigilante then? Mostly to meet you. He said it as innocently as possible. That didn't stop the fearful chill from coating Shota's back like the Reaper's touch. Meet me. Okay, just 2 questions then. First, of all the heroes, why would you want to meet me? And second, how did you find out that I would be here? Proof of age came out then. The kid genuinely excited to explain. It was a sharp contrast to the criminals who usually lost a few teeth before answering anything. Well, the how was easy. You have a huge following out of the recognizable underground heroes, and you haven't changed your costume in almost a decade, so it makes recognizing you in reports kinda easy. Shota might have been insulted if he actually cared about his appearance. From that, it was just a matter of weeding out the cases you were involved in, then looking around the center of the cluster for an active hero patrol route where you've been spotted. From there, it was just a matter of keeping an eye out at night to confirm, or pick another spot based on the same data. Though he couldn't see the kid's mouth, Shota could tell he was smiling. I mean, most heroes stick to comfortable areas that they are familiar with and live close by. Plus, the HPSC doesn't often assign heroes to tasks away from their chosen spots unless there is a significant need. Please don't take this the wrong way, but as such a niche hero, it's a rarity to hear about you being called on for anything if there are other quirk suppression available. Thus, it was quite easy to eliminate the outliers and narrow the cases a lot. It didn't matter how innocently or childishly it was explained to Shota. He still shivered slightly as he felt that fearful chill along his spine become a wall of ice. You still didn't answer why you wanted to meet me. That's even easier. He heard the smile grow. I want to see if you can affect my quirk. It was said so cheerfully, so innocently, naively, as if it wasn't another mystery in dire need of solving. All this just to have me shut off your quirk for you? Yup. The kid nodded. Really? Shota hoped Mike heard him set the record for most deadpan response. Completely seriously. Again, the kid raised a hand in pledge of truth. Just zap me or whatever, and I can find out what I wanted to know. Fine then. Aizawa wasted no time. And as his ever-present glare intensified, his quirk activated. His hair flowed back and his eyes glowed a sinister red. Your quirk should be nullified. In reply, with no pause, hesitation, and seemingly without regret, the kid grabbed the ring finger of his left hand and wrenched it till it snapped. The still unnamed vigilante gasped, no doubt from the pain, but released the digit and watched it carefully. Before their eyes, the digit corrected itself, the covered flesh of the finger writhing under the cloth until it was back to the correct position. The entire time, Eraser's glare never lessened. The quirk-canceling eyes remained glued to the charitable renegade. It didn't work. The vigilante exhaled, though whether in relief or regret was hard to say. My quirk is still working. Just as quickly as the kid had broken his fingers, revelation snapped into Shota's head. Nezu knew. Somehow, the rat had known about the kid. His goal ... and decided to send him anyways. The single step he took back in caution was all it took for the vigilante to turn back to him. This has probably been an inconvenience for you, hasn't it? The kid bowed. I suppose I should say sorry too. It was awkward, but Aizawa was still reeling from the revelation that Nezu has sent him on purpose. You just wanted to test your quirk. Like you said, no harm. I wasn't apologizing for that. More for this other thing. A staccato of metal tapping on stone was the only warning Shota got before he looked down. A trio of what looked like improvised grenades were rolling and bouncing towards his feet. He had a moment to flinch in vain before the deafening blast of 3 homemade stun grenades echoed in the air, the blinding flash taking out his vision. Momentarily helpless, all the underground hero could do was lay at the side of the street cradling his head till his panicking partner arrived. Hours later, after a trip to the closest hospital for a clean bill of health, a fuming Shota was storming into the principal's office with fury flowing from his recovered eyes. Do you want to explain what that was all about? His normally calm demeanor was still somewhere on the sidewalk back in the alley. Or should I hand in my resignation now before I lock you in a kennel? Now, no need to stay angry. Nezu gestured for him to calm down. Give me one good reason not to be angry. Because you are in no real danger. Nezu began listing. Because you now get a hazard pay bonus this month. And you have no injuries to nurse at home. And because you have discovered a new weakness in your quirk without being put at risk by the discovery. The rodent paused. Oh, and because it could be said that I now owe you a favor, and I know you love those. Weakness. The studious calm he was known for seemed to come back just slightly. What are you talking about? You've always assumed that your eyes could stop any quirk but mutations. But what if I were to tell you that our friend was an emitter type? Bullshit. I see you've been watching the American films with Hisashi again. Nezu's face showed the briefest smile. Don't dodge the question. The rat shrugged. Our vigilante friend may be successful at dodging the usual methods of legal trouble. However, this does not mean he can avoid me. Honestly, it was child's play to track him down and learn about his quirk. Then what was the point of this? He gestured to the report still on the desk. Why send me and Mike if you already know about him? Patience is a virtue, Aizawa. Anyways, as it turns out, he is a fan of yours. And after a discussion about your quirk in the forums of your fandom, he was wondering how he could test his theory that your quirk wouldn't suppress his. The rodent showed his true shape. Hypothetically, a fellow forum lurker may have given suggestions leading to his current course of action. And the point of this was, the industrial-grade migraine pills the hospital had given him seemed to be wearing off. Our mutual friend knows his quirk was misdiagnosed once. I suspect that it was misdiagnosed twice. 2 years was a long time to obsess over an idea. Game enthusiasts lose interest when the next in a series come out. Sports fans get tired of supporting a team after a few losses. And only creepy stalkers fail to get the message that unreturned romantic interest should move on after a week. Izuku never lost interest in his quirk. For him it wasn't I have to live with this, so learn about it sort of interest. Izuku was determined to find a limit to his outrageous healing quirk and the impossible bullshit it had become since puberty kicked in. Like every other child living in Musutafu under Ultra Academy's shadow, Izuku grew up with the idea of being a hero for his future career. In his case, however, the desire was less out of popularity or profits. Izuku wanted to be a hero because he wanted nothing more than to help people. A problem with this in his eyes was the fact that he, and anyone who knew about it, couldn't seem to get a handle on his quirk or the limits it should have. People with mutation quirks had weird organs, or didn't look fully human. Transformer class would grow new body parts, move parts around, or alter what they had. The third class was the emitters, people whose quirk affected something specific. Healers and regeneration subtypes fit under this category because of how they were supposed to work. A common requirement is a need for extra vitamins in one's diet, or perhaps to need to consume special foods. More than a number of spider-like transformation quirks required their bearer to eat human flesh, a side effect of the spider anatomy's cannibalistic diet. This knowledge did nothing to help Izuku, who had come to realize he had a self-sustaining regeneration quirk, which was impossible under current quirk theory. After all, he didn't think it was self-sustaining as in some weird byproduct feedback loop. He meant self-sustaining as in his quirk was the fuel to his quirk. He'd tried a few ways of testing this. It got very morbid, but he learned quick that the usual methods of suicide wouldn't make him do more than plan to clean a non-existent mess. Sleep deprivation was a long shot that nothing could make. He simply never felt tired. Period. Even after spending an entire day at the gym, doing nothing but running on one of the treadmills, could hold his breath for seemingly ever. All that happened was a tingly lightheaded feeling and a sudden but short headache for a few moments after he started breathing again. Swallowing 3 full bottles of extra-strength migraine pills didn't do more than make him feel bloated. Most teens would thank whatever god they prayed to that they lived. Izuku spat vitriolic curses filled with his blossoming frustration. Then came his dumber ideas, each driven to finding a limit he just could not reach. Jumping off a 2-story building hurt like a bitch for a few seconds before his body knitted back together. Playing Vigilante 2 years prior just so that he could see if a quirk-negating quirk could affect him. Getting bitten repeatedly by a stray dog proved that even with a literally violent bitch trying to tear him apart, he could and would keep going. Whenever Izuku thought back to the dog, he wondered if he could make it into a metaphor for the disaster that was the connection between him and Katsuki. That was always a philosophical debate that Izuku would shove to the side in favor of figuring out just what it took to kill him. Plus maybe a therapist to make sure he wasn't classified as a QIPD case with suicidal tendencies. All this insanity of obsession, puberty, human stupidity, curiosity, and determination led to Izuku's newest idea on how to test and prove his quirk was an incarnation of bullshit: exsanguination, death by a severe loss of blood. The first idea he had was like many ideas teens have: stupid. Vary into the bathtub with a knife and cut to keep the blood flowing, and wait to see how long it would take to feel woozy. Thankfully, he never performed such idiocy. Sadly, it wasn't because he thought the idea was stupid, but more because he didn't want to inconvenience his mother, and the sight of him bleeding so much might make her worry. So points given for being a good child, and more taken away for being an idiot in the first place. Thankfully, his refined idea was far less stupid. Blood donations. As an O-negative, Izuku was a universal donor, a very desired blood type. So, if he went from donation site to donation site, he could help people, and if he got a document proving his donation, he could have proof to back his claims. Plus, if anything went wrong, he would have on-the-spot medical care available. In his mind, it was the perfect plan. As Izuku made his way via train to the nearest blood donation center, grasping a medical magazine, he went over the numbers in his head again. The average adult human has around 4.5 liters of blood. The limit per donation is 400 milliliters per 8 weeks, so that means I have to make at least 12 donations in the shortest time possible for the most showy results. The defiant cinnamon roll determinedly gazed at the guide in his hands, complete with marked pages that showed how to get to dozens of donation centers. I just have to hope the records don't update instantly, as that could lead to them barring me from donating again so soon. He looked to the crook of his arm, thankful that his regeneration would block out any signs of bruising or puncture marks, though I suppose I could. The telltale ding of the doors of the train opening alerted Izuku that his train had arrived. Folding the medical magazine, he tucked it under his arm and made his way down the street to the first stop of many. He passed through the sliding door, and after a moment's scan, found the registration desk. Smiling, he approached the desk, much to the delight of the older woman behind it. "Hello, young man, are you here for the blood drive?" Her eyes flicked to the medical magazine in his hands. "I am," he smiled, "though I'm a little nervous. I've never done this before." "Oh, it's a simple procedure, dear." She handed him a pen and clipboard with a piece of paper on it. "Have a seat over there and fill out this form to the best of your ability. Feel free to ask questions if you don't understand something. When you're finished, turn the clipboard upside down, and one of the nurses will come and get you." "Thank you, MM." Izuku took the clipboard and moved over to one of the indicated chairs. The form was simple enough: name, age, sex, quirk type. There was also a small questionnaire asking about illness, medications, and a few other questions that made Izuku blush slightly. He was in the process of turning the board over when one of the attending nurses had appeared. "All said, sir?" she asked, one hand extended to take the clipboard. "Yes." He handed over the board and watched her review the information. "I hope I filled that out right. You've done better than most adults." She laughed and motioned for him to follow her. "A lot of them don't like to answer the questionnaire, or don't know their own blood type, though we will do a small sample before the full donation to confirm." Is that all right? Of course. Izuku gave a nod and followed the nurse over to a small table that had been set up next to a cushioned lounge chair. On the table, he could see an empty IV bag in line with what he learned was called a cannula. There was also a small analytic machine, what looked like a test strip of sorts, and a disposable lancet. Have a seat. The nurse gestured to the lounge, and Izuku nodded as he settled into it. Have you given blood before? Or is this your first time? First time, he answered as the nurse put on a pair of gloves and picked up the lancet and a test strip. Does that matter? Not at all. Though I must say you're awfully calm for a first-timer. She laughed. Hold out a hand, please. A lot of them will babble like crazy in an attempt to hide their fear. Also, apologizes, but you're going to feel a minor pinch in a moment. That's okay. Izuku offered his right hand, and watched as she lined the lancet up with the side of his index finger. I don't mind. He heard a faint pop and felt the briefest sting as the lancet broke the skin, followed by the quick touch of the test strip. Intrigued, he watched the nurse slide the strip into the machine as she disposed of the lancet. What's that for? Analyzer. It will confirm your blood type, as well as tell us some other information. The machine dinged, and the nurse read the results that appeared on the small screen. All levels within a healthy range. And type O negative. Oh wow, you're a universal donor. We could use more people like you. She picked up a pen and labeled the empty IV bag before hanging it on a small hook just to the side of the armrest of the lounger. And now the fun part. Roll up your right sleeve and place your arm on the rest here, palm up. She smiled as Izuku complied, before affixing a Velcro strap around his wrist. That's just to make sure you don't move during the process. Here, squeeze this a moment. And apologies, but you may feel a slight pinch again. The nurse handed Izuku a small stress ball with a bunny-like character on it. He did as instructed, watching as the nurse felt his arm in search of a vein. Finding one, she picked up the cannula along with a small alcohol pad. With a practiced ease, she swabbed the area with the pad before inserting the cannula. Taking up a roll of medical tape, she secured the cannula in place. That's all there is to this process? Izuku asked, eyes watching as his blood flowed from his veins to the waiting bag. Oh, do I still need to squeeze this? He gestured to the ball in his hands. Well, you have to wait 15 minutes or so after the process is finished to make sure you don't pass out. But yeah, that's all there is to it. She let out a small laugh. And no, but some people find it keeps their mind off the process. That ball is yours to keep, by the way. It's our mascot Kinketsu-chan on there, and our way of saying thank will also be provided with a drink and a snack once we're finished here as well. A little something to help you recover from the procedure. Thank you. Izuku gave a bow of his head as he looked at the ball. Deciding to play the angle of curious teenage, he asked another question that was on his mind. Just curious. You said I was a universal donor? Yes. Does that mean my blood is more valuable than other types? And if so, can I donate more than the 400 milliliters? Yes. In a way, yes. And as much as we could use more O-negative donors, unfortunately not. We don't want to drain one person dry just to help another. She looked to the bag, seeing it was about halfway full. Not long now. Understandable. He noticed then the clipboard with his information on it. And what happens to my personal information there? All of that will be entered into the local donor database later today. We're a little understaffed, so that won't happen until after we close for cleanup. Don't worry, your personal information will be protected, and the papers destroyed once in the system. That's good to know. Outside, Izuku remained calm, but in his mind he was having a small celebratory toast. And do I get any proof of my donation? Normally no, but if you need proof, such as for community service hours for school or something, I can give you a card. She looked to the bag, and done. The nurse's skills went on full display as she removed the cannula from Izuku's arm and gave him a gauze pad to hold to the spot. He watched the nurse drain the rest of the blood into the bag before closing it off. The used IV line and cannula joined the lancet in the covered biohazard bin as the nurse took the gauze pad from his arm. And you're all set. If you visit that table over there, one of the volunteers will get you settled in during your recovery time. Thank you again. Izuku gave a nod as the nurse took to tidying up and readying her station for the next patient. Moving to the table, Izuku was greeted with a volunteer who looked to be just a little older than himself. Hello, sir. Today's recovery snack is your choice of a honey bun or apple turnover, and a can of either strawberry milk, coffee milk, or green tea. There's also water if you would prefer. He gestured to the snacks before him. Once you make your choice, take a seat over there. He gestured to a small waiting area with magazines and a TV that was currently set on the news. I'll take a cinnamon roll and a bottle of water, please. Oh, and do you have a small bag I can have? He replied as the man nodded and pulled out a small plastic shopping bag and placed a wrapped honey bun and bottle of water inside before handing it to Izuku. Thank you. Izuku placed the bowl in the bag before opening the magazine to the small map of blood donation centers he had marked off. All right, from here the next closest is Shinjuku West, then Shinjuku East, He glanced at his watch. This took roughly 45 minutes. Got to be a way to speed this process up. He looked around then, noticing that none of the volunteers or nurses were looking at the seating area. By his count, it had only been 5 minutes, but since he didn't feel lightheaded or anything, he decided to throw caution to the wind and slipped out of the room. If anyone says anything, I'll just say I was looking for the bathroom. Fortunately, no one stopped him, and he was able to make it to the train station with ease and head off to his next destination. Going from center to center was how Izuku spent his spare time over the next few days, and the experience was the same at most of them. The only thing that differed was what snacks, drinks, and occasional free gift were offered in exchange for a donation. He had successfully donated 3 times on the first day, and mastered to hit 5 places on his second day. To reap the full effect of his efforts, he only drank enough to keep his mouth from feeling dry, and only ate enough so as to not worry his mother. I know you think your quirk makes you invulnerable, but you should still eat, just to be safe. He heard her voice as he eyed the uneaten cup of creamy pudding he had gotten at the last donation center, along with the card proving his donation. By his count, he was down just over 2 liters of blood. A normal person would have been feeling lightheaded or possibly having dizzy spells by the time the first liter was gone, and would most likely be showing signs of going into shock with the loss of the second. Izuku meanwhile was just dealing with a minor headache, but whether it was from blood loss or the crying child seated in front of him was hard to say. Okay, I should be able to hit 1 more place before going home, and if I can hit at least another 3 tomorrow, that should drop me to critical levels. He looked back to his map, seeing the places he had crossed out and those he could still visit. Aside from time, the biggest thing that threatened to stop his exsanguination spree was someone realizing that he was donating blood again too soon. I suppose I could argue I didn't know about the restriction. They might let it slide if it happens at one of the centers further away from home, just so my trip wasn't for nothing. He blinked, another thought coming to his mind. And if they don't, well, at least I helped save a few lives, right? He smiled at the thought, knowing that his donations would help someone, even if it didn't help him out. Midoriya Izuku was 100% certain that nothing troubling could possibly come from donating blood. Oh, how little he knew. There were few things that could distract Shuzenji Chiyo from enjoying her mid-morning cup of coffee and mints. The first being an injured student or teacher coming to visit her office, or the second being the sound of an emergency alert. It was the latter she was currently inspecting, seeing the message that had been sent to her phone. Priority alert, calling all available doctors, surgeons, and physicians with or without powerful healing quirks. Please come to Kyoto Imperial Medical Center for... Oh dear, let's hope we don't have another pandemic scenario. She hadn't waited to see the rest, instead opting to place a call to Nezu to inform him of the development. No sooner had the principal given his blessing did Chiyo call for a taxi to take her to the nearest train station. During the train ride, she tried to listen for anyone who might be talking about the alert, or for any snippet of news that would call for a summoning of healers. Are you going to the medical center? She heard one of the passengers ask a man seated next to him. No, I got the alert, but as an orthodontist, I don't think there's much I can do. The questioned man replied, noticing Chiyo then. But I bet she is. Recovery girl, right? Yes, and of course I am, young man. Chiyo smiled, though I don't quite know what this is about. Apparently there's an issue with a recently donated batch of blood. He showed her a message he had received from a friend. At least that's what a hematologist friend of mine who works at Kyoto Imperial said. I don't fully understand what she's talking about, but maybe you will. Chiyo's mind instantly considered the possibilities of the batch being contaminated, and she accepted the phone from the man and started reading. Possible misclassification of rhesus null blood. Type O negative blood with regenerative properties. She let out a relieved sigh, some of her fears settling before handing the man his phone back. I do, dear, and if what your friend is saying. This is actually good news. Very good news. The train pulled into the station then, and Chiyo thanked the man before departing. She had been to Kyoto Imperial Medical Center a few times, and knew exactly where to go. Not that prior knowledge was needed, for there was enough hastily printed signs and people directing traffic to the conference hall. Despite her age, Chiyo was able to easily move through the crowds, and her passage grew easier as some of her younger colleagues recognized her and made space to allow her to pass. At the entrance to the conference hall, a woman she recognized as one of the heads of the Ministry of Health was looking over a list in her hands, while granting entrance to some and turning others away. The woman seemed more a bouncer at a club than an actual administrator. Again, entrance to the hall is currently restricted. Please, form an orderly line. We have set up remote conference rooms in other parts of the hospital to accommodate additional guests. Her voice was professional, yet there was an odd tone to it that indicated she was nearing the end of her rope. Higher turnout than expected. Chiyo had mastered to maneuver to the front of the crowd and was now standing next to the frazzled woman. Yeah, didn't think there'd be this many healers free, so please. She stopped short, eyes widening slightly as she realized who she was about to cuss out. "Oh, Shuzenji-sama. My apologies." She gave a small bow of respect, tone changing entirely. "You're at the top of the list. Please, go right in." "No worries, dear. I think everyone is just excited." She reached into her pocket and offered the woman one of the candies within. A lover of sweets, Chio was never without at least one piece of candy or other sweet somewhere on her person. She noticed then several of those closest to the door frowning at the display, more than a few making some remark or another. "And here, some snacks to tie you over as you wait patiently for your turn." Ever prepared, she reached into one of her other pockets and removed a large bag of wrapped strawberry candies and offered it to the first person in line. "Take one and pass it down." "Heck yeah, grandma candy," someone murmured. Chio couldn't help but smile as the most common response to the gift met her ears as she entered the hall. Years ago, when she first started out, she'd hated that phrase. Now she recognized it for the nostalgic affection it held. Letting out a small laugh, she made her way down to the front of the room where several of her most respected colleagues were discussing something. On the table in front of them she noticed tons of reports, and more curiously a portable medical fridge loaded with a small number of vials and only a single pint bag of blood. "Oh, Shuzenji-san. Good to see you." A man she recognized as one of the government officials greeted her, a few others offering their own greetings. "Nice to see you all too." She pointed her cane at the bag resting on the table. "Is that it? The miracle blood?" "Yes." Dr. Hitori gave a nod to his longtime colleague. "I'll be going over the full details soon, but it's quite remarkable. The short version is that, aside from being type O negative, the universal donor, it seems that it might also contain traces of the donor's quirk, which as far as we can tell, is something healing-based." Another doctor added, too excited to wait. "And quirk passage through blood is not something we've seen a lot of." "I see." She remembered the message on the train. "And are you sure it's O negative? What if it's a possible mutation of Rh null? We compared it to one of the few golden blood samples we had. Unfortunately, there are antigens in it. But we've theorized that the traces of healing quirk within may possibly prevent the potential negative side effects that someone of the Rh blood group might otherwise experience due to a transfusion of a non-Rh blood. So a true universal donor then." "Yes, and possibly a true miracle of medical science." One of the other doctors handed her a report. "I'll let you see for yourself." Chio opened the report, reading over the details. Patient was brought in with a deep gash on their upper left thigh after a serious car crash and was entering hemorrhagic shock. Upon receiving a transfusion of the blood in question, the patient's condition stabilized at a faster rate than a traditional infusion. The wound showed slow, but detectable signs of beginning to clot on its own, even as the surgeon proceeded to cauterize and stitch the wound shut. Patient regained consciousness a few hours later in a state of alert confusion. Compare that to this one. Similar case, except they received a different donor's sample. This patient showed no signs of healing, and it was only Dr. Yuzunaga's skills that kept the man from bleeding out. When he regained consciousness, it was more in a state of delirium. Dr. Hitori handed her another report, and Chio could see what he meant. And in these cases, all of these patients had various infections or viruses: sepsis, hepatitis C, chickenpox, and acute promyelocytic leukemia. Poor kid. The list goes on. But all of these patients who received transfusions show signs of their own immune systems getting a massive boost, and within hours, there was little to no trace of these conditions. "It's a goddamn miracle." The government official was speaking, hands shaking in a mix of excitement and concern. "The problem is, something like this is extremely valuable for everyone. Heroes, civilians, villains, whomever the donor is, they could be in real trouble if news of their identity got out. But the world deserves to know who they are." Dr. Hitori argued. "They would be a hero of the people, but that could lead to them getting harassed for their blood." Another doctor voiced her opinion. "We might need to have even more and new restrictions put in place on who should receive these donations." Chio and several other doctors nodded, the dark knowledge that sometimes they had to choose who got what hanging over them. Only the official seemed not affected by the comment, instead focusing on other factors. Aside from harassment, what if some group of villains got a hold of him? They'd be unstoppable. "So we send protection for them." A woman sporting a badge identifying her as a member of Hero Public Safety Commission joined the group. "We're already prepared to do so. But how are we supposed to find them?" "Senator, calm down." Chio placed a hand on the man's back, voice gentle. "Look, because of the risks involved with blood donations and transfusions, meticulous records are maintained." She picked up a page from the desk and pointed at the label on the back. "Every time someone donates blood, whether it's their first time or their 50th time, it's recorded. Date, location, blood type, age, medical history, and so on and so forth." She showed him the page, pointing out what everything meant. "Names are also taken, though they're usually only recorded in the facility's donor database and not on the actual donations themselves for the purpose of anonymity." "Meaning?" The senator blinked, his initial excitement now replaced with a calm confusion. "Meaning it will be simple enough to find our donor. Dr. Hitori is right. Chio gave a nod. We look at where every donation came from. From there, it's a simple matter of narrowing down our suspects. We already know we can eliminate everyone not of O-negative blood, so that's already a good 60% of the Japanese population out, along with any tourist donors that might have come in. And from there we eliminate by location, then by age until the senator finally seemed to catch on. Until we find our miracle donor. Chio gave the senator a pat on his back, before noticing that all of the seats had been filled in the conference hall, and there were several more people standing in the back. Though for the moment, I suspect we best brief everyone else on what we've learned and our plan of action. Of course, Dr. Hitori nodded, his fellows doing the same as everyone moved into their positions to start the conference. Dr. Hitori took the podium first and addressed the gathered crowd. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you all for coming. By now I'm sure you've all heard that you've been summoned in regards to a case of what we're currently calling, for lack of a better way to describe it, miracle blood. I will let my colleague, Dr. Norihisa Junikairo, give you the details. The man stepped down from the podium then, letting the other doctor take his place. Looking at the crowd, Chio could see the excitement on the faces as Dr. Norihisa spoke of the various cases and curative properties of the blood. Upon finishing his explanation, he opened the floor to questions, and the team of doctors behind him did their best to answer all of them. And do we know who our miracle donor is? One of the visiting doctors finally asked the question everyone was wondering. At this time, we do not. Dr. Norihisa heard the crowd start to simmer, but in a few hours, we should. We've sent for records from all of the donation centers in the hopes of narrowing down the search. More questions and answers came up as the discussion moved to a more informal forum as opposed to a press conference. While everyone else discussed the miracle, Chio and several others had taken over the Chief of Staff's office and were looking through the records. After about 3 hours of comparing numbers, locations, conditions, and many other factors, the team had finally come up with a name. Midoriya Izuku. This is the only O-negative donor to show up at all the locations our miracle blood was taken from. Dr. Hitori highlighted the name in question on the sheets. Is there more than one? One of the interns assigned to the case asked, eyes confirming Dr. Hitori's findings. According to the donor registry, there are 8 registered Midoriya Izuku. However, only 2 of them possess O-negative blood, and only one of them is within the age range of our miracle donor. Well done, everyone. Chio gave a nod and proceeded to give everyone in the room a piece of candy. Dr. Hitori, would you like to do the honor and inform everyone of this latest development? Ah, yes, ma'am. He gave a bow of respect and picked up the phone, paging for everyone to return to the conference rooms so that he could tell as many people at once. Though the door was closed, Chio couldn't help but smile and let out a light chuckle as she heard the scrambling and excited chatter coming through the doors and walls of those who had helped discern the identity of their mystery donor were excited and were quick to join the others in the halls, grinning like mad. Only Chio remained calm, her mind thinking of the possibilities as she took one final look at a few of the reported cases. Midoriya Izuku, I hope you're ready to be a hero. With Izuku having gone off to school, Inko went about her normal routine for the day. She cleaned what little mess there was around the house while finishing her morning cup of tea. Moving back to the kitchen, she made a small shopping list and headed to the small farmer's market just a few blocks up the street from her house. She made her usual rounds, talking with the various stand owners and other visitors about the going-ons in town, or about their children. Currently, she was discussing schools with one of the other mothers and one of the local farmers. My Keiko is torn between going to Ketsubutsu or Isamu. The other woman sighed. I'm hoping she goes to Isamu, but, well, my daughter got accepted into Ketsubutsu last year, and she loves it there. The farmer smiled as he gently packed up Inko's purchases in her bag. It's a great university in my opinion, on par with UA and its programs. I'm an alumni of them myself. UA is where my son wants to go when he gets out of high school. Inko saw the faint grimace across the other 2 parents' faces. I know, it's the hardest one to get into, but Izuku has dreamed of it since he found out All Might and several other top heroes are alumni of it. Hopefully he has a fallback school. The farmer gently handed the bag back. Might I advise sending him to Ketsubutsu? Do you earn commission from them or something? The other mother shook her head as the pair got into a friendly argument about the other schools. Excusing herself, Inko began the walk back to her house, mind considering what they had said. He's never talked about any other school. Maybe I should talk with him about having other options. And then there's the matter of his quirk. The sound of a passing car brought Inko out of her musing, and she looked up in time to see the black vehicle drive past her and turn the corner onto her street. While the street they lived on wasn't slow by any means, it was uncommon for her to see cars around this time of day. Shrugging it off as probably being a lost traveler, she continued on her way, thoughts once again on the future, though this time it was about what to make for dinner. Haven't done a beef and broccoli stir-fry in a while. Maybe thaw out that pack of stewing beef and Inko's thoughts fell away as she rounded the corner. Her eyes seeing the car that had passed her earlier was now parked. In particular, it was parked on the street just in front of her house. Slowing her pace, she did her best to nonchalantly look at the car, noticing now the two occupants inside. While she couldn't see them clearly through the tinted windows, they apparently could see her as evidenced by their moving. Her pace slowed even more as the doors to the vehicle opened and its occupants emerged. It was a man and woman, both clad in black business suits with dark sunglasses covering their eyes. She watched as the man reached into the back seat and removed two plain-looking briefcases, one of which he handed to the woman while he kept the other. Inko felt unsettled by the pair and debated turning around. Just let out a light curse, say you forgot milk or something, then turn and walk back the way you came. Maybe they won't follow you, but if they do ... you can at least run for a more crowded area. Midoriya Inko-san. Her plan fell away as the man addressed her, a serious note in his voice at the question. Why yes, Inko couldn't keep the slight stammer from her voice. She felt her muscles tense in preparation to run if needed, the bag of groceries held before her like a shield ... or an impromptu projectile. Can I help you? Hopefully you can, ma'am. The woman's tone was a little more light, but just as professional. Kurihara Sayoko. I'm from the Ministry of Health, and my colleague is Akane Taro from the Hero Public Safety Commission. She showed off her ID badge, and Taro did the same. We're here to talk with you about your son. Izuku, is he okay? She felt her heart fall somewhere around her knees. Fears for her own safety now completely replaced with fears for the safety of her only child. Is there somewhere we can talk in private? Taro spoke again, his words only adding to the growing feeling of discomfort at the situation. Taro, Sayoko sighed, amazed at his lack of reading the situation. As far as we know, he's fine. Maybe even better than fine. She gave a reassuring smile to Inko, who relaxed only slightly. But he's right, this is something that would be better discussed in private. Unsure, she moved towards her home, nearly dropping her bag of groceries as she fumbled with the keys. Would you like me to hold those for you? Taro held out his free hand, offering to take the bag of groceries, but Inko shook her head. No, I've got it. Thank you, though. She wasn't ready to drop her only shield, not yet. After a moment's struggle, she mastered to get the key in and turn it, unlocking the door. Please, come inside. She held the door open and bade the two to enter. Once they were inside, she debated slamming the door and running. But if there was something wrong with Izuku, please, take a seat. I'll be over in a moment. She tossed her head at the couch as she closed the door and moved to the kitchen. She watched as the pair took her up on the offer and settled on the couch as she set the bag down on the counter. The perishable goods were quickly thrown into the refrigerator, while the dried goods were left on the counter. Promising to organize and put everything else away later, she dragged her favorite armchair over and sat directly across from the pair. Now what is this about my son? Are you aware your son has been attending various blood drives around town? Once again, Taro tried to keep things professional. Yes, he told me he was going to do so. The original fear Inko felt for herself and her son was starting to mix with annoyance at the man's apparent attempt to beat around the bush. Is it illegal or something for someone his age to do so? Or someone with a quirk like his? Not illegal, but it is about his quirk. Sayoko opened the briefcase she had been carrying and removed a couple pages from within. I'm not sure how much of a medical background you may have, but these are the results of various tests that were run on one of your son's donations. And these are the before and after results of a patient who received his blood. She handed the pages over, and Inko reviewed them. From various doctor's appointments for herself or Izuku, she understood things like cholesterol levels, red and white blood cell counts, but most of it made no sense. Well, I think this is saying that Izuku is a healthy boy. She set aside the page with her son's information and looked at the pages of the unknown patient. And it looks like this person got better after receiving the donation. And that's why we're here. Taro spoke again as Inko handed the pages back. From what the medical experts have said, your son's blood seems to have restorative properties. Restorative, mainly, it seems to cure the body of diseases, as well as grant a short-term regenerative effect. Sayoko put the pages back in her briefcase. I can't say too much without violating patient privacy rights, but that person was in the hospital for treatment for lacerations following a hiking accident. Upon receiving the transfusion of Izuku's blood, the attending physician noticed that the lacerations were healing at a remarkably faster rate, and the patient themselves commented that they had visited the doctors earlier in the week for a possible viral infection that also cleared up. Inko was speechless. She knew Izuku's quirk kept him hale and healthy, but never thought it could help others in a similar way. Her mind raced ahead, images of chronically ill people suddenly able to go about their lives without worry. Elders on their deathbeds granted a little more time with their loved ones. Sick children calling Izuku their hero, before jumping out of bed to go play. She smiled at the last thought, as Taro opened his own briefcase and removed a few documents of his own. It is for those reasons that we sought you out. Taro offered Inko the pages. As the sole legal guardian of Izuku, I'm not his only guardian. She suppressed a sigh, though given how long Hisashi had been away, sometimes she felt that way. My husband is just overseas for work at this time. Ah, well, as the sole legal guardian we can talk to at present time, he gestured to the pages. We want your permission to perform several emergency tests of your son's quirk. However, they could prove highly dangerous, even to someone with a quirk of his potential caliber. I see. Inko looked down at the contract, finding what appeared to be a waiver of liability amidst the legalese of the document. Though why are these tests such a big deal? Because they will prove if the doctor's current theories about your son's blood, and maybe his quirk as a whole, are true. If they are, your son would be considered a national treasure. Sayoko's voice took on an air of optimistic hope. Think of him as a modern-day Momotaro, if you will. Inko's head tilted to the side as she considered the words of the two. She knew tests like the ones being promised were what Izuku had always wanted, but never would be given to him. However, while Inko should have felt a level of pride at the thought of her son becoming a national treasure, Sayoko's words had brought back the feeling of unease. Her original thoughts of him healing the sick were replaced with him being kidnapped by some villain and used to turn them into an unstoppable juggernaut. In her mind she could see millionaires with more ego than brains paying corrupt doctors for his blood in pursuit of immortality. She imagined some country or another getting a hold of Izuku and bleeding him dry to fuel their armies. Sayoko seemed to understand the mother's thoughts. Please, rest assured that if these tests prove Izuku's powers, that him, and you, will be granted the utmost care and protection. The same will apply to your husband when he gets back. Though if possible, we will do the same for him overseas. Indeed, there is no need to worry too much about any possible backlash. The actions of all parties involved here are always watched by all sides, from all sides. Taro gestured to Sayoko, himself, and Inko. The Ministry of Health, the Hero Commission, even the government officials cannot afford to act against each other. For any one of us to do so, especially in a case like this, would be foolish. The potential your son is offering is just too great to risk alienating for lesser gains. Inko gave a nod, feeling a bit relieved at the words of the pair. She looked back at the contract, eyes reading over the details, stopping here and there to ask a question about something she didn't understand. She debated calling in Neremia to look over the papers, but given the urgency the pair seemed to be working with, decided against it. Far as she could tell, everything seemed on the up and up, but she still had a couple reservations that she knew would also test the other party's sincerity in the matter. All right, I'm willing to authorize these tests. She set the pages down, but with two conditions, and those are, first, I want to be on the premises when these tests are run. I understand I might not be able to be with him, but I want to be close by. The two nodded, understanding the mother's desire to be with her child. And second, Izuku also has to grant his authorization for each test as well. If he does not want to do one of them, you let it go. And Ko doubted her son would say no to any of them, even something crazy like having a building dropped on him. But if they really did feel he had the potential to be the modern-day miracle worker, then they should be willing to grant reasonable requests like these. Of course, Sayoko answered first. When dealing with children, though Izuku is more of a young adult, I suppose, we just like to make sure we have parental authorization, just in case the child doesn't understand something fully. Izuku seems a very intelligent boy, but even the most mature kids sometimes need their parent to tell them to take their medicine. Right, as I said before, none of us want to earn the ire of our potential golden boy. Taro nodded, agreeing. We won't do anything that Izuku doesn't want us to. All right then. Inko let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. Where do I sign? Sign and date here. Here, and initial here. He pointed to the relevant spots before handing her a pen. Inko complied and filled out the relevant sections before handing both papers and pen back. So what happens now? Inko watched Taro put the pages away, the man promising her a copy of them within the day. Now, we go down to the Ministry of Medicine while some of Taro's colleagues pick your son up from school. She took out her cell phone and hit one of the buttons, confirming Inko's agreement and her additional terms. While she couldn't hear what was said on the other end, Inko could only assume it was positive as Sayoko was smiling as she hung up the call. There, everything is all set. I would advise packing an overnight bag for yourself, as well as Izuku, because I don't know how long these tests will take. Don't worry, we're prepared to put you and Izuku up in a hotel if needed, and provide compensation for meals. Inko smiled, though it was hard to say if it was out of joy that her son would get his desired tests, pride that her son might be a miracle child, or just a general happiness at the potential of a day's relief from the work as a homemaker. Of course, that won't take me long, maybe half an hour, and that's only if I can't find the suitcases. Take all the time you need, ma'am. Taro had his phone out and was placing a call to his supervisors. When you're ready, let us know and we'll give you a lift. Trying to stay focused in a boring school day was impossible for most students. For QIPD students, it could be unbearable. quirk-induced personality disorder. If there are 4 words that pissed off Bakugo Katsuki more than anything else, it would be them. QIPD. As all had one thing in common, something about their quirks made their brain chemistry run differently than everyone else. Some were fiercely territorial, like a wolf or wild dog. Some people go berserk at certain scents. Others might have a weird compulsion to steal shiny things and bury them. Katsuki's QIPD created curse was that almost everything made him angry. His body bled aggression. Also, he could sweat whenever he wanted. The personal joys of being a walking nitroglycerin-loaded bomb factory. Today was a particularly bad day for Katsuki. In trying to make his way to first period, he got stuck behind a student council member and the new student he was showing around, both moving far too slow for his liking. He had practically shoved the two out of his way the moment he had the slightest window of opportunity, adding to his already poor start to the day. Their regular homeroom teacher was out and the substitute had the most droning voice Katsuki had ever heard. The mosquito in my room last night was less droning. One of his classmates, a girl with a super hearing quirk, was holding her head in her hands. Katsuki had a moment's thankfulness that his hearing was of normal levels, but still agreed with her. Earplugs. Katsuki pulled a small package of disposable ones out of his pocket and offered them to his classmate. Some questioned why he had them, but when your quirk is explosion-based, hearing protection was a must. Already got a pair. She moved her hair aside, showing them off. He shrugged then and popped a pair in himself, though instead of muting the teacher just muffled the effect. Come second period, Katsuki was annoyed that the teacher hit them with a pop quiz, but after the noise of first period, the quiet was a welcome respite. That was until the resident klutz of the class broke her pencil, and took too long to sharpen it. The dull grinding sound grated on Katsuki's nerves almost as much as the substitute's voice had. Fortunately, his trip down the hall to his next class was quick, and he was able to make it to third period with no issues. While economics was his least favorite subject, he felt it was the class least likely to annoy him today. This feeling improved a bit more when he noticed the teacher was late, and that his favorite punching bag was distracted by a strategy guide for the latest hero platforming game to have been released. That's probably the best book for you to study, Deku. He set one foot up on Izuku's desk and leaned on it. Be a virtual reality hero and save the pixel people. Those nearest to Katsuki laughed, while Izuku just sighed and closed the book, pointing out their teacher had just arrived. Forgiveness, please. The teacher gave a bow to his class as the students accepted his apology and settled down. Today we'll be reviewing the effect of inflation on the price of both imported, domestic, and local goods. Sensei, aren't domestic goods the same as local goods? One of the students raised a hand, causing their teacher to smile. Yes, anything produced here in Japan is a domestic good. However, I think we'll all agree that Yubaba's home-baked rice crackers are a local good while the Fujikawa brand isn't. He saw his class nod. Of course, Yubaba's crackers are also twice the price for the same amount. Does anyone know why that is? Katsuki proceeded to tune out the discussion, not really caring about production costs, taxes, or anything else. He looked over to Deku, noticing the boy was taking notes but not actually contributing to the discussion. His eyes then drifted to looking out the window, noticing how nice a day it looked outside. Maybe I'll hit the park after school. Babaru still owes me a rematch in soccer. Maybe he'll be up for a game or two. Katsuki's thoughts of planning his afternoon were interrupted by the sight and sound of several police cars and other unmarked vehicles all pulling up in the parking lot, as well as in the street around the school. Those nearest the window like him now turned away from their lesson in favor of looking out, while those on the far side of the room stood up or left their desks for a better view. Now, class, remain calm. The teacher tried his best to get the students under control, but even his eyes were glued to the window in curiosity as several police officers, as well as men dressed in dark suits, got out of their vehicles. Most of the students agreed the suits reminded them of the agents you'd always see protecting high-value targets in action movies. All of them surrounded the school while several made their way inside, moving with a practiced ease. What's going on? One of his classmates questioned, looking to their fellows. Who are they? Another asked, not expecting an answer but still being bothered by the question. Is this what the Americans call an active shooter drill? That last brought a chuckle from those nearest. But all noise in the room died the moment the intercom kicked on. Attention students, we are from the Hero Public Safety Commission. The unfamiliar voice addressed the school's population. The announcement of who they were sending a ripple of excitement and fear through the class. While there is no cause for alarm, we are asking all students and faculty to remain in their rooms. Those of you in the halls, please move into the closest room so as to not impede passage. We are looking for Midoriya Izuku. There was the briefest moment of pause. Midoriya-san, please gather your belongings and wait for us. All eyes drifted to Izuku, who was still quietly working on his notes. Upon hearing his name and instructions, however, he closed his notebook and began to pack all his stuff away. Though he seemed to be radiating an air of calm, his eyes showed excitement. Izuku, why the heck do those suits want you? Katsuki turned in his chair to glare at his classmate, his annoyance now back in full. The only times the HPSC got involved was either in dealing with relations between the public and heroes, cases of unlicensed heroics, or dealing with villains. In his eyes, Izuku fit into none of those categories. I don't know. Izuku was focused on packing away his stuff as the sound of rapid footfalls could be heard coming down the hall. Perhaps they're after my quirk. Your quirk. Bakugo stood up then and moved back to Izuku's desk. Even if you had a quirk, there's no way they'd want a weakling like you. The door to the classroom opened then, and several suits entered the room. At the same time, Katsuki slammed his hands down on Izuku's desk with his usual quirk-caused blast, causing the other boy to flinch. The suits reacted like they were trained to. Get down, Midoriya-san. Take him down. Katsuki had just enough time to see one of the suits rush forward and shield Izuku's head and torso with his body, before he felt the sensation of 1,000 bees all stinging him in succession as the taser shot one of the others had fired hit him. Katsuki let out a pained cry as he felt himself lose control of his body and fall to the floor. As he struck the ground, he got the briefest view of Izuku being ushered out of the room before he passed out. Katsuki-san. A voice was speaking, pulling Katsuki from the mire he felt he was in. Sensei, he croaked out after a moment, vision returning to normal along with the ability to move his body. What happened? Those men tasered you in response to, in their eyes, your threatening of Izuku-san. The teacher answered as Katsuki shifted himself into a sitting position. He noticed then that Izuku's desk was empty, but all his other classmates were still gathered around him. From what he could see of outside, all of the vehicles had left, returning the school to normal. And just where is Izuku? They took him. The teacher seemed to be carefully considering his next words. Apparently, they want Izuku for testing. Testing what? Katsuki shakily rose to his feet, refusing the assistance of one of his fellows. How useful a quirkless person can be. He cracked a wry grin, trying to recover at least some of his usual bravado in spite of what happened even as he used Izuku's now vacant desk for support. Actually, several of the students moved back as the teacher took a deep breath. It's because they want him for emergency quirk testing. For what? Katsuki hissed, his eyes narrowing as his classmates took a few more steps away from him and their teacher. Testing, the teacher said again, himself taking a step back. From what little one of them was willing to tell me, it appears Midoriya-san may be in possession of one of the most powerful quirks ever seen. What? Katsuki slammed his hands down on the desk, the small explosion from them breaking the desk in two and sending small fragments flying. Are you serious? There was smoke coming off his hands as he glared at his teacher. Yes, though please, calm down Bakugo-san and... Attention students. The intercom crackled, the familiar voice of the principal now coming through it. In light of the unscheduled guest's visit, classes have been cancelled for the rest of the day. Teachers, please finish your current lessons and dismiss your students. All right, surprise half day. Woo, I get more time to finish my report. The attention of the classroom shifted off Katsuki then, many of the students now discussing plans for the afternoon. What do you know, Katsuki? One of his bolder classmates placed a hand on his still steaming classmate. I guess Izuku is good for something. The boy was sent stumbling into the wall by a small explosion ripping out from Katsuki's clenched hands. The volatile teen angrily grabbed his books and shoved them in his bag. Not waiting to be dismissed, Katsuki all but tore the door from its hinges and stepped out into the hall, making for the exit. Fuck you, Deku. I'll show you who has the more powerful quirk. It had only been a few days since the miracle child had been discovered, but what they had learned was changing everything. Quirks had always been fantastical, ever since the first was discovered. Biological in nature, slightly science-bending, but explainable with enough research. That was swiftly changing with each report on the medical anomaly that was Midoriya Izuku's frankly impossible regeneration. Forget fantastical. His power to heal was rapidly going beyond mystical. Possessing one of the other most powerful healing quirks, Chio had been on hand to witness most of the testing both for observation purposes, as well as emergency response if something went wrong. Though she had seen some of the results firsthand, she still found herself at the table in discussion with other doctors over what they had seen. Well, his liver filtered out the dyes almost as fast as we injected them. We barely got a chance to see them in the scan before they were gone. A toxicologist showed the gathered party one of the body scans, and indeed, there was just the briefest show of the dye in a few of the images before it was gone. In an attempt to slow this effect, Dr. Mako tried injecting him with some of the purified Mamushi venom he keeps on hand for comparing toxicology reports. And again, it was like nothing happened. I've seen people immediately get nauseous from even the most minor bite from one of those snakes, not to mention how quickly his skin healed after I got a few more blood samples. A nearby hematologist shook her head. There was no bruising or puncture mark, not even a drop of blood on the gauze pad I put in place after removing the syringes. We also had difficulty getting a decent skin sample. The dermatologist of the group now spoke. I tried cutting out a sample of skin using a scalpel, but the cuts virtually closed behind it as I moved it along. Thank whoever invented biopsy punches. Otherwise I don't think I'd have gotten a sample unless I was able to get it off in one clean cut. He held up the tool in question, a pristine circular medical scalpel. But even then, the area was showing signs of healing once the tool was removed. I'm actually surprised that the flesh didn't start healing around the puncture. The man was practically shaking in his seat from excitement. Do you think we'd be able to observe his healing if we left an object impaled in him? More than one of the doctors paused at how awkward that question sounded. A few felt the discomfort anyone would feel when pondering the idea of stabbing a 16-year-old. I suspect his body would eventually either break the object down or physically force it out. One of the older doctors raised a leathery hand. Had a patient once with an unusual splinter in her hand. A small piece of it had been missed and remained inside. The flesh healed around it, and her body was always fighting the bacteria and other things still around it. Eventually, the area formed a small pustule that, when it ruptured on its own, forced the foreign object out. The area healed clean after that. And while I don't know if young Midoriya's body would even allow that to happen, it's a possibility we can't discount. Chiyo nodded as she looked over the reports before her. Before she had opted for the slightly more relaxed life as the school nurse for UA, she had been a skilled doctor and surgeon, even without her quirk. Some of the results were on par with her own quirk's healing powers, but many of them seemed to surpass her own. She was particularly interested in the fact that Izuku's quirk worked without affecting, for lack of a better term, the life energy of the recipient. While her quirk amplified and sped up the natural healing process of a patient, it had the negative side effect of drawing upon their own energy, and while their cuts and broken bones would heal quicker, it often left them feeling drained in other ways. The patient's blood, and by proxy his quirk, had healed showed no negative side effects. Within a few hours of receiving a transfusion, a patient with a shattered leg was able to get up out of bed and walk on their own to the bathroom. Meanwhile, one healed by her, though the bone healed in roughly the same amount of time, took days of bed rest while they needed the assistance of a nurse to stand. There was also his quirk's ability to rid the body of disease. She thought of the few patients who had infected sores heal clean, remembered a patient with pneumonia that went from coughing and struggling just to take a breath to breathing comfortably, and of the child who instantly went into remission from their leukemia. Further tests and monitoring would be needed to see if it was a full cure or just a rapid remission or suppression, but any of those options would be seen as a blessing. Sipping and savoring her 12th cup of coffee, the ironically named youthful heroine pondered the waves each test was making. Her sleep-deprived thoughts drifted back to the ancient Greek myths about Panacea, the mythic personification of healing. She idly wondered if she was watching the birth of a new member of the healing divinity. What I don't understand is where this quirk came from. The geneticist of their panel finally spoke up. The woman, one of the leading experts on heredity quirks. She picked up one of the older reports. I mean, it's rare for a child to manifest a quirk different from their genetic lineage, but not unheard of. Well, at present, his quirk is classified as emitter healing type? Yes, the hematologist questioned, seeing nods come from the others. Don't both his parents have emitter type quirks? Yes, his mother has an emitter telekinetic quirk, while his father, the geneticist, looked at the report, is registered to have an emitter fire breath quirk, but her eyes narrowed slightly. There's a note saying the sample may have been contaminated somehow, so a possible explanation of how he has an emitter-type quirk. But for it to be this powerful, definitely a mutation. One possibly worthy of needing a whole new classification, or so the HPSC is arguing. Class 7 regeneration, absolute. One of the few doctors who also worked for the Hero Public Safety Commission voiced her thoughts. Almost sounds scary, doesn't it? Not really, that just sounds overpowered to me. The geneticist shrugged. There were all different kinds of quirk classifications. Regeneration and healing quirks had always been on a scale of 1 to 6. Class 1 regeneration was just faster healing rates. Class 6 could regrow from any injury given time, even stunting the aging process as a byproduct. Correct me if I'm wrong, but don't a lot of fire quirk users have increased stamina or endurance to assist them in withstanding the heat and energy it takes to produce said fire? The dermatologist blinked, countless burn treatments fresh in his mind as he remembered a point of the boy's quirk discussed earlier. Could that maybe play a part in why he doesn't seem to get tired? The group of doctors blinked, thinking of the triathlon they had the boy run. His times were nowhere near breaking any records, but he went from swimming in the lap pool to riding on the stationary bike with just a moment's pause in between to towel himself off. They offered him some protein bars and water bottles as he rode, but he declined them, stating he didn't feel hungry. It was only when it was time for him to switch to the running portion that Izuku had finally asked for a bottle of water and took one of the small granola bars. So you feel thirsty or hungry? The physician had asked as Izuku started running on the treadmill. No, but my mouth feels a little dry. and I can tell my mother is staring at me and concerned that I haven't had anything to eat or drink since this morning. Sure enough, the pair could see Inko looking through the glass of the testing room, a small frown on her face. It's possible, but I don't think that's it. Shio took another sip of her coffee. I spoke with the boy after the triathlon, and he told me he's never truly felt the need to eat or drink, and, lack of a better way to say it, does it more for pleasure and to appear normal in front of others. From all my years as a school nurse, I've noticed children, and even a lot of adults, for all their want of being unique or special, still want to fit in with society as a whole. Understandable. The geneticist nodded. So what are your thoughts on Midoriya Izuku's case as a whole? All eyes were on the youthful heroine, everyone waiting to hear the thoughts of one of the most renowned healing quirk users. Considering the following, she adjusted her glasses, making a few final notes of her own. Immunity to toxins, bacterium, and other foreign diseases and ailments. Borderline godly levels of healing to his own body. She counted the miracles on her hand. And don't forget, these powers seem to extend beyond the boy's body. The fact these properties remain active within the boy's blood after being fully removed from the, I suppose host might be the best word, indicates a level of healing power I didn't think was possible. Sure, his quirk's power is reduced and only temporary within the samples, but the fact that it remains at all and works for others. The best way I can put this, that everything about the boy's immune system is a miracle of medical science. A fair assessment. The geneticist swore as nods came from the group. So what happens now? Well, I know everyone, myself included, would still like to do a few more tests. The HPSC doctor spoke up, but at the same time, I know our friends at the Capitol would like some information as well. She glanced at her phone. It had been on silent, but there was several missed calls and a ton of text messages awaiting reply. Well then, why don't we do this? Years of having to help injured students manage their recovery time and schoolwork had given Chio an odd level of secretarial skills. We'll write up a preliminary report with our confirmed findings and pass that along to the government. This way, they have something to look over and review, while we're still able to test and refine those elements we're still unsure of. As we prove or disprove our other theories, we can update and pass along new reports. A brilliant idea. Would you do the honor and write and deliver the report, Dr. Shuzenji? Of course, dear. Chio gave a nod, one hand reaching for her own book of notes. I want to make sure we're all on the same page, just in case they decide to ask questions. What do we know for certain? After another hour's discussion, Dr. Shuzenji found herself writing up an official report with everything they had confirmed thus far about Midoriya Izuku's quirk. The hour after that had been spent on cleaning herself up a bit, before taking a trip to the Capitol building. She had been granted an audience almost instantly, and maintained her air of calm professionalism as she handed over the report. The officials she had interacted with had the same attitude, but that had only lasted a few minutes before the realization of what the report meant began to sink in. Shio could only chuckle as debates began over the best course of action on how to break the news to the general public, as well as keep the favor of the Golden Child, as one of the senior officials dubbed the boy. I'll leave you all to your discussion, Shio had told the chairman after he had mastered to get the gathered crowd back into a semi-orderly state. If you have any questions, just call one of my colleagues. She handed over a small index card with numbers to reach the senior doctors handling the Midoriya case. Excuse me. She had left the room with a bow then, even as the discussions began anew. Waiting at the bus stop, she debated returning to the medical center to continue observing the testing. However, despite her title of youthful heroine, she couldn't deny that her age sometimes caught up to her, and instead opted to return to the hotel she was staying at with a few other visiting doctors for a much-needed nap. It is a very odd sensation when you recognize the name of someone in the news. It becomes indescribable when it is the name of your 16-year-old child. The Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare have declared Midoriya Izuku a modern-day miracle. Officials say Inko flipped to another station. The blood of Midoriya-san has been shown to have curative properties, and another station's report was cut off as the beaming mother clicked the button on the remote. Accommodate the power. A new level for healing quirks has been created. Class 7, Absolute. The impunity quirk of Midoriya Izuku is the first reported of its kind. But leading quirk experts are hoping. She shook her head, amazed that Izuku's quirk needed a whole new class. She flipped to another channel, seeing a reporter at a local hospital. She was seated at the bedside of a patient who looked to be around 4 years old. I'm here with Sakai Kintaro, a boy who received a transfusion of what some doctors have called the miracle blood. The reporter placed a hand on the child's shoulder. Kintaro-san, I understand you were admitted to the hospital with leukemia and a case of chicken pox. How are you feeling now? I was itchy all over and felt tired. The child answered, eyes bright. But then I got some new blood and my rash went away. I don't feel tired anymore either, but the doctors still won't let me go play with my friends. Kintaro frowned, but the smile never left his eyes. The reporter laughed. I've been told you'll be out and playing with your friends again soon enough. But there you have it. first-hand proof of Midoriya Izuku's healing quirk and, Ms. Reporter, can I say something? Of course. She held the microphone back in front of the child. What would you like to say? I just want to say thank you to Midoriya-san. You're my hero. Inko had to look away from the TV. She could feel tears stinging her eyes. She wondered if Izuku had access to the news at the center, and if he had seen the same report. In a show of generosity or bribery, all the agencies involved had agreed to book her and Izuku into the closest and most luxurious hotel available, thankfully so she could stay close to her son. As such, she had spent the last 2 days in a suite that was roughly the size of the apartment she had left behind. The only differences between the two being the full bathroom and the sheer quality of all the provided furnishing. There was also the massive perk that she didn't have to lift a finger, with all cleaning handled by the maids. Midoriya-san, are you all right? One of the security officers who had been assigned to watch over her asked as he entered the room. He was followed by one of the hotel's caterers and another officer. The caterer gave a bow as he set the tray of food on the dining island in the kitchen. Sure, Inko could have made her own meals, but it wasn't often the sort of single mother got to enjoy high-quality meals at no cost to herself. I'm fine, just a little overwhelmed. She gestured back to the TV, which had temporarily turned away from stories about her boy in favor of the nightly weather. It seems every station is reporting on the preliminary findings, and it's just, I understand. The officer bowed as the caterer took his leave. I remember when my little Mayuko caught her first criminal. I was so proud. I spent a week telling everyone who would listen. You're lucky the news is doing that for you. The other officer spoke, rolling his eyes. We didn't think Kojima here was ever going to shut up about it. Do you have children? Inko asked, remote in hand as she debated turning off the TV. Not yet, but my wife is due sometime in the next 3 months. You'll understand once she has the baby. The other officer replied as Inko nodded, her eyes drifting back to the TV in time to catch another report. A petition has been started by several of those who received donations from Midoriya-san to designate October 19th, the day of his first donation, a national holiday, and Inko didn't hear the rest. The fact that people wanted to declare a national holiday for her son completely setting her already strained emotions to their max, causing her to feel a little dizzy and lightheaded. Midoriya-san. The officer's voice barely registered as her eyes and ears focused fully back on the TV. All Might may be a symbol of peace, one of the supporters was saying, but Midoriya-san, he should be a symbol of health and recovery. The comparing of her son to his all-time favorite hero was enough to turn the dizzy spell up to 11. Pride, adoration, and a slight amount of fear for her boy's safety flowed into Inko with such force that she couldn't take it and passed out with a gentle thud on the thick carpets. Midoriya-san. Inko. The officer scrambled for the radio at his side. We need medical support. Midoriya Inko has fainted. She's still breathing. No, she was just watching the news. The other officer moved Inko to a recovery position, seeing a still beaming smile of maternal pride on her face. This might sound strange, but I think she passed out from excitement. Roger that. He looked to his partner. They'll be in here in fine. As much as Izuku had wanted the tests, he didn't think there would be this much waiting in between. All of the results had been beyond expectations, and while he always suspected that to be the case, it still made him nervous. If the doctors don't know what to make of my quirk, what will the general public think? He sighed, reaching for the TV remote before him. For safety reasons, he had been given one of the private waiting rooms reserved for possible contagious patients or those with quirks who required a bit more isolation. He clicked on the TV just in time to catch the tail end of a story the news channel was reporting. I just want to say thank you to Midoriya-san. You're my hero. The face of a smiling child, eyes bright with adoration, looked out from the TV. Though he knew it was just because of the camera angle, Izuku felt the child was looking and speaking directly to him. Though it was just one child, Izuku felt the doubts he had about how his quirk would be received start to fade. He checked out a few more stations, being greeted with similar praise from the media and other people interviewed. By the time the nurse came to fetch him for the next round of testing, Izuku felt a newfound sense of determination flowing through his veins. I don't care what it takes. I swear, I will become someone worthy of the title of hero. It had been roughly a week since Izuku had been declared a national treasure, the modern-day Momotaro, or any other number of heroic-sounding titles following the reveal of his quirk to the general public. While this had the minor side effect of Izuku occasionally being approached by random citizens who wanted to say hello or offer thanks, the majority of them were content to leave him alone and respect his privacy. It almost made him thankful for the bodyguards the Japanese government assigned to follow him everywhere. Too bad the same couldn't be said of his classmates. The school's hierarchy had been shattered the moment the story broke, and now everybody was clamoring to have the power to claim friendship with Izuku. Upon returning to school, Izuku had been immediately greeted by everyone who saw him. Female students were gifting him with various boxes of sweets, while male students were offering to buy him lunch or to train with him after school, and everyone was doing their best to move out of his way and allow him fast passage through the halls. Even the teachers were acting different, several of his own offering instant extensions on his homework or bonus points to account for lost time due to his being out for quirk testing. Where was all this when I was supposed to be quirkless? He wondered, remembering a teacher who knocked 20 points off one of his assignments for it being handed in a day late after he was out for an excused absence. He shook his head as the resident muscleheads held open a door for him, remembering the time those same students had held the door shut on him, only letting everyone else pass. He sighed as a girl offered to carry his books, recalling the time she had slapped them out of his hands. "Thanks, but my locker is just over there." He quickened his pace and stopped before the door, seeing something sticking out of the vent of it. "Got another one. Bunch of suck-ups." Izuku sighed as he opened his locker, finding yet another greeting card had been shoved inside. He looked to the guard currently accompanying him, the man offering him a pair of disposable gloves. Despite his powers of regeneration, all agencies involved had agreed that Izuku and his mother had needed protection. As such, neither of the Midoriyas ever found themselves out in public alone. There was always one guard with each of them, and several more scattered around the area incognito. "What's this? The 10th one today?" The guard laughed as he watched Izuku put on the gloves and remove the card. While Izuku felt the gloves were an unnecessary precaution, he did appreciate the agency's efforts in thinking up and planning for any possible scenario that could potentially hurt him. 12th. He had to give the mysterious gifter some credit. The card was a handmade creation as opposed to a store-bought one. However, the fact they had also shoved in a gift card to their parents' restaurant took most of the credit away. "And another for the charity auction." The guard nodded and held out a small bag that had been marked for decontamination. Within, one could see several gift cards and certificates for various shops and restaurants. While Izuku could have used them himself, he didn't want to give anyone the idea that he approved of their gifts, and instead had agreed to donate all that he could to various charity events. The paper card, meanwhile, was discarded into the recycling bin that had been placed next to his locker, an advantage to having one on the end of the row. It joined several others that had been discarded earlier in the day. "Izuku, why did you throw out my card?" a female student whined, having seen his most recent display of disregarding affections. "I spent all night making it. Because even when gotten from friends, I think greeting cards are a waste of resources." He took of the gloves and threw them in the trash bin, before motioning to the guard that they were moving. The guard moved to his side, the pair ignoring the insincere whimpering coming from the jilted gifter. "You think they'd get the message by now? Women are complicated, and teenagers even more so." The guard answered after a moment, steps even with Izuku as they made their way towards the cafeteria for lunch. The usual chorus of cries met his ears as he pushed open the doors and entered the room. "Midoriya-san, please sit with us." The student council all stood up as he passed their table, each one bowing in respect as they made their request. "Izuku, over here. We're about to discuss the latest pro-hero rankings." The fanboys table waved at him. "Bet one day we'll be discussing you on that list." There he is. The popular girls all quit their table in favor of swarming around him. "Hey Zuzu, I made too many cupcakes. Please, have one." One of the girls shoved a small box of cakes towards him. "I have an extra soda, it's cherry. Your favorite, right?" Another one offered him the can. "I've got an extra ticket to the Juragamish concert this weekend. It's yours if you want it." "Mikan, you said I could have that ticket." Another girl glared at the one offering the ticket. "Come off it, Asuna. This could be my only chance." Mikan returned the glare, practically shoving herself into Izuku's chest. "All right, ladies, back off." The guard stepped in then, expertly pushing the growing crowd away to allow them to pass. "Midoriya-san is not interested in any of these things at the moment." But Izuku, attention students. The crackle of the intercom silenced the cafeteria, one of the few things capable of doing so. "Would Midoriya Izuku please report to the principal's office?" All eyes looked to the golden child, the whispers starting as Izuku and his guard made their way back out through the crowd, which had been quick to part this time to allow them to pass. "Wonder what the man wants now." Izuku couldn't keep the annoyance from his voice. He had been called to the principal's office more times in the last week than he had in his entire academic career prior. Any guesses? Probably another news crew. The guard shrugged as they came even with the door to the principal's office, another guard waiting outside. "Not this time." The other guard answered as Izuku moved towards the door. "It's just the principal this time. Not sure if I should be relieved or not." Izuku let out another sigh as he knocked on the door. "Enter." The principal's voice called, the man standing in greeting as Izuku entered with the guard on his heels. "Midoriya-san, please have a seat. I know I've interrupted your lunch, so would you like something to eat? My wife always packs more in my bento than I can eat." He held up a picnic-sized bento box, and Izuku had no doubt that the principal had it made special just for the purpose of dining with Musutafu's newest hero. "No, thank you though. Whatever appetite Izuku had before lunch had vanished as he sat down. Deciding that he just wanted to get this encounter over with, he cut straight to the point. What did you want to see me about? No need to rush, Midoriya-san. I already told your teacher you might be a little late coming back from lunch. The man's words died, seeing the growing annoyance in Izuku's eyes. Never mind, I understand your desire to be a model student. Do you? Because you never seemed to care before. It took all of Izuku's focus to not roll his eyes, instead choosing to nod at the man's words. And it is thanks to your actions as a model student, as well as your excellent scores on your tests and assignments, that you'll be receiving an academic award at next week's assembly. And would I be getting this award if I was still quirkless? Izuku couldn't bite his tongue any longer without risk of biting it in half. Excuse me. The principal blinked, though whether it was at the question or being interrupted was hard to say. Would I be receiving this award if I was still quirkless? He put extra emphasis on the last word. While he was never a top student in his early academic years, his grades were always well above the passing mark, and following his original reassessment, he had quickly rose to being in the top ranks for many of his classes. However, these accomplishments seemed to go unnoticed by all but those who cared about their own standing within the school's academic rating. The principal's lack of an immediate reply told Izuku all he needed to know. Thought so. He stood up then, all patience gone for the day. While I thank you and the others for the recognition, I don't want it if you're only finally acknowledging it because of my quirk. Because if you're only doing so as a way to tout the school's amazing academic programs by having the golden boy at the forefront, I want no part of it. My Midoriya-san, please, don't misunderstand my intentions. The principal stammered, realizing he'd be caught. We have awards prepared for other students as well in a poor attempt to make it seem like a general assembly and not a publicity stunt. Well, only present those ones then. Though he hated himself for it, he decided to use some of the newfound power behind his status. I'm needed for more testing on that day and will be absent. Thank you for your time, sir. Izuku didn't bother to bow, moving instead towards the door. Giving a nod to his guard, the man opened the door and followed Izuku out. Only once he heard the door close behind him did Izuku let out a groan of frustration. Hypocrites ... all of them. The ever-watchful guard said nothing, a fact Izuku was grateful for. For all his intelligence, Katsuki couldn't understand why someone who he had deemed to be worthless was suddenly being touted as the greatest thing since All Might. Almost overnight, Midoriya Izuku had become a name everyone in the school knew regardless of if they had ever met the guy or not. Classmates who once laughed at and scorned Midoriya alongside him were now singing his praises. It seemed no matter where he went in school, he'd find someone making some comment about Deku. Most of these conversations he could tune out or ignore as he could just walk away. It was much harder when they were happening right beside his locker. Did you hear Midoriya was seen playing with some children at the hospital? A girl whose locker was 3 down from Katsuki's commented. What a nice thing to do, and the girl next to her didn't get to finish her thought before Katsuki slammed the door to his locker shut, startling her and many other students nearby. There's nothing heroic about playing with children. He spat, eyes narrowed in rage. Deku is still the most useless piece of language, Bakugo-san. One of his teachers had heard his outburst, and had come out of her classroom to see what was going on. The final bell may have just rung, but most of the teachers were still on the lookout for issues. We don't talk about other students like that. But Miss Toshiba, you agreed with me, thaw. Not another word. Miss Toshiba sent a disapproving glare his way as she disappeared back into the classroom, leaving Katsuki even more annoyed than before. That was probably what annoyed him the most. The fact that the adults who were supposed to be teaching them, the ones who had supported and praised his prior actions against Deku, they were now treating him with the same dismissal they had with Deku in the first place. What the fuck? Katsuki mastered to internalize the impending outburst he could feel building. As much as he hated it, he knew he could argue QIPD for any further incidents and have a small safety net in place, but to actually do something like that, he'd rather take the suspension or expulsion than drop low enough to admit his quirk. The very thing that made him awesome might actually be a problem. Hey, did you see there's an article on Izuku's latest act of heroics? A boy had run up to the 2 girls that had originally triggered his outburst, a magazine in hand. It took every remaining ounce of control he had to not blast those students and this particular part of the school into oblivion as they once again discussed Deku's latest act of heroism. Playing with children, even sick children, was not a heroic act in his eyes. Everything that Deku was doing and being called a hero for was anything but. Let me see that. Katsuki didn't wait for an answer. Instead, he grabbed the magazine out of the boy's hand. Sure enough, there was a whole-page article dedicated to Deku. His eyes skimmed over it, seeing a message from Recovery Girl stating just how powerful his quirk was. Seeing the note that a new classification had to be made just to accommodate his quirk. Saw messages of thanks from those who had been lucky enough to receive Deku's blood. The biggest kick, however, was a note from a nurse praising him, as well as blood donors in general. What the fuck? The restraint on the internalized outrage broke. He would have lit the magazine on fire if it wasn't for the fact that one of the other teachers nearby was watching him with the eyes of an eagle ready to strike. Taking advantage of Katsuki's tantrum, the student grabbed the magazine and ran off, the girls doing the same. He donated blood that just so happened to have healing properties. Big deal, almost anyone can give blood, thus proving that, even though they're saying his quirk is powerful, that Izuku is still a Deku. Deku, is that a nickname for Midoriya-san? Though he had been venting to the air, Katsuki suddenly found an audience for his rant. He turned to find a woman with a small notepad and microphone beside him. Behind her, he could see a cameraman and another woman dressed similar to the first. Somehow, a group of reporters had mastered to sneak into the school amidst the students leaving for the day. Are you perhaps a friend of his? Midoriya Izuku. Katsuki crossed his arms, annoyed. Yeah, I've known the kid since we were in diapers. Great. The reporter seemed not to notice the attitude Katsuki was giving her. We've been looking for friends of Izuku to interview. Would you be willing to answer a few questions for us? And do you consent to having this interview be shown on the nightly news? Sure, why the hell not? He gave a nod as the third member of the team gave him a paper to sign that confirmed his agreement to be interviewed. So what would you like to know about Deku? Well, for one, why do you call him Deku? Because a Deku is someone who is useless, and that's exactly what Midoriya is. People are calling him a hero, saying he's so talented, but he really isn't. Hundreds of people donate blood. But are they recognized for it? Hell no. At most they get something to eat and maybe a little souvenir hand towel or some other useless trinket. No news report, no medals, no nothing. He grinned, thus, not heroes and just a regular person. I see. The reporter blinked, her years in the field telling her exactly what to say next to get the best report. So tell me, Katsuki, what is a hero to you? Heroes are those who have amazing, powerful quirks. They're the ones out there kicking ass against various villains who break the laws. The grin grew as he thought of all his favorite heroes and the various acts he'd seen them do. They're out there fighting for everyone, not just those closest to them. But what of smaller, local heroes who only handle certain areas, such as Ms. Joke or Present Mike? They're still out there, kicking ass and taking names. Katsuki seemed to ignore the bulk of the question and continued his rant. They're out there being heroes. A fair point. The reporter knew she had pressed a button, and wasn't about to lift her finger from it. But what of people like the police, doctors, teachers, and even sanitation workers? Surely their actions can be seen as a type of heroics? Yes. Police, yes, because they're out there hunting and handling villains as much as the pro-heroes themselves. But the rest? He laughed, a mocking sort of laugh. I'll give doctors and other medical personnel credit because they save lives. Still not real heroes, but can be called heroes. But everyone else? No, there's nothing heroic about teaching and playing with children. Nothing heroic in cleaning up literal trash from the streets. Those are things civil servants do, not heroes. Most insightful. Years of professionalism allowed the reporter to keep a straight face as she gave a nod. Thank you for your time, Bakugo Katsuki-san. She motioned for the camera to cut recording. You'll be able to watch the story tonight on the 6 o'clock news on Channel 13. The third member of the team came over to him as the reporter and cameraman began to pack up their stuff, the woman handing him a copy of the pages he had signed, as well as her business card. Thank you again. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me personally. You're welcome. Katsuki accepted the pages as the woman joined her colleagues, stuffing them in his backpack. Katsuki gave a final snort at the school and those still around before heading for home. If there was one thing that traveled faster than all the bullet trains, it was gossip. Following the story shown on the evening news, people of all walks of life began looking up information of Musutafu High and its students. Shortly after 6 p.m., it was difficult not to hear someone talking about the story. And by 7, it was impossible to not hear someone talking about other recent discoveries of Musutafu's problem student population. Oh my, look at this one. Bragging that he pushed Midoriya down the stairs. This post isn't any better, I pants the quirkless kid. That's just sad. The HPSC and other organizations were suddenly caught unprepared as all means of communication were flooded with emails, postcards, and phone calls from random people, all demanding an investigation into how one student could have faced so much abuse at the hands of his fellows. Oh, that's just not right. One of the women reviewing emails at the HPSC shook her head, summoning a coworker over as she looked through the photos of the MyFacePlace account she had been sent. Report it. Her coworker shook his head. I've already sent in reports for 3 others of a similar nature. One of them even had a ViewTube account that I reported. Thanks to the surprise coordination of the general population, many of the students who had posted photos or messages about Midoriya Izuku, and some about the quirkless population in general, were suddenly being spammed with hate mail. More than one student changed their accounts to private, but the damage was done with the proof saved across multiple devices. The same happened to those who posted videos showing further proof of Musutafu High's bias towards the quirkless. All of these were targeted with hateful comments directed at the poster, as well as hit with dislikes to such an extent that the platforms hosting them had no choice but to go offline for maintenance and pull all the videos, as well as ban the creators in an attempt to save face. The most damning one being a one-sided fight that happened just outside the school, punching the quirkless kid. That's deplorable. Though what I want to know is why that teacher didn't stop them. Stop them? Looks like the man wanted to join in. It's a wonder those kids weren't expelled. Forget that. It's a wonder Midoriya didn't try and off himself because of the abuse. Following the reveal that some of the adults assigned to protect students had been seen not only encouraging but enjoying the show, a petition was started demanding that Midoriya Izuku be moved to another school as soon as possible. While an impressive amount of signatures and support was gathered from the public, the gesture was more symbolic than practical. All of the parties watching him had reached the same conclusion when the first Izuku abuse post was found. The Hero Public Safety Commission was flooded with offers from private schools, and several public ones in surrounding districts not affiliated with Musutafu's school system. I'm saying no to the public school offers. The head supervisor of the group involved in Izuku's case shook his head. But some of the private schools have potential. Boosted security due to high-value students or personnel, acclaimed academic courses, booster and scholarship programs for the various hero academies or programs available once they graduate. Another counted the benefits on her fingers as she rattled them off. Although, while it's easy enough for us to discuss this, I hate to say it, but I think the final choice is going to rest with Midoriya-sen's mother. Right, the kid has been through enough. Another woman nodded. It wouldn't be fair for us to just grab him on the grounds of it's for your own good or for your safety. But we could use that argument. Then why did we give him guards if we could have just moved him at any time? All heads in the room looked down then. A valid point had been made that none of them could argue. All right, the head supervisor gave a nod. Here's my thoughts. We'll look through the offers and see which have the most promise. We'll then take those to the Midoriya residents and let them review them and decide from there. And if Izuku doesn't want to transfer, the supervisor pinched the bridge of his nose. He knew that was a possibility, but as it was the most unlikely outcome of the situation, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Mom, I'm home. Inko couldn't help but sigh as she heard her son announce his arrival. It was an old habit of his that he had since he became old enough to go to and from school on his own. The only thing that had changed was the tone it was set in. In recent days, there was an odd level of tired relief on the words, as opposed to the original joyful tone the words had held for years. Welcome home, she greeted her son as he entered the kitchen, knowing his routine of grabbing something to drink before starting his homework. How is school? The usual, he sighed. Though I've set a new record on number of admirer notes received in a single day. Up to 15 now. In addition to a can of juice, Izuku grabbed a fruit cup. Also, the math teacher didn't give me any homework again tonight. Had to bribe a classmate with an autograph to let me copy the problem sheet. Inko suppressed a sigh. Most students would be thankful to not have homework for any reason, but she knew her son was annoyed that these exemptions were only being given because of his newfound status. Again, maybe we should have a talk with the principal or superintendent about this. Won't do any good. Izuku filled her in on his recent encounter with the man. Sometimes, I wonder if we'd have been better off moving out of Musutafu. Let me start fresh in another district. He took a seat at the table, attention focused on opening his snack. Inko was going to say something, but her son's words stopped her. Instead, she moved to one of the drawers in the kitchen and removed a set of papers from within. Just a few days prior, she had been visited by a member of the HPSC and an administrator from Saume Private High School. They had brought along the generous offer of allowing Izuku to transfer to them on an all-expenses-paid scholarship of sorts, as well as the potential for a fast-track to UAS Hero course. At the time, Izuku was in school, so she was able to review the document in peace. She had reservations about it, knowing that Izuku would probably see it as another organization trying to ride the success of Quirk and had kept it secret. Until now, that is an option. She offered the packet to her son. It seems others are just as concerned for your safety. Saume has offered a very generous scholarship to take you through the rest of this year, as well as your final year. She noticed his eyes narrow. Now I know what you're thinking. But they were actually recommended by the HPSC due to their already heightened security thanks to some of the other high-value students that attend. Really? Izuku blinked, eyes drifting to the actual brochure that had been included with the scholarship offer. He had to agree with the HPSC that Saume did have better security, and that a lot of the programs were on par or even better than his current schools. I can't argue with them there, but I still can't help but wonder why no other schools stepped forward. Inko blinked. Plenty of the other schools had stepped forward with offers within days of the news, but it was clear they only did it to try and get the golden child as part of their as a pseudo-manager for Izuku. Inko had been quick to discard those offers, and didn't say anything to him about it. She had only kept Saume's offer because, to her eyes, they were the only one that seemed to genuinely care about Izuku's academic future and not his quirk. Oh, they did. The manager mother couldn't seem to meet her son's eyes, gaze drifting instead to the paper bin, but I didn't want to waste your time with them. Okay, Izuku understood his mother's actions, so why did you save the Salme offer then? They're the only ones that, to me, sound sincere. Look here. She pointed at one of the pages. They made note of your current studies, as well as gave a list of classes that would match to where you currently are. None of the others took the time to review that information. By her son's eyes, Inko could tell Izuku was thinking about and analyzing the words. She could also see the faintest spark of interest, but could tell he still had reservations. Maybe so, but there could still be issues. Izuku sighed. How long before the students there just want to be friends because of my quirk? Or until the teachers grade me on a curve, just to keep me happy? He pointed to another part of the brochure. And the uniform. You have to buy them, and they require a clean one every day, including gym clothes. I know we've got the money to afford multiple, but I don't want you or me to constantly be using the washing machine and driving up the water bill. Oh, Izuku. Inko couldn't help but ruffle her son's hair, trying to fathom where his thoughts and logic came from. You don't have to worry. Salme has already agreed to cover the expenses. She flipped to the last page, where everything had been laid out in an easy-to-understand list. A free bus pass, all uniforms provided, they're even willing to cover your lunch expense. She gave her son a gentle slap on his arm. And I don't know where you got the idea I do laundry every day. But if you have 6 or 7 uniforms, it will be easy enough to wear them on rotation and I can wash most of them the day you're on the last one. Okay, but what if you have to come to the school for some reason? It's a much further drive, and I don't want to inconvenience you. Inko noticed Izuku was no longer truly arguing against the transfer, and decided to play her trump card. Izuku, it's a lot harder on me to continue to watch you leave every day for a school you're obviously miserable in now. Also, you try to hide it, but I can tell when the day has been particularly hard on you when you come home. I no longer see my smiling little boy excited with what he's learned. I see a bitter adult whose boss yelled at them at work. I'm 16, Mom. I'm not a child anymore. Izuku's cheeks took on a reddish hue, but Inko could see that her words had reached him. Maybe not, but I'm still your mother, and I worry about you. She looked back at the pages. All I'm asking is for you to seriously consider the offer. Though her son didn't immediately reply, Inko suspected she won the argument. A thought that was reinforced when Izuku took up the brochure and offer packet for Salme. How soon did they want an answer? He asked, eyes now noticing the original date of the papers. Because I want to sleep on this. Inko knew her son rarely slept. The word more of a code meaning I'm going to analyze this all night even though I've probably made up my mind. Though she hid most of her smile, there was still the faintest grin of maternal happiness on her face. Salme understands a move like this, especially so late into your academic career, can be a tough choice to make. While I'm sure they would appreciate an answer sooner rather than later, they've agreed to hold the offer until the end of the year. Izuku's eyes drifted to the calendar, noticing that he had a little less than 2 months left to decide. By the way his head tilted to the side, Inko could see the gears turning in Izuku's head. I'll let you know tomorrow. He tucked the pages in one of his notebooks and moved towards his room. No rush, dear. Inko gave a nod as her son took his leave. It had been another day of annoyances for Katsuki. The usual slow-moving students, annoying assignments, and Deku praise all cutting his already short fuse even further. That fuse was lit when shortly before second period the intercom had crackled and summoned him to the principal's office. Far as he knew, he hadn't done anything beyond gently shoving a student out of the way of his locker. As he made his way down the hall, he heard the principal's voice coming through the thin walls of the school. I want an official apology. That interview has effectively screwed our reputation. He heard the principal screaming at someone. Now get out of my office, and don't come back unless it's with the network executive. Katsuki blinked as the production assistant from 2 days ago scuttled from the office, a pile of hastily gathered pages in her hands. She barely gave Katsuki a passing glance as she ran for the door. Bakugo, get in here. Somehow, the principal knew he was standing there. While he would never have admitted it, the man's tone had sent a chill down his back. He entered the office with his usual swagger, seeing the principal seated at his desk, face red. Beside him was the superintendent for the Musutafu School District, a member of the Hero Public Safety Commission, and another dark-haired man who looked like he had just crawled out of bed. Do I really need to be here? He heard the other man whisper, just a little too loud. Just until this is over, Aizawa-san. We don't know how he'll react, and would like to have some insurance. The HSPC representative replied, giving the man an apologetic nod as the principal addressed his student. Bakugo Katsuki, the man sighed, voice still rough from his previous outburst. Do you know why I called you in here? To congratulate me on my TV appearance. He decided to hide his nervousness the only way he knew how, acting superior. More like condemn. The principal cleared his throat, seeming to have calmed down slightly. Following your interview, myself and Mr. Ikebono here spent the better part of the evening looking over your permanent record. He pulled out the file folder in question and tapped it. In reviewing it, we've found countless cases of you abusing not just Midoriya-san, but other students you deem unworthy. Katsuki opened his mouth, but the glare he was getting from both principal and superintendent stopped him. I'm going to be honest with you here, Bakugo. He flipped through a couple pages. Our school has been far too tolerant with you. Many of these cases are for things you should have been suspended, even expelled for. However, and I know you're going to hate what I'm about to say, but the majority of us let this behavior go, or sent you off with a slap on the wrist because of your QIPD. Katsuki gritted his teeth. The man wasn't wrong. He hated everything about it. Hated that someone, somewhere, had proposed the idea of it in the first place. He could feel his palms starting to sweat, and opted to curl his hands into fists in an attempt to squeeze his anger away. As such, since judgment was already given, and as much as I would wish otherwise, you cannot be punished for any past aggression, actions or incidents against Midoriya-san or any student in general. The principal looked to the HSPC representative, who nodded in confirmation. Katsuki could only keep a tight hold on his anger, and curse repeatedly in his head as the adults talked over him. For children, quirk-induced personality disorder has always been used as safeguard of sorts for young quirk possessors still learning to use, adjust to, and handle their quirks, one that shields them from punishment in all but the most serious cases, the representative diligently explained. For adults, however, that protection is lessened in that it does not fully excuse their actions. For example, an adult with a static quirk shorting out all unprotected computers in his office because he sneezed will probably have to pay for the damages, but won't lose his job. Basically, for adults, QIPD softens the blow one might receive from the offended party. Then why don't villains use that as a defense for their actions? He glared at the representative. Behind the HPSC rep, the man named Izawa glared back twice as hard. There's quite a few reasons, but the biggest is that there's an obvious line between accidentally blowing up a research facility and accidentally blowing up a research facility. The representative adjusted his glasses. Some villains have tried to argue it, but there's only one case I can think of in which it was accepted as a valid defense of her actions. That aside, the superintendent spoke, his eyes hard as he studied the student before him. Going forward, the school district will no longer accept QIPD as a valid excuse for any actions involving your quirk unless it can be definitively proven you had no control over the situation. But, while Katsuki tried, and failed to formulate his thoughts, his nails now digging so far into his palms it was a wonder he wasn't bleeding. No buts, Bakugo-san. The principal spoke again. In addition, if you are found to be breaking any rule, no matter how minor, you will be expelled. He watched as Katsuki's hand unfurled and fell to his side, noticed the boy's shoulders now sagging. This might seem harsh, but it is our hope that this might be able to teach you a better level of self-control. Do you have any questions? Does my QIPD protection still exist outside of school? He asked the safest question he could think of. Normal anger replaced with defeated frustration as he beat himself up. Yes, the representative answered. It would not be fair if you were expelled because, let's say you were almost hit by a car and caused an explosion out of a fight or flight response to remove a threat. Do you have any more questions? Katsuki couldn't believe it, even if only at school and temporarily. He had finally gotten his wish of having his QIPD ignored. However, he felt that it had come at the cost of everything else he had built his reputation on. He let out another sigh and nodded his understanding. None at this time. Very well, though if you do have any more questions, you can always come back and see me, the principal added, trying and failing to sound like he actually cared as he looked at the clock. You're free to return to your next class. Here, let me write you a pass. If we're done here. Izawa didn't wait for any reply, just walked out of the room after sending a final glare at Katsuki. Taking the pass, Katsuki's posture was much the same as he moved to his next class. The teacher took the pass with a nod, before continuing on with the lesson like nothing had happened. Those seated nearest to Katsuki could tell something was off, but none dared to comment. His one relief was that he had not actually seen Deku that day. His desk had been empty during homeroom. There was no gathering of groupies at lunch, and even now in last period, Deku was missing. He had to have known about the meeting. Damn it, Deku, you might be smarter than I gave you credit for, staying out of school today. He glanced at the empty desk, before looking to the clock. All the anger he had suppressed earlier was starting to return as each minute of last period ticked by. When the final bell rang, the anger stayed suppressed just long enough for Katsuki to get beyond the boundary of the school. With an annoyed grunt, the doused fuse was relit, and he took off running for Deku's apartment. Can't do anything in school, but I'm outside of school now. He grinned, hands smoking in anticipation as he imagined using Deku like a punching bag. Sure, they claimed he had regenerative properties, but he felt this would only allow him to enjoy the experience longer. His smile grew and he quickened his pace as the old building came into sight. He was grinning like a madman and running like one too as he mounted the stairs 2 at a time, stopping before the door he knew to be the Midoriya residence. He debated blowing it up, but instead put all his anger into knocking. Deku, get the fuck out here. Every word was punctuated with a booming knock, the words themselves loud enough to be heard both on the floor above and below. He paused briefly when he heard the click of the door opening, not wanting to risk punching Mrs. Midoriya despite QIPD protection. Instead, he was greeted with a very large, very muscular man whose entire body left maybe a fingernail's thickness between him and the door frame. "Can I help you?" Though his voice was harsh and grating, the man seemed to be keeping an even composure as he glared down at Katsuki. "Where's Deku? I need to talk to him." Katsuki screamed, "Deku, I know you're in there. I'm sorry, but there's no one by that name at this residence." The man grunted, some of the calm now gone from his voice as he reached out an arm to push Katsuki away from the door. "Got something in your ears?" Katsuki snapped, hands smoking as he readied an explosion to shove the only thing standing between him and Deku out of the way. "Midoriya Izuku, better known as Da." Katsuki got no further, the man now holding him so far up the opposite wall by his hands that his head was touching the ceiling. He fired off a small explosion, hoping to startle the man into releasing his grip, but all it did was result in the man holding him even harder. "Diamond skin quirk kid, your little firecrackers aren't going to do squat against me." He snorted, gaze burning into Katsuki's own. "Now first, I'm going to ask you to shut up. I just got my daughter down for a nap. And second, I don't know where you've been, but the Midoriyas moved out months ago." He felt Katsuki's hands tense up, ready to fire off another explosion. "With that in mind, you can either walk away right now, and I will forget this little meeting happened, or you can continue to bitch and I will put you down like the angry Pomeranian you are." For once, Katsuki had a moment of clarity and realized there was no winning in his current situation. "Apologies, sir." He bowed his head, speaking through gritted teeth as the man's grip lessened. "By chance, do you know where the Midoriyas moved to?" "I do not, but even if I did, I wouldn't tell you out of respect for their privacy." He dropped Katsuki to the ground then, one hand giving him a gentle shove back towards the stairwell as he returned to his apartment. As the door clicked shut, Katsuki let out an annoyed grunt and started walking back the way he came, unable to believe his luck. "Fucking Deku, I will get you back for all this." He kicked a can as he walked, occasionally popping it up into the air where he blasted it away with an explosion. "Just need to find someone who knows where the fuck you went." Izuku stepped off the bus and stared at the building that was Saume Private High School. The building gave off an impression of being cleaner, more sophisticated than that of Musutafu High. Even the students milling about the area gave off the same aura, though Izuku noticed there was another difference between Saume students and Musutafu students. There was no air of hostility. He recalled a new student at Musutafu who had been overlooked by all but the student council member assigned to show them around. Most didn't even bother to introduce themselves, or ignored the kid when he spoke to them. Here, however, more than one student took a moment to say hello, to welcome him, or give a polite nod as he passed. Those who recognized him from the news did the same, though there was definitely a little more enthusiasm in their actions. "Midoriya-san." Izuku was instantly greeted by a senior student sporting a student council badge on his uniform's jacket. "Forgive me if I startled you. I'm Iwatani Shidru, a member of the student council. I've been asked to show you around Saume and answer any questions you may have." "Thank you, Iwatani-san." Izuku gave a bow, before noticing the time. "Though can we save the tour for another time? I don't want to be late to class on my first day. They warned me you were a serious one when it came to your studies." Shidru let out a hearty laugh, though depending on who's your homeroom teacher, I might be able to do a little of both. Izuku looked at the page in his hand. "Nakahara Natsume, room 204. "Oh, that works out well. I can show you the computer and science labs on the way." He motioned for Izuku to follow. "You can also ask any of your fellow students if you need help." Izuku had thanked the man as he followed him down the halls. Similar to when he was outside, most of the students were content to greet him and let him pass without interruption. By now at Musutafu, he'd have been accosted by at least 3 groupies that his guard would need to force off. Here, the government granted guard following him, and Shidru seemed more a formality. And just up these stairs and to the right is the classroom. Shidru gestured to the door in question as the bell rang, signaling the start of the day. "If you have time, stop by the student council room after school. It's just down the hall, room 207, and I can show you around more. Or again, just ask a classmate." He had thanked Shidru as the elder student took his leave. Taking a deep breath, Izuku stepped into his new homeroom. Most of the desks were already occupied, and he wondered if the class had assigned seating. "Midoriya-san, over here." An overly excited female student waved to him. "Sorry, but you are Midoriya Izuku?" "Yes. Your desk is over here, next to mine." "Apologies, Midoriya-san. Chizuko loves helping new students." Another one commented as he made his way to the indicated desk. "Welcome, by the way. I just want to make sure he's welcome to the Saume family, right?" Chizuko sat up straight, and Izuku noticed she also sported a student council badge. Thanks." He took a seat and removed a blank notebook from his bag. Unsure of what to say, he decided to ask the safest question he could think of. "So, what's our teacher like?" "Mrs. Nakahara is a strict teacher, but she'll give you the shirt off her back if you need it." The girl seated next to him smiled. "And sorry I didn't introduce myself properly. I'm Miyamoto Chizuko. Pleasure to meet you, Midoriya Izuku, and the pleasure is mine." He smiled as the door opened to admit their teacher and the remaining straggler students. The rest of the morning passed in a similar fashion, with everyone offering to help him as he made his way between classes. Those he sat closest to took the time to ask him questions about himself, and not about his quirk. It wasn't until the third period that two students had asked about his quirk once they realized who he was. And even then, they had only asked about it because they possessed healing quirks as well. "Mine works like a salve, but only helps up to third-degree burns or similar injuries," the boy who had approached him was saying, showing off the gel-like substance his hand could produce. "Comes in handy in chemistry when a student forgets the iron ring is hot." "Yeah, meanwhile mine is more akin to acupressure or acupuncture." A girl with incredibly slender fingers stretched out her hand. "I've been studying the various pressure points of the human body. Forget being a hero. There's money to be made as a masseuse. Quirks aside, what do you like to do for fun outside of school?" The whole experience of finally being treated like a person again, after years of being shunned, was overwhelming. While he didn't dislike the attention, Izuku couldn't deny that he had spent so much time being an introvert that he had come to prefer the company of himself. Somehow, despite his expectations, his reprieve from the new student spotlight came at lunch. More than one group offered him a spot at their table out of genuine desire to get to know the new kid, but he instead set his sights on a nearly deserted table in the corner of the cafeteria. There was only one other student at it, a tall and muscular boy with dark blue hair and glasses. He was currently occupied with a book, and Izuku figured he might be able to enjoy a quiet lunch with the man. "Excuse me, do you mind if I sit here?" "Go ahead. There's no rule against it." He barely glanced up from the book, which Izuku now saw was a magazine. "Thank you for letting me sit here. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Pleased to meet you. Ida Tenya." The other boy looked up briefly, before returning to the article he was reading. "Ida, you wouldn't happen to be related to the turbo hero, Ingenium, Ida Tensei, would you?" A smile passed across Tenya's face. "That's my older brother actually." "Oh wow, he's such a cool hero." Izuku removed a magazine from his own bag as Tenya let out a chuckle. "I know we just met, but do you think I could meet him sometime?" He couldn't keep the fanboy side of himself from showing. "To meet a national hero like yourself, Midoriya-san." Tenya flipped a couple pages into his magazine, and showed Izuku a short article that had been published about himself. "I'm sure my brother would be delighted." "Thank you." The beaming smile on Izuku's face was at odds with the serious smile that graced Tenya's own as the conversation switched from heroes to more mundane topics. By the time the lunch bell rang, most people would have had a hard time believing that Izuku and Tenya had only just met in the last hour. For all the spectacle of the gala event going on around her, Yaoyorozu Momo was bored out of her mind. She had spent the better part of the morning training her quirk, opting to practice by producing various toys, blankets, and similar goods that could be donated to the local homeless shelter. Her intention had been to deliver the goods after lunch, and spend the rest of the day relaxing and recovering. But her parents had other ideas. As such, they had dressed her up and dragged her along to a charity event honoring several older heroes who had retired from that lifestyle due to various injuries or other ailments. Looking around at the various tables, she sighed as she realized she was probably the only kid present at the event. "They always do this to me," she sighed as she sipped the glass of sparkling cider she had taken from a passing server. Her parents, meanwhile, were schmoozing it up with the others at their table, ignoring their daughter as they waited for the next guest speaker. Our next speaker is a young man who, despite not even being old enough to apply for a provisional license, is making waves in the world of healing heroes. I am, of course, speaking of the modern-day Momotaro, Midoriya Izuku. The MC stepped aside as light applause came from all sides as the green-haired boy in question stepped onto the stage. The faintest smile crossed Momo's face. Though she recognized the name from the news, she also knew his name as one of her schoolmates from Saume. Though she hadn't actually talked to him, she had seen him around school. And while it had been a few weeks since he transferred, she could still see an awkwardness in his movements around the halls. That awkwardness was now on full display as he made his way across the stage. Thank you," Izuku stammered as the MC motioned for him to take the podium. Momo could only watch in intrigue as the boy removed a set of index cards from a pocket in the suit jacket he was clearly unaccustomed to wearing. She watched his eyes dip down to the cards as he began to address the crowd. "And thank you all for coming tonight as we honor these heroes." He turned and gave a nod to the heroes on the stage as the crowd broke into polite applause. "These fine men and women are a testament to our society, and how even the most minor act can have a huge effect on society as a whole." whether it be through using their speed to keep pace with a hijacked bus, using their enhanced control of wind to keep smoke from obscuring the eyesight of fellow rescue workers, or even making frightened citizens smile again. Everyone has an effect on each other. He looked through the cards, and it took all of Momo's etiquette training to not laugh as several of them went flying to the floor thanks to his nerves. Oh geez, Izuku frowned, small beads of sweat forming on his brow as he looked at someone just off stage. And even those whose jobs it is to supply heroes and civil servants with equipment figure into the equation. He motioned to someone off stage, and Momo watched as a representative of the HPSC joined him on the stage, wheeling a small cart before him. Tonight, I'm proud to show off one of the latest hero tools that has been prepared. He picked up one of the objects, which Momo was quick to identify as a modified EpiPen, the Izu pen. By the brief show of exasperation on his face, Momo could tell that Izuku had no part in naming the creation. To his credit, he recovered rather quickly after holding up the object for all to see. The Izu pen is a custom device that was created as a tool to assist me in healing anyone on the go if needed. It's a remarkably simple device that works as both an extraction and injection device. Apologies to the squeamish, but he lifted up his suit jacket and the shirt underneath, exposing part of his hip. Taking the pen, he stabbed it into his side briefly before removing it and adjusting his shirt. The once clear tube that rested in the body of the pen was now a deep red. He moved over to one of the retired heroes, asking him to roll up his sleeve. The man complied as Izuku struck the device against his arm, watching as the tube returned to its empty state. How do you feel, sir? Momo was moved by the sight. While the scar on the man's face didn't lessen, she watched him stand up with much more ease than he had when he gave a speech earlier. Much better, Midoriya-san. Thank you. He gave Izuku a thumbs up as the boy repeated the process for the other retirees, a deafening applause occurring the whole time. It only stopped when the MC motioned for Izuku to join him back at the podium. Thank you for that display, Midoriya-san. The MC looked back to the crowd, finishing out the speech. Izuku had started with a general comment about how children were the future and how science and technology improve lives and all matter of stereotypical buzzwords that people use when trying to make something sound more important or sincere than it actually was. With the speech over, the crowd returned to a more informal nature, and Momo excused herself from the table. And where are you going? Her mother stopped her, one hand holding her arm. I want to see if I can meet Midoriya-san. While she knew her mother probably wanted her close to show her off, she hoped giving the honest answer might appease the woman. Capital idea. He'd probably respond better to someone closer to his age. Her father gave a nod as her mother released her arm. If you do find him, bring him over for a visit, won't you? Momo nodded and moved away then, searching for a spot of green amidst the crowd. It didn't take her long to spot him, standing apart from the crowd near an unattended dessert cart. By the way he was looking around, Momo could tell he was still uncomfortable with where he found himself. Remembering her father's words, she approached him. Midoriya-san. Izuku jumped slightly. Apparently he didn't expect anyone to talk to him. Either that, or he wasn't used to talking with girls. Yes, that's me. Midoriya Izuku ... Can I help you? I'm Yaoyorozu Momo. I'm a third year at Saume like yourself. She held out a hand in greeting, which Izuku was quick to shake. And I just want to say that was a nice thing you did for those old heroes. Well, most of the credit goes to the HPSC. They're the ones who made the Izu pen. He held out the object in question. I suppose refill station might be a good word. Momo couldn't help but laugh at Izuku's words. She knew he wasn't wrong, but to actually refer to himself as such, it was just so ridiculous that she couldn't help it. She looked at Izuku, hoping he wasn't offended, only to find he was also laughing about it. The two spent the next few minutes just talking about life, Izuku's time at Saume, before the subject switched to being about quirks. Well, you know my quirk, but what is yours? Izuku asked, genuinely curious as he accepted a drink from a passing server. The two had effectively raided the unguarded dessert cart and had taken over an unoccupied table. It's called creation, Momo answered after a moment, an eclair halfway to her mouth. I can create virtually any non-living material or object from my skin by converting the molecular structure of my fat cells. Only problem is, I need to understand the structure of what the object I want to create is made of. So you could, for example, create a tablecloth and a fork. Izuku blinked, mouth saying the first two random objects he saw. I could create a whole dining room and flatware set for 6. She smiled, but it would take a lot out of me. Literally, I'd probably have to eat the entire buffet here to gain enough fat, and then eat all the desserts to recover. Though if I'm not careful, I run the risk of making myself anemic and weak if I don't balance how much I eat versus create. It's a rather negative side effect for a quirk that's not all that great to begin with. Not that great. Izuku shook his head. Your quirk is far more useful than mine. I'd even argue more useful than some of the quirks of the current pros. Excuse me. It was Momo's turn to blink, mind trying to comprehend Izuku's words. But your quirk does something. It heals people. Mine only creates things. Exactly. He started wiggling in his seat, and Momo couldn't tell if it was genuine excitement or a sudden sugar rush. But consider this. My quirk can help mend a broken bone, but yours could create a splint or cast to help hold it in place while awaiting a transfusion. Likewise, while my quirk, sort of, gives me amazing defense, you could create shields not only for yourself, but others around you. He smiled. Think of it like this. I'm a first aid kit, useful only under certain circumstances. You're like a Swiss Army knife and can adapt. Need a knife to open a package? Done. Need a screwdriver, flathead or Phillips? Oh my gosh, he's such a dork. Momo's inner voice commented as a faint flush came to her face. I never thought of it like that. I mean, I've made all sorts of practical things, but to make and adapt them to a situation. She smiled. I never even considered things like that when thinking about becoming a hero. So ... you want to be a hero too? The goofy smile was back on Izuku's face as the subject switched from quirks to their plans when they got out of Saume. Their conversation was only interrupted once by Momo's parents making an appearance, before they went off to mingle with others. By the time the event ended, Momo's earlier resentment at being dragged along was gone. She had a smile on her face when Izuku promised to continue their conversation at lunch tomorrow in school as she left with her parents and he left with his mom. Retreating to her room, she was quick to grab her cell phone, which her parents made her leave behind, and check it for a new message. She frowned as she noticed the lack of any notifications, distracting herself by getting ready for bed. She had just finished putting on her pajamas and fixing her hair when the device beeped. While she would argue her jump was out of surprise and not out of desire to hear from Izuku, anyone who saw it would have had a hard time believing the claim. Flicking the message icon, she smiled at the words to meet her eyes. Hey Momo, it's Izuku. Just want to confirm that this is your number. If it's not, apologies to whomever I just randomly texted. Yeah, it's me, she replied, saving the number to her phone. Oh good, then apologies for texting so late. My phone died and I only just got it back on the charger. No worries, see you at school tomorrow. She set the phone down and had just gotten settled under the covers when it beeped again. Reaching to her bedside, she chuckled at the message to meet her eyes. Apologies again, but I just realized I never wished you good night. Good night, Momo. Izuku, you're such an adorable nerd. She kept the thought to herself, sending back a simple good night instead before setting her phone to do not disturb mode. Content. Momo fell asleep, her mind filled with thoughts of her and Izuku. While his quirk had a few side effects, it wasn't going to mean he ever gained the supernatural powers of other quirks. There were plenty of combat-capable quirks dedicated to speed, strength, or some other gimmick. Izuku's training mantras were as simple as they weren't catchy. They were a series of sayings he repeated to reflect his goal. He didn't need to be the strongest, he only needed to lift the rubble from the victim. He didn't need to be the fastest, just quick enough to reach them. He didn't need rubbery limbs, just be limber enough to hold them. Someone else could fight the villain. It was his goal to save the victim. Though these mantras were usually internalized, more than once he found himself saying them aloud as a cadence as he ran, or as motivation as he stood before a mirror. Currently, he was debating having one of them tattooed on his arm when he turned 18, but doubted his mother would approve. This was an idle thought in between the text message conversation he was having between himself, Tenya, and Momo. Though it had been over a week ago, he cringed as he remembered how awkward he felt when bringing Momo over to Tenya, only for the two to greet each other by name and reveal they already knew each other. Super healing of the body does not mean super healing of the mind, he muttered to himself. What's that, Izuku? The nurse at his side asked, checking on the various IV bags that were currently being filled with his blood. Nothing, just commenting on something a friend said. He wiggled his phone, his current source of entertainment as he made his weekly blood donation. Before moving to Saume, he would spend his time reading or watching some TV show or another. Now, he spent the time talking with his friends in between answering various questions from the attending nurses and doctors. All set, he asked, seeing the nurse beginning to clamp off and remove the tubes from his arm. Yes, she began to pack the bags into the waiting cooler as a doctor came to Izuku's side. He's all yours, doctor. Thank you. Sorry, Izuku, but I need you to put the phone down a moment. The doctor smiled as he affixed a sphygmomanometer to Izuku's arm and began inflating the cuff. It was a standard part of testing that they would take his blood pressure before, during, and after the donation process was complete. 117/77. Just a point decrease from last time, but still well within the healthy range of someone your age. Ready to continue testing? Always. Izuku nodded as he got up from the chair. Every 2 weeks, his blood donation was taken at Kyoto Imperial before he would undergo additional tests and training that was fully backed by both the Hero Public Safety Commission and the Ministry of Health. What are we looking at this week? We're going to test and check the development of your muscles and bones. The doctor answered as he ushered Izuku into one of the exam rooms. So I hope you had a hearty breakfast and drank your milk. Move against the wall. Why am I even asking? You know the drill by now. The doctor chuckled as Izuku moved to stand on the scale so the doctor could check his weight and height. Not sure I should apologize. Izuku smiled as the doctor made his notes. All right, 166 centimeters. No change there, though you did gain a pound since last time. The doctor made his notes as Izuku took a seat on the exam table, still enjoying being at Saume. Yeah, it's way better than Musutafu. The students are nicer, the desks are cleaner. He stuck out his tongue as the doctor shined a light down his throat. And there's no one trying to brown-nose their way to friend status. Only problem is I'm no longer top in some of athletics. But that's okay, gives me something to work towards. That's always good. And I'm sure you'll be able to catch up with Saume's crew because you're fit as can be. Follow me. I'm going to pass you off to Dr. Shijima for the next test. Izuku nodded as he followed the doctor down the hall and into a room where he could see what appeared to be several hydraulic press-like machines set up. He's all yours. Thank you, Dr. Shibaku. Dr. Shijima took the clipboard before looking at Izuku. Alright, today we're going to really check the density of your muscle. If you would stand under here. The man pointed to an area just under the plate of the vertical press. Raise your arms fully above your head, palms flat. Tauki, bring it down a few inches. Izuku, let me know when you can feel it fully flat against your palms. Izuku complied, watching as the plate came down. While he knew there was no danger of being crushed, he couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he was. Alright, that's good. Perfect. Bring your arms down and we'll attach the monitors. Dr. Shijima and his assistant began attaching various sensors and wires to Izuku. Alright, just let me check everything is hooked up. Vitals normal, clear reading. Alright Izuku, put your arms back up and push against the plate as hard as you can. Tauki here is going to keep increasing the pressure it will push back on you. Keep pushing for as long as possible, and don't worry, you're in no danger of being crushed. Izuku nodded and complied, following the instructions. The test started out easy enough, and Izuku was able to fight the weight for a good hour before his arms began to falter. I don't need to be the strongest, I only need to lift the rubble from the victim. He recited his mantra, body feeling revitalized at the words. At the 3-hour mark, and just over 400 pounds of pressure, Izuku had to throw in the towel. Not because his arms were hurting, but because his neck had become cramped due to being pushed down into his shoulders as he fought against the press. Well, your arm and leg muscles are well beyond the development for a boy of your age. And the same can be said for your chest. Seems only your neck muscles need some work. Dr. Shijima chuckled as Izuku rolled his neck, massaging what little discomfort he felt away. Now this next test is to check your bones. Which would you prefer? Arm or leg, and left or right? Let's give my arms a break. He looked at his arms. Though they showed no damage, he felt it was time to change things up. So left leg. Very well. Izuku ... have a seat on the table here. Left leg here, please. Dr. Shijima coached as he brought over a larger version of the sphygmomanometer from earlier. Now for this one, you don't need to move or do anything. As before, we're going to continuously increase the pressure. We want you to let us know when you start to feel anything from the bones in your leg. A pop, a break, whatever. Izuku nodded as the doctor placed his exposed leg in the machine. After a moment, Izuku became aware of the machine tightening around his leg. Alright, as this test can rarely cause issues with blood flow to the brain, I want you to keep talking with me. Dr. Shijima took a seat across from Izuku. Now last time we met, I believe you mentioned wanting to go to UA. Is that still true? Yeah, I've had my sights on UA, since I was old enough to want to be a hero. He smiled, his left leg in a state of restrained comfort. Of course, I'd already be at UA. Now if it wasn't for the policy changes years back. Ah yes, the whole child soldier's argument. The doctor nodded. While he had barely been Izuku's age himself, he still recalled the international incident that led to both quirked and quirkless portions of the population demanding the age for hero training be raised to 8. Can't really blame them for it though. While I feel children shouldn't be fully shielded from the nature of the world around them, some of the things the heroes have dealt with shouldn't be handled by children. Heck, I don't think most adults could handle some of them. Explains why. Though there are many remarkable individuals that some still choose ordinary jobs instead of hero work. Izuku couldn't argue with that line of thought. There was more than one hero video online that had age restrictions or warning on it given the nature of some of the cases they showed. However, he knew he would never be happy sitting behind a desk or working behind a counter. Of course, believe me, I'm not mad about it. Rather, I like the fact it gives me more time to train because, far as I know, their admissions exam is still the most difficult one. Maybe even harder than these tests. He looked at his left leg, the sensation of pins and needles strong as the pressure from the cuff continued to increase. Oh yes, I've treated more than one student who failed from it, though most of the test isn't as bad as... I felt something pop. My knee maybe. Izuku's eye twitched. Sorry for interrupting. The doctor nodded and noted down the current pressure level, the sensation of being crushed only stopping briefly before continuing. That's what I wanted you to do. But anyhow, like I was saying, The test is hard and they tend to change it up every year. He looked at the monitor, seeing all Izuku's vitals within normal limits despite the recent complaint of the boy. Sometimes it's been pure rescue or combat operations. Other years it's been both, and still other years. Ah yeah, I felt something snap, Izuku hissed, a muffled yet clearly audible crack being heard a moment later. And it broke. The deadpan response made both doctor and assistant share a look of disbelief as they made their final notes. Izuku could only let out a sigh of relief that matched the escaping gas pressure of the cuff as he regained the circulation in his leg. A quick X-ray was taken that showed that the bones had indeed broken, but were already rapidly mending. So, how'd I do? He rubbed his leg, willing the lost feeling to return faster. Phenomenal results as always. The doctor made a few more notes. Though your bones are actually only a tiny bit denser than average, I suspect your quirk is slowing some of the damage, explaining why it takes longer for the bone to actually break, even when exposed to conditions that would have fractured any bone with ease. The only other cases I can compare it to are people with some of the body-altering quirks that increase the forces they can endure. Such as, Izuku smiled as he felt the feeling return fully to his leg, a slight hiss escaping him as the lost numbness allowed him to feel a brief hint of pain as his bones continued to mend. Take someone with an iron skin or similar quirk. While you or I are easily cut with a basic steak knife as our skin has no defense against it, their skin however would harden or tense up at first contact, resulting in it leaving a scratch if it leaves any sort of mark at all. He took another X-ray, comparing the two. Damn, all but your patella have fully healed ... and that one will probably be finished within the next 5 minutes. He excused himself, returning to the original subject. As I was saying, your bones, and your muscles too it seems, work on a similar system. They sense the damage that repeated force causes them, and thus your cells respond accordingly. While it might not render you indestructible, you're definitely a lot more durable than the majority of other kids your age. Great. He grimaced, the faintest pop being heard as his knee knitted itself back together fully. Stretching and flexing his leg, he confirmed everything was in working order. Any other questions before we stop for the day? Just one. Izuku smiled as he hopped down from the exam table. Think I've a shot at beating UA's entrance exam. Midoriya-san, I would be more surprised if you failed. Dr. Shijima chuckled as he made a few final notes. If that's all, see Nurse Hibiya for a final check of your vitals and to retrieve your belongings. He tossed his head to where an older woman was waiting, a clipboard in her hands. That's all. Thank you, sir. Izuku gave a bow and moved towards the nurse, his posture straight, steps confident despite the borderline torture he had just endured. Seeing his reflection in one of the windows as he passed, a variant of his final mantra cheered him on in his desire to improve and understand his limits better. I only have to be strong enough to save the victim. Serendipity, coincidence, and bad luck are all metaphysical bitches. Each are capable of ruining lives, destroying dynasties, or causing someone to get the runs by being careless. Toshinori Yagi has irked all three many a time, and it would surprise no one to find out all three had chosen him to be a target of their ire. The symbol of peace was currently occupied with a smaller version of the annual Expo, to which only the most respected and top-ranked heroes had been invited to. He had spent the better part of the morning checking out the latest advancements, and connecting with old friends and making new ones. Fortunately, years of being in the spotlight meant the man could easily switch between one conversation to another. At least, that would be true if he wasn't currently switching between languages while standing in line at a buffet table. Think they'll have the king crab legs again if they do another seafood buffet? David Shield asked his longtime friend as they waited in line. In addition to some of the greatest scientific minds, Island also held a number of top-tier chefs. Currently, it was the Italians' turn with the buffet, and all manner of pasta and other dishes had been prepared. While his condition meant he couldn't overindulge as he could long ago, he still made a show of at least trying a couple of the dishes. Doubt it. Not after the last riot that broke out over them, Toshinori replied, his English clear but accented, though I still think that was a ruse to show off the people pusher modification for rescue trucks. You mean that glorified bulldozer dump truck thing? David went silent, hearing something. Hey Toshi, I think your phone's ringing. A phone call is here. A phone call is here. Sure enough, Toshinori's voice was ringing out from his pants pocket. Still can't believe that's her ringtone. You're one to talk danger zone. Though I can't believe I get a decent signal out here. He pulled the phone from his pocket and sighed as he recognized the number. It's a friend of mine from the Hero Commission. Sorry, I got to take this. He raised the phone to his ear, pressed answer and switched languages. Moshi Moshi. Yes, this is Toshinori. Though apologies in advance if this call is dropped. Island is very fickle with my service provider. Ciao signor. May I take your order? The caterer asked, in Italian as Toshinori and David came even with him. Understood, but Toshinori, we have ... news. The man on the other end briefly faded. Treatment for your ailment. You speak English?" David asked the caterer as Toshinori motioned for him to go ahead of him. "What's that? What is it this time?" Toshinori covered his free ear, trying to ignore the broken English and butchered Italian conversation, already having trouble hearing the man on the other end. He excused himself and called upon what little Italian he knew to help quiet the situation. "He wants the shrimp scampi, extra shrimp." "Yes, thank you, Toshi." "Gomen nasai. What were you saying about a new treatment?" He turned his attention back to the man on the phone. "There's a miracle blood. Shows promise for heal." The voice replied, fading in and out. "Simple procedure. Blood transfusion with a healing quirk and "Perti, senor?" the caterer asked, seeming thankful that someone understood him. "Might I recommend the sausage al forno?" Both conversations met Toshinori's ears at the same time and went right to the part of his brain that handled translation. Unfortunately, the lines got crossed along the way and in a brief moment of confusion caused conflicting answers. "Scusate, I tried that but it wasn't very good." Toshinori shook his head as he replied to the man on the phone, in Italian. "Gomen nasai could be worth a try." He looked back at the caterer, seeing the man move to give him a serving of the sausage. No, I mean, but Yagi-san." This transfusion as a dial tone met his ears as the connection to the mainland was lost. "Someone remind me to call them back later." He looked at his phone, seeing no signal displayed along the top. Looking back to the caterer, he apologized again. "Scusate, can I just have a couple meatballs instead?" "Everything okay?" David asked, adding one of the many dessert options to the tray he was carrying as he returned to Toshinori's side. "Sounds like it. Crazy." He thanked the caterer as he accepted the small plate of meatballs, before selecting a dish of budino di riso from the dessert cart. "From what I could hear, sounds like they've got another treatment they want to try out on me. Are you going to take it?" David moved to an open table and took a seat. "I don't know." Toshinori joined him after grabbing a bottle of water. "I'll look into it more when I'm back in Japan, and have a better signal." It was an idle comment, a passing concern for him. If it was important or serious, he was sure someone would remind him later on. Hundreds of miles away, a member of the HPSC was shaking his head as he stood before several of his fellows, reporting on his conversation with All Might. He stated that treatment wasn't any good. Someone at Island must have already made the suggestion. So Midoriya's blood didn't fix him? One of the others sighed. "Figures we can't restore the symbol of peace with a shortcut. Back to the drawing board." Izuku wanted to start the new year off with a bang. Unfortunately, he didn't think that bang would be him repeatedly getting smacked. It all started with the Hero Public Safety Commission feeling a bit put out that Japan's rising medical miracle had spent so little time in their care, not in the usual malevolent meaning, unless you count attempting to murder a regenerator with boredom. It had been 2 months since the last time the HPSC could tie their name to Izuku's for a PR rep. While the heroic healer had gotten his share of positive reactions from the unveiling of the Izupen, the online forums of Japan were unified in their mockery of the HPSC for coming up with such a stupid name. It hadn't hurt their reputation or their organization as a whole, but it was a kick to their collective pride. The memes made of the various hero pens were funny up to a point. That point being when the HPSC's marketing and R&D departments both threatened to strike if their co-workers didn't stop hanging up printed-out posters mocking their creation, thus leading to the Hero Public Safety Commission's New Year's Hero Meet and Greet Gala. A mouthful of a name with an equally swollen guest list. The advertised event offered a chance to see the chart-topping heroes, watch them train, see a min-tournament of friendly matches between the stars, and even have pictures taken with their fans. All ideas that Izuku could accept and handle. Then he received his invitation. Not a guest but as one of the main attractions. At first, he figured that meant they would hold a meet and greet session for him to meet some of his fans. Not an idea that appealed to him, but tolerable. This turned out to be true, but his session was scheduled for later in the day. He was to compete in the sparring circuit, something that made little sense to him, with his mother and the guard of the day as a part of his entourage. There was no avoiding the inevitable PR show it was bound to become. The only thing he had to look forward to was the fact that Momo and Tenya would be attending as well, to be expected of a government-sponsored display at one of their top-tier facilities. The entire place was one half of a festival and the other half was a military base. A jarring fusion to be seen for sure. The main building was 4 stories tall, with banners hung on the outside showing off the various heroes and their ranking. Izuku had to pause when he spotted an emerald green banner, proclaiming him to be the hero of the future. He couldn't hide the shudder of unease that came with seeing it. The teen was thankful for the eye-catching colors of the various stalls surrounding it while simultaneously blocking it off, something he could focus on and keep his mind off the HPSC's show pony efforts. The arenas weren't hard to spot either. Lined up along the edge of the beach were walls of plexiglass arranged in a C formation. The open sides were facing the open sea, probably to allow for a fun ring out and a splash for entertaining those watching. Thankfully, the staff there did very little to encourage Izuku's pessimistic point of view. We figured we'd give you some time to meet the pros and check everything. Your meet and greet event isn't being held until later this afternoon, the volunteer assigned to him was professionally explaining, even as she was filling in the final papers to have checked him in. Don't worry though, one of our volunteers will find you around 11:30 to bring you to the VIP area before the main event. Izuku nodded, hoping she was referring to his meet and greet. Here's your badge. Until then, have fun mingling with the pros. Thank you. He accepted the badge, eyes drifting to the show before him. Hey, is All Might here? Sorry kid. Another volunteer answered, but All Might wasn't able to attend. Aw man, I was really hoping. I mean, it's been what? A good 5 years since his last appearance, and that was after the brutal fight with Toxic Chainsaw. Izuku was sure he knew the answer, but wanted confirmation. Yeah, but you've got to remember that the man receives invitations to events like this on the daily. The man smiled, and that's on top of everything else he deals with. For events like this, I wouldn't be surprised if the man throws them all into a hat and picks one if he's got the time to spare. That's true, thank you. Izuku gave a tiny bow and stepped onto the gala's grounds. Though his favorite pro was not present, Izuku still found himself practically vibrating with anticipation as he now noticed some of the pro heroes had already taken up places at their respective booths. Izuku, it's barely 9 o'clock, and Inko blinked. Her son already gone off to join a line to meet one of the heroes. With the guard still at his side, he stood out like a sore thumb amidst the children and their parents, but no one seemed to care. Oh wow, smile hero Ms. Joke. He pulled out one of his many notebooks and flipped to the page he had created about Outburst. Would you sign my notes about your quirk? Sure, I always find it humorous to meet superfans and upcoming heroes. Though tell me, she leaned in conspiratorially, can your quirk fix funny bones? My companion here broke his and nothing else seems to have worked. She threw a thumb at Eraserhead, who had somehow ended up at the table next to her. Aizawa glared at Ms. Joke, before sending the glare to Izuku. The problem child. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I look forward to our meeting later. There was the ghost of a smile on Eraserhead's face as he finished signing a hat for one of the few kids brave enough to approach him. Holy mackerel, it can. He's smiling for once. Joke. We'll see how well that works against the very flames of hell. The air around Izuku suddenly felt warmer, and he turned to see the number 2 pro hero Endeavor at a table across the way. Oh wow, Endeavor, I have so many questions for you. He ran over to see the man, ignoring the laughter coming from those who watched his display. His bouncing from hero to hero continued, until he had the luck of running into Tenya and Momo as they were visiting with Tensei shortly before the appointed summon hour. Kind of sad they didn't pick me to spar against you. But that's okay, I suppose we can have an informal match some other time. Tensei shrugged as he signed Izuku's notebook. Wait, what do you mean pick you? Izuku blinked, realizing that several other heroes had made comments about the sparring matches and him in particular. Didn't they tell you? Tenya pulled out the small program that had been printed for the gala and handed it to him. When the HPSC started planning this, they put out requests looking for pro heroes who would be willing to spar against each other and other aspiring heroes who the various academies felt deserved a chance. Tensei explained, taking a brief moment to greet a young fan and pose for a photo with the kid before he turned his attention back to Izuku. Most of us agreed, though when the HPSC mentioned wanting to have some of us go against you, because, and I quote, Teehee kid wants to test his skills in actual combat, the response was overwhelming to the point they had to draw lots for who got those coveted matches against you. Oh, his inclusion in the sparring matches suddenly made sense, the grin on his face growing wider. Say, do you know who I am fighting? Only one I know for certain is Endeavor. Excuse me, and what's her name, little lady? Tensei turned his attention back to his gathered fans as Izuku nodded his thanks and moved aside, allowing Tensei to continue his work. You sure about this, Izuku? Momo asked, taking a seat on a nearby bench. Momo, I've wanted to test my skills against a pro since I first started training. He clenched his fist in determination. Even if I lose, I can learn and adapt from this. And if you win any of these matches, then we won't hear the end of it for the rest of the year. Tenya answered as one of the volunteers approached them. But the year just started. Momo blinked, before realizing he was probably right. I'm not that bad. Izuku frowned, but he couldn't hold in his laughter as the volunteer escorted the 3 of them to the VIP tent. Momo and Tenya helped themselves to some of the light refreshments that had been set out as Izuku was pulled aside and briefed on his upcoming matches. Though we drew your opponents at random, we tried to select them from a variety of quirks. Some we suspect your quirk will counteract. Others we hope will further increase the knowledge we have about your quirk. Here, put this on, the restroom's right over there. The HPSC representative handed Izuku a training suit. Any questions? Do I get to know who I'm fighting? And are there any restrictions? Yes, I've highlighted all your matches, though the order is subject to change as Present Mike is now doing commentary, and there's a chance Kamui Woods and Mandalay may have to leave before either of their matches. We originally wanted to get your matches out of the way first to give you some more time to enjoy the festivity, as well as let you rest and recover a bit before your meet and greet. However, even though you have a regenerative quirk, it was decided that we'd give you a break in between matches. The representative handed him a page showing various matchups, and the only restriction that's in place is no use of lethal force against you, though I suspect some of them might hold back even further. Tell them not to. Izuku studied the list, nodding at the names as he handed it back before moving to change. When he reemerged, he was now wearing a two-piece tracksuit similar to his gym uniform at Saume, except it was in the HPSC's colors. You look good, Izuku. Good luck out there. Momo gave him a thumbs up as she moved towards the VIP seating area. Yeah, good luck, Tenya called, joining her as Izuku stepped out into the arena that had been set up by the seaside, beginning his matches against the pros. Ladies and gentlemen, boy and girls and children of all ages, we're here today to watch our favorite heroes show off and get soaked in a series of fun-fueled fights for the fervor of their fans. Can I get an oh yeah? The DJ hero paused for the viewing crowd to cheer. All right, now the rules are simple. Each spar gets 5 minutes for our favorite fighters to strut their stuff. They only lose if they get pinned down, tossed in the deep 3 times, give up or get sent flying out over the ring's boundaries. A red, 2-inch-high wall encircled the dry portion of the shoreline, while a buoy rope showed the boundary for the seaside, the bright orange color easily visible to all. For our first fight, women wanna be her, guys wanna have her. It's the R-rated hero, Midnight versus Japan's national treasure, the up-and-coming not yet official healer hero of our hearts, Midoriya Izuku. Present Mike's voice was a perfect comic tweak for the fight, much to the amusement of Momo and Tenya, who had been given front row seats to the action. Think Izuku has a chance? Momo asked, seeing the two combatants bow to each other before a bell sounded, signaling the start of the match. Well, his quirk should offer some level of protection against her own, but I think she's got him beat in the combat department. Tenya adjusted his glasses as the crowd watched Midnight activate her somnambulist quirk. A plexiglass barrier had been set up in front of the stands to protect the watchers from any stray quirks, but he still noticed several people opted to cover their noses and mouths. How you feeling, boy? Midnight asked, seeing Izuku's nose twitching as he inhaled the gas that was surrounding him. My nose is itchy, he whined, scratching at it as his quirk nullified the majority of the toxins within. But that's not going to slow me down. Izuku lunged forward, fist pulled back for a punch which Midnight was quick to dodge and counter with a hit of her own. A solid hit. Present Mike gave thumbs up to Midnight as her fist connected with Izuku's arm, obviously hoping for her win. 2 thumbs up. I thought announcers were supposed to be unbiased. Tenya blinked as he noticed Momo activating her quirk. 2 poster-sized dry erase boards and markers now in her possession. They are, which is why I think we need to give Izuku some encouragement. Momo handed him one of the boards and a marker. Momo's eyes looked back to the match just in time for a questionable "oh" came from the arena as Izuku mastered to catch Midnight's ankle with his own and knock her down. Though the R-rated hero was quick to recover and knock Izuku down in turn, Momo and Tenya couldn't help but cheer. 3 out of 10. Momo quickly drew a 3, while Tenya drew a 2. Sorry, taking away a point for sloppy footwork. Thanks, I love you too. Izuku let out an exasperated sigh as he turned his attention back to the match. Though he was able to keep up with Midnight's moves, her years of experience made the match little more than a warm-up. I'll give you credit for lasting this long. Most of the men I work up a sweat with are out within the first few minutes. Midnight winked, the momentary flirty praise distracting Izuku just enough for him to drop his guard. Thank you, oh. Izuku felt Midnight's boot connect with his stomach, and he landed on the wrong side of the shoreline just in time for a wave to wash over him. A victory for the ladies, by ring out. Good height, but a poor landing. 5. Tenya held up his sign, Momo agreeing and doing the same. And Midoriya goes out of bounds in the drink. Present Mike's voice sounded over the area. Midnight wins with 2 minutes remaining on the clock. Izuku picked himself up, shaking himself off as he stepped over the floating buoys that marked the end of the back onto the dry sand. He shook Midnight's hand and moved to join Tenya and Momo in his quirk. The HPSC still wanted him to take a break between the matches. Frowning, Izuku gestured to the signs the pair was holding. This your way of encouraging me? Motivating, but yes, Tenya answered. Though don't look at me like that, it was Momo's idea. Momo looked briefly scandalized, but quickly found herself laughing along with her friends as Present Mike announced another match. I don't know about you, loyal listeners, but I feel the need. Present Mike paused, a huge grin on his face that was only rivaled by the death glare Eraserhead was sending his way. The need for speed. and our next match is sure to deliver in 30 minutes or less. Give it up for the number 3 pro, the winged hero, Hawks versus the turbo hero, Ingenium. Tenya, Momo, and Izuku all cheered as Tensei entered the ring and received a salute in return as he took his place across from Hawks. The bell sounded and both heroes put their speed on display and charged at each other. Hawks dove through the air like his namesake when it's seen a mouse, while Ingenium went just before full throttle to meet his opponent. The two clashed in the center of the field in an impressive burst of dust and wind, both trading blows and matching speed. So what do you think? Momo asked, looking to the two boys at her side. She had never seen Tenya so excited, and felt that if Izuku wasn't seated, he'd be running around just as fast as the pros. That Ingenium is amazing. The fact that he's keeping up with Hawks not only on the ground, but when he's up in the air. Izuku looked to Tenya, eyes shining. I know I called your brother impressive, but seeing it now firsthand, he's absolutely amazing. Izuku, stop fawning over my brother, you're making me uncomfortable. Tenya scooted just slightly away from Izuku, but let out a triumphant cheer as he watched his brother's fist connect with Hawk's face and knock the man to the ground, breaking the Birdman's aerial assault. Awesome shot, brother. He seemed to remember then that Momo had spoken to him as well, and regained a small amount of composure. And I think my brother's got his work cut out for him with this one. Do you think he'll win? Momo asked as Hawks recovered from the hit and launched a couple feather blades at Ingenium. She and several others grimaced at the sound of the keratin projectiles striking flesh and metal. To his credit, Ingenium shook the blow off and countered with a couple punches and a well-timed kick. I don't know. Izuku considered both men. Hawks has the air superiority, and could in theory get an easy out if he grabbed Ingenium and took him off the ground before throwing him out of bounds. Not to mention, he's got the better maneuverability. But consider that my brother could cook that bird. Sorry, that my brother could potentially break Hawk's flight by directing his own thrust the opposite way ... or even burn him with the exhaust. Tenya countered, completely in his brother's corner. And sure, he might not be able to change direction as fast, but if he can send Hawks over the line first ... it wouldn't matter. You are both such nerds. Momo laughed, but let out her own cheers calling for Hawk's blood as Tensei was sent flying just to the arena's wall. Roast that chicken, Tensei. I don't want to have to deal with these two being depressed that you lost. Momo, both Izuku and Tenya frowned, but quickly perked up as the two heroes were once again trading blows. Whoa, looks like our heroes are in the danger zone. Just 1 minute left on the clock. Present Mike's voice sounded, causing the crowd to cheer even more for both heroes. Gotta go fast and wrap up this match, boys. I stand corrected. I think Present Mike just proved himself the bigger nerd. Momo rubbed her head as Izuku nodded in agreement, seeing a chance to further have some fun with his friends. Tenya smirked. You guys want to get some chili dogs after? Look. The younger Ida brother stopped, eyes noticing his brother was staring at the ground while Hawks was diving down from above. I know the expression is two birds with one stone, but Tensei looked up, seeing the Birdman diving towards him. With one fluid motion, Tensei sent a small rock from the shoreline skyward with his foot. Hawks took a moment to swat the stone away, which was all Tensei needed to throw a jet-powered kick into the Birdman's face, the impact knocking the wind from the man's sails, and sending him to the ground in a knockout with 15 seconds left on the clock. And like a bug to a windshield, Hawks goes down. Ingenium wins, Present Mike declared. What a finish to such a high-octane match. The crowd cheered as Ingenium helped Hawks back to his feet, the two heroes exchanging handshakes and pats on the back. The cheers of the crowd continued even as the two heroes made their way out of the arena into the VIP tent to recover. Tenya excused himself to go visit his brother, leaving Momo and Izuku alone. Such good sports. You can clearly see just why they're the pros, folks. Present Mike went off on a tangent then, clearly reading a prepared script the HPSC had prepared about what it means to be a pro hero. While to Momo it was just another standard motivational speech, she could tell Izuku seemed to be taking the words to heart. With that in mind, don't go too far, loyal listeners, because our next match will see the return of our hopeful herald, the healing hero to be, Midoriya Izuku. The loud cheers to erupt from the gathered crowd caused Izuku's posture to stiffen slightly, though Momo couldn't tell if it was out of embarrassment at the attention, fear of not being able to deliver as good a match as the one they just watched, or for other reasons. Hey Izuku, are you sure you're okay with all this? She placed a hand on his shoulder, startling the boy out of his thoughts. With what? All of this? Momo gestured to the event going on around them, eyes in particular drawn to the banner that proclaimed him the hero of the future. Basically, the way the HPSC is toting you around for PR. I knew what I was signing up for when I decided to become a hero. Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose. Though I didn't think it would be this commercial. Still, I guess this is just another challenge heroes have to deal with, right? He turned a smile to Momo, who let out a light laugh and gave him a pat on the back. I guess you're right, in a way. She pointed with her other hand at a HPSC representative that was waving at them. though I suspect you've got a bigger challenge coming up. Good luck out there. Momo gave Izuku a thumbs up and a gentle push off his chair as the representative waved him over. Thanks, Momo. He took a couple steps towards the representative, before stopping. Oh, one more thing. Yeah, if you see Tenya again first, tell him from now on his nickname is Sonic, and if he wants me to change that he must earn it. Really, he started it with the chili dog's joke. If his sense of humor was any worse, he'd be Big the Cat. Oh good God, you're both such dorks. She hid her head in her hands, hiding a smile in time for a confused but smirking Tenya to return. Our next match is sure to be a hot one. That's right folks, we've got the Flame Hero, Endeavor versus Midoriya Izuku. There was a mixture of cheers, jeers, and general chatter at the announced match as the number 2 pro hero stepped into the arena. While Izuku mastered to keep his posture straight and proud, he had to admit he was a little nervous as he thought back over his notes about Hellfire. Alright, I should be able to endure the heat, and burns don't last long. I just need the man to overheat himself. The match had started with Endeavor testing Izuku's ability to dodge, the man choosing to throw fiery punches instead of flames right off the bat. While Izuku felt delighted at first that he was able to predict and dodge Endeavor's moves, he quickly realized the man was holding back when one of the punches connected with his arm, even though his shirt was still semi-wet from his earlier match. He knew if Endeavor was being serious, his shirt would have been burned clean off, and there would be at least a second-degree burn on his arm. You're holding back? Izuku questioned, continuing to dodge. Come on, I want to fight you at your best. For all his bravado, Endeavor seemed taken aback by the request. Kid, you may have regenerative properties, but my flames can get hot enough to incinerate a grown adult in an instant. He weaved to the side with a lackluster ease, dodging the punch-kick combo Izuku was trying to hit him with the same effort one uses to not trip while walking. I know, and I want to see if I can endure. He grimaced as Endeavor struck the exposed part of his arm again, a faint redness appearing on the skin before it faded. Even if it's just a finger. They already proved my limbs grow back. He looked to his index finger, the revelation having come after a heavily debated test that involved surgically removing a finger. Izuku's mother hadn't been happy to see her baby writhe about in pain as the digit had been severed. But it was worth it given that he regrew a whole new finger within minutes. Time out. Endeavor didn't flinch as Izuku connected a solid punch with his chest, though the crowd let out a cheer, the man's eyes drifting to several of the HPSC members watching. Is that even allowed? The four suits briefly broke into a discussion, before one of them gave a nod. If Midoriya-san is requesting it, we'll allow it. Yes. Izuku made a brief arm pump motion, while Endeavor could only stare at him. Don't worry if it doesn't grow back all at once. It will after we cut away the scarred skin. You're a weird kid, but alright. His hand began to glow, the flames flickering between orange and white with just a hint of blue. Izuku smiled, recognizing the action as the warm-up to one of his signature moves, Flash Fire Fist, Jet Burn. He threw the punch, and though Izuku wanted to take the blow head-on, his own instincts kicked in and he raised his hands in a defensive barrier, the fiery beam connecting with them before sneaking through the gaps to engulf Izuku's torso in flames. The force of the blast sent him flying, the flames burning away his skin and scorching away his flesh. Thankfully, as had happened with Midnight, he landed in the water, effectively dousing the flames and hiding the gore from sight. Concealed beneath the waves and sea foam, Izuku was smothered by pain. The bones of his hands were exposed, peeking past the flaking burns that were already fading. Slagged muscle and severed fibers were tugged back and forth by the sea current, before tightening and pulling back into place, faster than ever before. Izuku's healing skin flowed over the wounds, pushing out the invading sea water and scabbing over his injury. Seconds after he had plunged beneath the water as a ruined mess, his damaged body was whole again, mended by a quirk that seemed less and less natural, to reveal itself to be more and more a miracle. Izuku rose to his feet, taking a moment to appraise himself. His top had been burned cleaned off, along with what little hair he had on his upper body. His skin was also a couple shades pinker than normal, but showed no signs of traditional burn scars. Running a hand over his head, he sent a silent prayer of thanks that his hair was still there, though he frowned as he realized he was now missing an eyebrow. He looked back to the arena, seeing Endeavor signaling to call the match. And the fuse is cut before the bomb goes off. Still though, I think I've got to give this match to Endeavor. The pro hero smiled to the crowd and gave a thumbs up, before looking back at the water, noticing Izuku hadn't moved from where he landed. You okay, Midoriya? I'm fine. He smiled and moved back towards the shore, one hand extended in a show of good sportsmanship as he came even with the bigger man. Thank you for that. Midoriya. Izuku, please report to the medical tent. Present Mike declared, sounding more school administrator than radio announcer. And let's give it up for an impressive show of force and endurance for our two competitors. Endeavor let out a grunt of acknowledgement and shook Izuku's hand as the crowd cheered before the two stepped aside for the next match. From her place on the sidelines, the youthful heroine had watched Izuku's match against Endeavor with interest. While she had been present for many of the tests, or had been given the results with all the details, this match allowed her to observe firsthand a theory she had developed. Honestly, I'm fine. I just need a new shirt. Izuku was frowning as he was ushered into the medical tent by one of his ever-present guards and a member of the HPSC. And I have one of those for you, sweetie. Shio gestured to where the new top was resting. Take a seat. I just want to check a few things before you go back and play with your friends. Izuku complied, taking a seat on one of the beds that had been set up. Shio was glad Izuku had gone through so many tests to know the drill, the boy's relaxed nature making her job so much easier. You're such a model patient. I wish more of the pros were like you. She chuckled, fondly remembering an incident involving Present Mike and the otoscope as she moved to where she had a small set of surgical tools. So why did you want to see me? Izuku questioned, scratching at his chest where what little chest hair he had mastered to grow had been. Because I'm fine, just may have a case of dry skin now. Just want to confirm something. She wandered back over, a scalpel in one hand, a syringe in another. When Endeavor burned you the first time versus the second, did you notice anything? No, they both stung like a bit. I mean bee though. Izuku stopped himself from swearing. Super regeneration does not equal super pain resistance. Really, maybe you don't notice it because of that, but in your training at Kyoto, I noticed something peculiar, and now seeing it in actual combat seems to confirm it. But I want to make one more test. Hold out your wrist, please. She gave a tiny bow. Forgive me, Sukuna, Kona, and Hippocrates. What do you owe? Izuku cried as without warning Recovery Girl stabbed his outstretched wrist with the syringe. The small puncture mark was visible for roughly 5 seconds before it faded. What was that FOOUW? The cry increased in volume as she sliced him with the scalpel, the 3-inch-long wound visible for maybe 2 seconds before it faded as well. So much for the Hippocratic Oath. Why do you think I asked for forgiveness? The smile on her face as she disposed of the tools made Izuku understand why she was still referred to as the youthful heroine. But this confirms it. Here, have a candy for being such a good sport. Confirmed what? Izuku looked to his wrist as he accepted the gift, not fully sure what she was talking about. Just that your rate of healing seems to work faster or slower depending on the circumstances. But anyways, she smiled, abruptly changing the subject as a representative came for Izuku. You're the picture of health, as always. Oh, here's your new shirt, and a kiss for good luck in your next match. You'll need it. She leaned in and gave him a quick peck on the cheek before looking to the representative. He's all yours. Thank you. Izuku rubbed at his cheek, doing the classic teen move of trying to wipe away grandma's kisses before throwing on the shirt. He tried to think of what names had been highlighted in the program, but none came to mind. So, who's my next opponent? Had he not known All Might wasn't present, and that he already fought Endeavor, Recovery Girl's wish would have made him think either one of them was his next opponent. Instead, he couldn't help but wince slightly as he stared at his next sparring partner. While he knew many wouldn't fully identify the black-clad man with the white scarf and tired eyes, Izuku knew him all too well. The underground hero, Eraserhead versus the underdog, Midoriya Izuku. Present Mike announced as the two competitors met in the middle of the arena. So, I didn't get to ask earlier at the meet and greet, but how have you been? Izuku asked, recalling the circumstances of his first meeting with the man. Tired, so let's get this over with. Eraserhead blinked as the bell sounded. Izuku wasted no time in charging for him, but Eraserhead apparently expected it and quickly moved to the side. With one fluid motion, the binding cloth around his neck was pulled aside and sent flying at Izuku. While he had expected Eraser to counter in that measure, Izuku didn't think he'd opt to use it this early into the match, and could only struggle as the cloth hooked his leg and tripped him. He clawed at the sand, trying to find a grip as Eraserhead reeled him over like a fish. Feeling the cloth go limp for just a moment, Izuku rolled over and mastered to untangle his leg and deliver a kick to Eraser's shin. The man muttered a curse and shook his leg, eyes glaring at Izuku. Scrambling backwards like a crab, Izuku made to stand, but was quickly ensnared again by the binding cloth, this time in a much more secure fashion. Calm as ever, Eraserhead walked over to the bound boy and put him in a headlock, one fist resting on each temple. I didn't mind you stalking me to test your quirk, but this is for those damn flash bombs. With that, Eraser proceeded to give Izuku the worst double noogie he had ever received in his life. While his healing factor prevented any sort of skin burns that would come from the friction of the action, it did little to prevent the headache and pain he was now experiencing. Eraser's attack only stopped once the bell sounded again. We're even now, and we have our first match timeout. Mike's voice sounded as Eraser released Izuku, though the man had noticed them cheering Izuku earlier. This was the first time Mike decided to call them out. What did our judges think? All eyes turned to Tenya, Momo, and Ms. Joke, who had somehow acquired a whiteboard of her own and joined them for this match. All three held up zeros. Not a good match, but that's okay. Hero work isn't always about flashy fights. Present Mike tried not to laugh as Ms. Joke's sign flipped over to reveal the words "Marry Me." As Eraserhead walked past, his response being to shake his head no. That's all we've got time for now, but come back after lunch for some more action. Following the embarrassing match against Eraserhead, Tenya had excused himself to go have lunch with his brother, leaving Momo and Izuku alone. The two of them were currently taking a walk around the gala, opting to check out the various other displays and vendors that had been set up. Currently, they were checking out a vendor who was offering replicas of various hero tools and costume parts. While the addition of colored plastics and other items made it clear they were just toys, Momo and Izuku both agreed that they were well made. Hey look, a mask that looks like Ingenium's helmet. Momo picked up the item and showed it to Izuku. You should get it and have Tensei sign it. First, it looks a little small for me. He ignored the vendor's mention of having larger sizes. And second, I don't want Tenya to kill me. Oh cool, a replica of Recovery Girl's cane. Izuku picked up the hypodermic needle-shaped cane and examined it. Reaching down to his side, he removed a small case from his pocket. Think they're ever gonna sell replicas of my Izu pens? There was still an air of exasperation on those words, but the smile on his face told Momo he was slowly accepting it. Wait, you're carrying some Izu pens on you right now. Momo blinked, seeing the tops of the half-dozen dart-like injectors exposed and ready for a quick draw in an emergency. It's a habit I got into ever since the HPSC gave me them, along with an emergency quirk license. He showed Momo the case, and the ID card that rested in a pocket on the front of the case. While certain laws allowed the use of unlicensed quirks for self-defense, the unlicensed use of healing quirks had always been a gray area. Thus, to cover their butts, they had created a special license just for him. It doesn't allow me to do true hero work, but it cuts out a lot of red tape and paperwork if I happen to be in the right place at the right time. Momo laughed, before her eyes narrowed as she looked at the pens. Wait, why do 3 of them already have your blood in them? 3 ready for use, just in case I don't have time to waste. He pointed to the 3 quickest to draw, and 3 empty in case of complications I didn't think of. And don't worry about the blood going bad. The doctors told me that my blood doesn't go bad. Something about it not coagulating and how my quirk works. I only understood half of it, and the other half would need several doctorates. Nerd. Momo shook her head, a faint flush on her cheeks at how excited Izuku got when explaining anything relating to heroics. Say, are you always this prepared for everything? Not even close. The faintest pink hue came to his cheeks, one foot scraping at the ground as he answered. I'm caught completely off guard in all things involving the end of the world, magic, aliens, evil all might, and dating. I could hear the capitalization when you said evil all might. A hand moved up to her mouth, stifling a laugh while also hiding the glowing flush on her face. But what's this about dating? You know how pre-quirk era superheroes all had to have weaknesses? Momo nodded, intrigued. Well, mine is romance. I swear I wouldn't know a girl was into me if she smacked the knowledge into my head. Momo wasn't sure was force possessed her, but she was certain she enjoyed the satisfying thwack her palm made as she clapped the back of Izuku's head. Oh, hey, what was that for? Izuku frowned, rubbing the back of his head as he stared at Momo. You shouldn't say things like that. Some of the flush had left Momo's cheeks. I didn't think you were that dumb. Didn't? Izuku blinked, wondering if his senses had been affected by the slap. So you think I'm that dumb now? Well, yes. Momo chuckled, a huge smile on her face. Why? If you don't get why, I'm not explaining it to you. She gave Izuku's back a shove to keep him in front of her, and keep him from seeing her glowing red face. Anyhow, let's get a move on. I've been smelling cotton candy for the last few minutes and I want some. After hunting down the cotton candy vendor, Izuku had once again been tracked down by a volunteer and brought back to the arena for his final match of the day. While Momo joined Tenya in the stands, Izuku arrived in the VIP tent in time to hear Present Mike declare an end to the greatest staring contest in history. According to Midnight, when he asked her what he missed, the match had been between Ms. Joke and Eraserhead in what was a battle of flirtatious wit, stamina, and acrobatics that somehow never moved out of a 5-foot radius. While it was still better than your battle against him, I was really hoping for more. The R-rated hero placed a hand on his shoulder. Anyways, I'm hoping your next match will bring the excitement back. Good luck out there. In a show of pure unprofessional conduct, Midnight gave Izuku a gentle slap on his butt for luck. Thank you. He blinked, questioning just what he had done that led to 2 women slapping him in the last 15 minutes or so. Alright, our next match is the final battle for our favorite up-and-coming healer. Though let's hope the Angels are in the outfield and ready to assist in what's sure to be a high-flying match. Once again, Present Mike was in full form as the crowd began to cheer. That's right, I'm talking about our miracle child Midoriya Izuku going head-to-head with the number 3 pro. The wing hero, Hawks. The crowd erupted in full applause as Izuku walked into the area while the wing hero decided to drop in from on high. I'm curious to see what you've got in store for me, Midoriya. Hawks grinned as a bell sounded, starting their match. Still grinning, Hawks tried to catch Izuku off guard by charging him as he had Ingenium. Izuku's response was to quickly backpedal and roll to the side, effectively dodging the Birdman's strike. Unfortunately, the man's speed and experience allowed him to easily bank and turn and catch Izuku with a flying kick that slammed Izuku face first into the sand, shaking the stray grains from his eyes. Izuku rolled over and sent a kick of his own skyward, preventing the man from being able to fully pin him down. He threw a punch with a free hand at Hawk's shoulder, causing the man to stumble just enough for Izuku to get back to his feet. He took advantage of that window to put some space between himself and Hawks. Good hustle, Tenya cried, holding up a 7 while Momo and Ms. Joke both showed off 5s. Pace yourself, Midoriya-san. Tensei had joined his brother, calling out advice. Even if his wings get tired, he can still use his legs. Izuku screamed as he was sent skyward with an uppercut, only to be knocked back down with a well-placed elbow drop. With an impressive splash, Izuku hit the water in perfect belly flop form, and Hawks lands another impressive blow to young Izuku. Present Mike had been stepping up his commentary game, though that was a wonderful belly flop if I ever did see one. What do our judges think? From their place on the sideline, Tenya, Momo and Ms. Joke held up scorecards, 7, 8 and 6 respectively. According to our judges, Midoriya-san needs to work on his entry. Mike's words brought laughs and cheers from the spectators. Originally, the sound of laughter at his expense would have annoyed him, but now he found it served to cheer him on even more. Rising from the water, he took a brief moment to shake himself off, which proved more than enough time for Hawks to launch his next attack. Thanks for the support, Gu-ah. Izuku screamed as he was pulled back towards Hawks. While he could see and feel the man's feather blades hit him, he found he lacked the strength and dexterity to pull the hardened keratin away against the air pressure also being applied. Oh no. He had just enough time to throw his arms up in a shield for his head and torso as he met the man's outstretched fist. Though the blow hurt, he had mastered to swing out a leg and just catch Hawks in the side. Nice hit, kid. The pro smiled. Now let's see how you come back from this. Hawks turned towards the ocean and with all the grace of a baseball pitcher sent Izuku flying out over the water. Not Aga-ai-ai-ai-hain. Izuku skipped along the shallows 4 times, landing with an unceremonious splash just inside the boundary. The seawater splashed up into his face, stinging his eyes and causing him to cough. Silt and sand got into his pockets, while a clump of seaweed hitched a ride on his hair. He wiped his eyes as best he could, taking in the view of the coastline as he rose to his feet, eyes on Hawks as he shook some of the water from his body. Perfect 10s across the board. Mike called, though Midoriya better watch out. One more bird bath and he's out. Aw man, that's right. He noticed then that Hawks' eyes were on his friends and Ms. Joke, the man seeming not to be paying attention to him as he fluttered his wings in a moment of showboating. Izuku's eyes drifted to the fluttering appendages. Much of his maneuverability and abilities in general depend on his feathers. Maybe if I can get him to waste most of them in a single attack against me, or restrict them in some way. He began to charge towards the shoreline, his gait only slightly hindered by the gentle waves and soaked ground. Maybe do like Ingenium did. Distract him. You sure you want to try that again? Hawks had picked up on the splashing, attention now fully back on the charging Izuku, wings at the ready. Izuku didn't reply, one hand moving up to grab the lump of seaweed while his other hand reached into his pocket. The moment he felt he was in range, Izuku took his hand out of his pocket and sent a handful of wet sand towards Hawk's face. As he hoped would happen, the pro-hero flinched slightly, allowing Izuku to land the clump of seaweed on one of the man's wings. In the split second it took Hawks to shake the seaweed off, Izuku had mastered to land his most impressive hit on the man's chest yet. The hearty smack echoed around the arena, which had fallen nearly silent at the display. Yes, his victory at finally being able to land a solid hit was short-lived. A slap sending him slightly to the side before a kick sent him flying out of bounds and into one of the arena's walls with an impressive thud right before the bell sounded saying time was up. Looks like bird is the word as this match goes to Hawks. A round of applause came from the crowd as Hawks struck a victory pose, before he moved to assist Izuku in an offer of good sportsmanship. Smiling, Izuku accepted the hand as Hawks pulled him to his feet, the crowd cheering even louder as the two heroes moved off to the sideline. Good effort, and I've got to give you some credit. It was a clever idea trying to use the resources around you as Tensei. Hawks gave a nod of approval as Tenya and Momo came over, towels and bottles of fresh water in her hands. But I'll be honest, while Tensei did catch me off guard, I could tell what you were planning on doing. He took one of the water bottles and took a long swallow. I let you hit me with your improvised projectiles, just because I was curious how you would follow it up. I figured. Izuku sighed, toweling himself off as the 4 of them moved further from the arena. Aiming for an opponent's perceived weak point is a good strategy, but at the same time, most know how to guard these points or have a plan in place to counter it. Hence why, even though you crippled my wings, I was prepared to throw either a punch or a kick. Given that you hit my chest, it was easy enough to knock you aside and kick you away. He placed an encouraging hand on Izuku's shoulder. Learn to anticipate your foe's moves, and you'll do much better in a fight. And some regular combat training wouldn't hurt either. No offense, but while you've got the strength and agility, your style and form is lacking. One of the volunteers running the event approached the group. Excuse me, Mr. Takami. Sorry to interrupt, but we need you for the next photo session. Of course, Hawks gave a nod, before looking back to Izuku. All in all, good fight. I'll catch up with you later, excuse me. Izuku watched the pro hero follow the volunteer, seeing and hearing some of the man's fans praising his win as he was led away. The sight left Izuku feeling slightly deflated. The other heroes he fought had all made a similar observations and comments after the matches, but Hawks was the one who really got through to him. You okay, Izuku? Momo asked, noticing that he hadn't moved to continue checking out the event. Sorry, I was thinking. He poured some of the water on his face to remove the salt residue, drying it with the towel to stall for a little more time. Anyhow, we've still got a bit of time before my meet and greet. Why don't we go check out the Pro Hero obstacle course? I've heard they're letting people run in exchange for a donation to one of the rescue organizations. Why don't we instead get some actual food to eat? Momo offered, one hand coming to rest on her stomach. Because I don't know about you, but I need a bit of a break from all the action. They've set up a whole buffet in the VIP area. Eating there will give you a chance to relax before your meet and greet. Sensei had approached the group, helmet tucked under his arm. Besides, I'd welcome the chance to talk with you a little more without having to fight the line. Izuku frowned. Initial annoyance at having lost his matches now replaced with an odd sense of unease at the reminder of the other reason he was invited to this event. Still, the chance to actually sit and talk with some of the pros beyond a quick minute-long meetup was too tempting for him to pass up. Conceding defeat, Izuku agreed with the man's logic. That's the spirit. Tensei threw one arm around Izuku's shoulders, and the other around his brother's, not wanting to be left out. Momo threw her own arm around Izuku, and the four of them joined several other VIPs in making their way to the buffet tent. With the sparing out of the way and having eaten, Izuku was out of excuses for avoiding the part of the celebration he feared the most. His fan meet and greet. Dozens of people, maybe even hundreds, men, women, and children, all ages, even foreigners, were in the clumpy mix of people that could generously be called a line. Izuku would rather be in a deathmatch with 1,000 clones of the Bakugo bomber than have to sit obediently before the onlookers, but much to the flustered teen's dismay he couldn't get out of his societal obligation. Thus it was with 1,000 silent curses at the HPSC and a feeling of embarrassed worry that Izuku sat down, and begun to shake hands, sign trinkets, and talk to person after child after person. Thank you so much for. Amazing that one so young has been so good. Seeing you has been such a treat. It's been great seeing a real hero again. Thanks to you my father recovered. ... Glad to find another hero that is dedicated to healing. He only lived because of you. Thank you so much. It was an experience beyond surreal for the young man. With each person cheering him on, he could feel his heart swell and ache. Every story of a loved one, saved from a dose of his blood, was fulfilling in ways beyond words. In an odd way, it was only his profound shock that kept him from breaking down into joyous tears. Thank you. Glad I could help. Izuku was thankful to whatever power granted him a healing quirk, because he felt certain his neck should have broken by now with how many grateful bows he gave to those who praised him for saving a loved one, or that his hand should have cramped, or arm fallen off due to the number of autographs and handshakes he was giving out. How do the pros do this without healing powers? His eyes drifted to the sidelines, where several of the pros had come to watch the rookie deal with overeager fans. He raised an eyebrow as he noticed several of them pointing at people in the crowd before talking among each other, an occasional handshake being exchanged. What are they doing? Betting on reactions of my fans. Is that really part of how they get through this? Excuse me. A feminine voice brought Izuku back to reality, and he looked forward, seeing a girl with pink hair and skin addressing him. Beside her, he noticed what he best described later as a floating set of clothing. Ah, sorry to disturb your musing, Midoriya-san. We're just so excited to meet someone like you. The new voice came from the floating clothing, which Izuku now realized was another girl, only with some sort of invisibility quirk. It's no problem. And it's my fault for not paying attention. He blinked, feeling like he knew the pair from somewhere. So what can I do for you? Sign my program. The invisible girl handed over the page. Of course, what's your name? Izuku picked up one of the many pens before him and waited for the answer. It's Toru. Despite not being able to see her face, Izuku could hear the smile as he began to write. To Toru, thanks for your support. Izuku narrated his writing, causing the pink one to sigh. Toru, I told you not to have it personalized. The pink one hissed, just loud enough for the three of them to hear. Oh yeah, sorry Mina. We could always have him sign yours. It's one per person. And you're one person. And I'm one person. Plus, wait a minute. Your voices. I recognize your voices. Izuku's face got slightly flushed from the building excitement, his eyes noticeably widening. Are you two? I see you in Cutie Queen. The transparency pair. I'm a huge fan of your YouTube channel. I think it's awesome how you expose scumbags and show girls how to look out for themselves. Somehow Mina's cheeks turned pinker, while based on the way the clothing was moving, Toru was having a similar reaction. That's not us, Mina denied, unconvincingly. Weakly. We are, Toru confessed meekly. I can't believe I get to meet you too. He reached into his bag, removing one of his notebooks. On the cover of it was a sticker of what the two of them recognized as their eLive Holo Girl avatars. I've been subscribed to you since just before you hit the 1,000 mark, and I loved your rendition of Love Oratory. For the 5,000 subscriber special. Hope you don't mind, but I made it my ringtone. He removed his phone and with a speed to match Hawk's, played the clip he had taken. Oh God, I need to hide my face. Toru, no one can see you anyhow. Mina cried, face now red instead of pink, hands covering her own. Sorry, but I thought it would only be pro heroes I got to meet today. But to also meet some of my favorite VTubers. He offered them the notebook, along with one of his markers. Please, sign my notebook in return. Feeling overwhelmed by the sudden attention, Mina looked to her friend, eyes pleading for her to think of something. Toru, I know we wanted to be famous ... but this is too much. Just sign my notebook, please. Izuku's eyes were sparkling as he once again offered the notebook to the pair. Till the end of days. No one knows exactly why Toru's panicking mind thought her next course of action was a good idea. She flashed him a full frontal assault, a feminine form freeing her assets, a wonderful woman wowing him with her allure, both breasts blasting him in the face with their indiscernible presence. Mina paled so much she turned cream-colored. Girl, she murmured, you did not just flash our idol. Despite there being nothing to see, the action alone seemed to cause Izuku to short out. His eyes went wide, mouth dropped open. And for a brief moment that any pro-hero would have been thankful for, a rabid fan fell silent. Taking advantage of the disbelief and stunned surprise, the two girls ran for it with Mina practically dragging Toru, several volunteers and one security guard hot on their heels. Izuku looked over to the pro-heroes, finding most of them either dying of laughter or smiling and giving him the slow clap. He noticed then a member of the HPSC whispering something to Present Mike, who nodded. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Present Mike activated his quirk, relaying the message the HPSC member was saying. We apologize for this little interruption in a wholesome day of family fun. Rest assured, the HPSC will take further precautions in the future to prevent against such incidents as this. The representative walked away then, leaving Mike and the other pro-heroes. The man seemed to forget his quirk was still active, and entered into a conversation with one of the other heroes. You're right. Looks like we finally found Midoriya's weakness, Bo. Eraserhead's quirk was on full display, the man's eyes glaring into Present Mike as he cut off the man's quirk and prevented him from causing further issues. Izuku looked away from the pros, seeing the crowd beginning to return to its original excited calm as his head hit the table. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, he looked up to see Ms. Joke at his side. Hey, what's one of All Might's biggest traits? He looked up at her, confused. This isn't a joke, I'm seriously asking. Here, I'll give you a hint. She flashed one of her trademark grins, a finger pointing at her teeth. No matter what, he's always smiling, he answered after a moment. Exactly. The grin remained. If you think the only challenges you'll face as a hero are villains and disasters, you've got another thing coming to you. Trust me, the tabloids are worse than anything, but just pull an All Mighter and smile. She gave him a pat on the back. Oh, and thanks for the show. Been a while since anything's made me laugh that hard. He watched her walk away then, rejoining the other heroes as they moved on to take care of other things. She's right, and Tensei was right. This is just another challenge of being a hero. Izuku took a deep breath and put away his notebook. Though he still felt embarrassed about what happened, he took the advice and put on a smile as a volunteer brought the next guests over to meet him. If he didn't know it was impossible thanks to his quirk, Izuku would have sworn he'd have died of exhaustion, both mental and physical, before he returned home. Sparring with heroes, meeting hundreds of fans, sort of seeing boobs. Even if he didn't physically require it, Izuku was ready to sleep a week away. And try not to think about the boobs he almost saw. A task that would be monumentally easier if Tenya's foul yet friendship-forged sense of humor didn't rear its ugly head in the form of a late-night text message. Izuku physically felt the ominous noise as he phone pinged. Hey, have you seen the newest meme about you? Tenya had texted. No, why? Izuku had replied. He deeply regretted pulling Tenya out of his shell. Izuku knew the young man was a tactical TMI, just waiting to strike and ruin your mind with a joke. Put him in school, he was a diligent student and absolutely fiendish rules lawyer. put him with his friends and out of any place he needed to be uptight, and he was a mischievous joke dirty bomb with a satellite targeting system. A fact proven all too well when Tenya didn't reply with text. Instead he sent a photo, a picture of Izuku Midoriya, mind blown and dead to the world, with an invisible girl bearing her unseen breasts before him, made all the worse by the caption, "How do you kill something unkillable?" With the power of tits. Calmly, Izuku turned off his phone and made his way to his room. There, he tossed the phone to the side and flung himself upon his bed. Finally, he grabbed his pillow and smothered himself with it and screamed forth his frustration. NOOO. 5 minutes of shame-filled tossing and turning, Izuku finally pulled himself from bed. Defeated and feeling so hollow another Soulsborne game was being made about it, Izuku performed his usual nightly rituals. Bathroom, wash the face, brush the teeth, and retreat to his bedroom to strip down to his boxers to sleep. It was only when he emptied his pockets that he noticed something unusual. One of his Izu pens was missing. A filled injector was missing from his slot. Crap, it might have fallen out when I was getting tossed about in the sparring, he thought idly. It wasn't a big deal for him, as he was too distracted by titty-induced drama. What's the worst that can happen? It's just one dose. It's probably broken in the sand anyways. He grabbed a spare, loaded it with his blood, and placed the refilled case on his nightstand. He tossed and turned in bed for an hour or so before finally getting into an uneasy sleep filled with dreams of breasts all colors of the rainbow. The missing injector was forgotten by morning. While the HPSC's New Year's Hero Meet and Greet Gala had been a rousing success that ran longer into the evening than originally intended, the festivities had brought along another aspect very few people actually enjoyed being involved with: cleaning up. Come the next morning, the various staff members had found themselves overwhelmed with the task of folding tables, storing banners and dividers, and generally returning the facility back to normal. Even with the help of several pro heroes, there just wasn't enough hands to collect all the trash that had been left behind by families who had spent the day enjoying the company of the heroes. Thus, the HPSC had put out requests for additional hands to help with the cleanup. The request was fulfilled by some students looking to earn community service hours, along with some adults looking to make a little more spending cash to recover from the recent holiday season. Currently, some of the adults were cleaning up the beach near where the arena had stood. A large amount of detritus had escaped from its place behind the barriers and was currently making itself at home among the sand and shallows. 2 of them were near the water's edge, the waves gently splashing against the legs of the disposable coveralls the HPSC had been kind enough to provide the volunteers with so they didn't ruin their clothes. The taller of the 2 sighed as he plucked another bottle from the water and tossed it into the growing collection in the bin his shorter companion was dragging along the shoreline. Think anyone threw out one with a winning cap? The short one asked, seeing the cap still on the bottle and the mention of a contest on the label. Probably not, and if they did, it probably only won a free soda anyhow. He added a few more pieces of paper trash to the small basket he had at his side before his eyes noticed something poking out from the sand as the waters ran from the shoreline. "What's this?" he asked, gently digging the item out from beneath the waves. "Find something interesting?" his companion asked as he moved over to where she stood, eyes on the cylindrical object resting in her partner's palm. It looked like a metal epinephrine auto-injector, the shining silver metal of its frame virtually untarnished by the waves. "Say, that looks like one of those Izu pens the HPSC were bragging about yesterday. So it's something special then." He rolled the object back and forth in his hand, keeping it to where only the 2 of them could see. "Nah, it's for some kid to pull his blood out and heal others with." She shrugged. "It's kinda useless without his blood in it. It's loaded." "What?" "Yeah, it's got some red fluid in it. See?" He gave it a shake, causing the liquid inside the tube to gently swish back and forth without issue. "No way." Her eyes were wide, lessons from some old high school anatomy lessons coming back. "Blood is supposed to clot up and coagulate, but the HPSC said that kid's blood." "What? Quick, hide it," she demanded, seeing one of the supervisors moving towards them. Apparently the man had noticed they had stopped working and was now curious as to the reason. He complied, unzipping his coveralls in favor of tucking the injector into the vest he wore underneath. "What's the big deal? We have a dose of the biggest healing juice on the planet. And you ask what the big deal is?" she hissed, making sure only they could hear. "This is huge. If we sold it we could be set for life. How much tea could I get?" He smiled, causing her to sigh. "I love you, I really do. But that was such a stupid question." She moved a few stray red hairs away from her eye. "Sorry, I wasn't expecting liquid gold to be found during a part-time trash collecting gig." He flashed her a smile right as the supervisor reached them. "Everything okay?" the supervisor asked, noticing the slightly flushed features of the girl. "Just felt a little overheated and had to stop a moment." The girl ran a hand along her brow and let out a weary sigh. The supervisor looked at his watch. "Take a break. Lunch is in 15 minutes anyhow." He pointed up the beach to where the VIP tent still stood. "Food might not be ready yet, but at least you can sit down a spell." Just take your bags and leave 'em up by the dumpster. Same with your coveralls. We'll give you a new set after lunch. Thank you, sir. The pair gave a nod as the supervisor made his way over to several others working in the same area to deliver the message, not wanting to attract any more attention. The two calmly gathered up some more stray pieces of trash as they moved back up the beach, both thinking of what they could do with the money the Izu pen was bound to bring in if they could find a buyer. With the rush of the holidays dying fast, the majority of ports and shipping yards around Japan had resumed a more normal pace of business. There were far less people milling about at all hours, something that more than one group of workers were grateful for. Currently 2 of them were occupied in carrying an unremarkable cooler into one of the smaller warehouses, a third holding open the door to the main building. Once inside, the 3 paused only to don the surgical masks their boss insisted they wear when in his presence before moving to the small room the man had claimed as an office. The third member looked to his companions, who nodded before giving a single knock on the door. Enter. The command was clear, despite the muffling effect the walls and the man's own mask had on it. His eyes narrowed as the trio entered and stopped well short of his desk. Well, we got the blood, boss. The one who knocked gave a bow as he spoke, gesturing to the cooler the other 2 were still carrying. Took you long enough. He idly scratched a spot on his scalp. Any trouble? Nope. Everything went off without a hitch. The first answered again, quite literally. The guards bought the sob story. Once they were further distracted by the money, we took our leave. A heavy sigh escaped the man, not caring about the finer details of his subordinate's mission. How many bags did you get? They let us take 12. The man's eyes looked to the cooler, then to the open space on the desk. With your permission, sir. Nodding, the man behind the desk gestured for the other 2 to step forward. The pair set the cooler down on the desk before once again backing away. The trio watched as their boss opened the cooler, the telltale hiss of the seal being broken the only sound in the room besides their own breathing. 7.5 pints worth. The words were spoken more into the cooler than to the company before him. Still a bit short, but it will have to do. We can go get more, boss. One of the cooler lackeys answered. We can bribe another pair of guards, or maybe just go in and take what we need from another bank. Idiots. The lid of the cooler slamming shut stopped the man's planning. We're lucky to have gotten what we have so far. Remember, we're not the only ones trying to bleed this golden goose. He tapped his fingers on the cooler. I'll make do. Tell Chrono to bring a body down to the lab. I think it's time to try something new. Anyone in particular, boss? Preferably. We want someone with a similar body type to Midoriya. The closer a match you can find, the better. He noticed the 3 exchanging looks. Ideally, someone of the same size, blood type, age, sex. He lifted a finger with each ideal option he listed. Shouldn't be too hard, one of the 3 answered, mind already considering various options. Though should we keep this quiet, or can we make some noise? While they couldn't clearly see their boss face, the faintest lines of a smile appeared around his eyes. Keep it as quiet as possible. But if a good enough copy comes along, go loud. I want this to be perfect. He dismissed the 3 with a wave, hands coming to rest on the cooler as the last man left and door clicked shut. Opening the cooler, he once again stared at the bags within with the same reverence one would look upon a holy artifact before deciding it was time to get on with his work. It's arrived, sensei. The shadow of a man dropped to one knee, head bowed before the man he viewed as a sort of teacher. He held his arms up in offering. A deep red bag nestled securely in the palms of his elevated hands, the whole of the scene akin to a mortal making an offering to their god. Excellent. Doctor, prepare the blood. I want to be restored without delay. The man shifted slightly in the chair, posture akin to that of a sunbather at the beach as opposed to a patient about to undergo another round of treatment. At once, the doctor gave a tiny bow as he took the bag from the kneeling man, who took that as his cue to rise and move aside. While blood bags of any type were a valuable resource on their own, the doctor knew the one he was currently holding was the medical equivalent of a unicorn. 6 years of waiting, and the solution to my problems falls right into my lap. The soon-to-be patient chuckled as the doctor went about his business. It's almost serendipitous in a way. Who would have thought? It's ready, the doctor answered as he carefully hung the bag up alongside the other various IV drips from earlier and future treatments. Don't keep me waiting, doctor. Administer my medicine. The patient held out his left arm. No fear in him as the doctor chuckled and secured his arm. While the procedure was frequent enough, the doctor still followed all protocols like it was his first day, and after sterilizing the area, carefully connected the needle with a vein. Slowly, the 3 watched as the blood began to flow into his body. Oh, that feels quite nice. There was an icy calm to the patient's voice as he felt the effects of the blood. Such a burst of strength ... such a ... wait. No, what is this? The calm was gone, replaced now with a monster that was howling, bucking and thrashing in his chair, with a panic-driven fury. His unrestrained hand lifted in a blur, the bones within shifting into blades that were quickly used to sever the restrained arm. Sensei, why? The shadow cried as the doctor clamped off the IV, not wanting to waste what remained of their only sample before making sure the rest of the equipment was undamaged from the outburst. It took from me. I felt it tear at me beneath my skin. He leveled an accusatory finger at the bag. What is this? How did this happen? I don't understand. What happened? The blood, you imbecile. It started eroding at my collection. He looked to his severed arm, before looking to the stump that remained, the torn flesh already starting to regenerate into a replacement limb. The moment that blood was in my veins, my quirks were pulled from me one at a time by the dozens. I want to know how. Was it poisoned? A chemical? A trap? Sensei, are your... The rest of my quirks are safe. He flexed the fingers of his still-forming appendage, as if counting. A few dozen lost isn't enough to cripple me. But this insult must be repaid. Sir, is it possible that... The doctor's voice faded just as soon as he started speaking, wondering how his idea was going to be received. Doctor, if you have a theory, let's hear it. He made a rolling gesture with his remaining hand as the doctor studied the bag. First, unless a piece of equipment was contaminated at the time the donation was taken, there's no way this bag was tampered with. It was your textbook perfect example of a properly prepared blood bag. And unless you knew who was going to receive the contaminated donation or just wanted to cause some chaos, the effort it would take to do something so convoluted wouldn't be worth it. Like the ibuprofenol scare? The patient asked, bringing a nod from the doctor as the memory of a pair of pharmaceutical-themed villains came to his mind. The pair had released a tampered batch of over-the-counter painkillers to the population that either killed you outright or left you seriously ill if you survived. When they were caught, the two admitted they didn't care who they hurt, and that they just enjoyed the fear their actions caused. Exactly. But again, I don't think that's the case here. He picked up one of the pages on his desk and reviewed the notes, stalling for time. While this may be a universal donor in the truest sense of the words and that anyone can receive it, the doctor took a deep breath, steadying his nerves. The effects it has on unnatural elements of the body might be what caused the issue here. A heavy silence fell over the room, the only sound the faint beeps and whirs of the equipment surrounding the three. The silence was broken by the patient letting out a long sigh, before he started laughing slightly. Should have known it couldn't be this easy. He smiled, an air of bitterness surrounding the action. Perhaps. The doctor's eyes flicked to a small centrifuge, to a microscope, to the papers in his hand before settling back on his patient. Wonder if there's a way to extract the quirk factor from the blood itself and refine it. Alter it to a state of impurity that would accept the unnatural. The doctor's words echoed around the room, though it was hard to say just who he was talking to. Is that even possible? The shadow looked back and forth between the two, wanting nothing more than for his teacher to be well again. Who knows, but we'll figure something out. Another laugh escaped the patient, the bitter smile back in place as he settled back down in his chair. One way or another. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.